Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Right. Right. Good morning, guys. And one small notice to everybody. I think some students are attending from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch. Just I'm giving this notice to you. Then this is not the right time to attend for frameworks. Those who are in the core Java at evening time, evening 6 p.m. There even I have not started hoops concepts. I have not started even hoops concepts. Before hoops only we are discussing just language fundamentals. I'm discussing there like how to write for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So it is not the right time to attend for frameworks. I think some people have registered for uh, packages like complete Java and full stack Java. So this is not the right time for you. I will start separately. I'll start separately frameworks classes and advanced Java classes at evening time. But at present, for morning full stack Java students and some other students, we are taking these classes now. Okay. Then if any of you are coming from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch, then better not to attend for this class today onwards even, right? Today it's okay, it's a basic introduction part, then we can continue with that. But actual content is not required, then we'll plan for it separately. Okay? All right, sir. Now just give some time to me, then let me prepare some document and all. The classroom notes also we have to create. Right, sir. So let me create a separate folder for it. Now, this is frameworks actually. Part of the framework here, we are going to take like what there Spring 830. The location also we get specified clearly. So from now onwards, every work of our classes, I'm going to keep in like what there Spring 830. Then inside this, let me prepare a document. Right, sir. Now here, I need to provide Spring 830. Right, sir. Today in the introduction part, I'm going to talk about you regarding this, what I'm planning there, then what I'm going to discuss with you, then all the things here we are going to understand effectively only one time. Then after that, we'll move forward into our introduction content. Right, sir. Okay. Then see this. Then first of all, today here I'm starting these classes with the Spring, but actually we are we are planning to start like what there Java frameworks. The total batch, no, it is like what there Java frameworks. All right, sir. In Java frameworks, what exactly the content here we are including there? In Java frameworks, the content here what we are including there, observe carefully. In Java frameworks, the topics will be few topics like what there. 1 minute. The topics will be like what there Spring, then Spring Boot. First one is like what there Spring Next one is a Springboard. Next one is a microservices. These are like what they're one set of concepts, no? Then after that, web services. Like this here, we have to start. Then before that, I need to go for like what there. Like now here, we need to understand. All right, sir. Now here, first of all, I need to take like what there, Hibernate. Then next one is like what there, Spring. These are overall the topic here, the topics here what we are having there. This is overall syllabus. That means content about like what there, Java frameworks. Of course, you might be in complete Java package or you might be in full stack Java. Related to Java, this set is nothing but what their frameworks part. Here we are planning there. Today Java frameworks is a batch we started. Then where we are planning to discuss about these concepts. You know already the schedule for all these concepts there. Two slots here I'm going to take to complete these concepts. No, observe carefully. Now 7 to 8:30, 7 to 8:30. Here I'm going to utilize one slot. There, what I'm going to discuss there. Then another slot is also be existed here. What is that another slot here? Now this will be like what the today. Then now here at present here we are taking the class there 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here we are taking only one time. Let me confirm it. One time if I complete it, then I'll move on to our content here now, right? So at present here, today here I'm planning to start like what there Spring framework here now. Spring here I'm taking now. Okay, fine. Now it's going to be started. The Spring framework is going on here like this. I'm going to take the classes continuously about the Spring framework continuously like this. It's going to be started. Then after few days of time, actually servlets and JSPs are going on at 7 to 8:30. When I complete the servlets and JSPs, there I will start like what there Hibernate. There I will start what there Hibernate. So Hibernate still Spring is going to be happen. It's going on there. When I complete Spring at 8:30 to 10 now, here I will take like what there Spring Boot. The topic here I will start Spring Boot topic. Meanwhile, at 7 to 8:30, which topic is going to be happen there? No, Hibernate is going on there. So here we are planning to complete like what there Hibernate here. Right, sir. Hibernate is going on. When Hibernate is going on there, when Hibernate is completed, here I'm going to start like what there web services. Meanwhile, here what is going on here? No, Spring Boot is going on here at 8:30 to 10. So it's going to be happen. When the Spring Boot is completed, Spring Boot may take less time only, not too much time here. Then after that, I'll start like what there microservices. So at 8:30 to 10 now, at 8:30 to 10 now, continuously we are having the topics like what there Spring Boot, microservices. But after a few days of time, I'll start Hibernate at 7 to 8:30. Once Hibernate is completed, there I will start what there web services. This is actual schedule what I'm going to follow. Part of the frameworks and as well as like what there, then part of the all right, the total overall content here. Now try to recognize this clearly. All right, sir. Then after that, let's come for this content here. Let's come for this Spring content here. If you observe this, in general, maybe then people are having some different opinion in outside. Even still, people are coming to me. They're asking one question to me frequently, but I don't know what is the reason why they are getting this type of question. But frequently, one question is coming. Sir, I selected for a company. They are given work on Spring Boot and microservices, but I don't know anything about Java. Especially at evening 6 o'clock, people are asked to me now. So I don't know anything about Java. So can I learn Spring Boot directly? Spring Boot and microservices directly? Is it possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices directly? Right. Anyway, answer for this question is no, not at all. Without having knowledge on Java, how it is possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices? No. Understand it clearly? No, not possible. Leave this. Second question, another question here. What about this another question? No. Sir, I have knowledge on only core Java. Only core Java I know. Apart from that, I don't have any knowledge there. So can I learn Spring Boot? No. Again, this is a question here. No. Again, I'm telling to you, no. Not possible. See, it will be possible up to some part of the Spring Boot microservices. But once we are in some web environment, then how it is possible to understand that without having knowledge on the servlets and JSPs? No. Then before that, one more point I'm telling that to learn a springboard, definitely we need spring knowledge. Without having knowledge on Spring, it is not possible to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Understand it clearly. So without having prior knowledge on Spring framework, not possible to understand what their Spring Boot and microservices. Please recognize this clearly. So because of that reason only, I'm taking the classes like what is Spring onwards. Of course, in outside environment already observed that people are announcing a separate batch for Spring and microservices, Spring Boot and microservices. There what the trainers are also given, they are giving the information there. No need to understand the complete Spring framework. Just only basics of the Spring framework is sufficient to come for what their Spring Boot and microservices now. But again, I'm telling there, half of the knowledge only we are able to get if you follow that approach, not complete knowledge. I'll give the clarity why complete knowledge we are not going to get with that only basis of Spring framework now. I'll give the reasons later on. Don't worry for it. But the point what I'm telling to you, if you know the Spring framework completely, then it is very easy to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Without having complete knowledge on Spring framework, we are able to understand little bit only in Spring Boot and microservices. So because of that reason, we are going to use what there, we are going to understand effectively Spring framework. After that only, I'll plan for what there, Spring Boot and microservices. Don't hurry for it. Don't try to learn immediately Spring Boot and microservices. You are not going to understand complete internals. To understand internals of the technology, definitely we should have knowledge on what there, Spring Boot, Spring, complete Spring. Simple example. Tell me, by using Spring Boot, what type of applications we are going to prepare? You want to prepare only core Java programs? Only standalone applications you want to prepare? No. The Spring Boot application is like a core Java application, but it will activate web application internally. It will start server internally, it will deploy the application to the server, and it will expose like what their web application. Understand my point? That framework is designed in that way. So because of that reason, without having knowledge on Spring, we are unable to understand Spring Boot. That's the point I'm telling to you. Right? So that standard foundation is required in Spring framework also. For that purpose only, here today we are going to start what their Spring content. Again, I'm telling there, if any of you are expecting today directly Spring Boot, next to tomorrow microservice in the sense, forget about this course now, not required to attend for this course. The next complete Spring framework I have to discuss, then after that only I'll move on to what there, Spring Boot and microservices. Again and again, I'm telling the same point. Now try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Now coming to the Spring framework, what we are going to discuss actually. In a Spring framework, what exactly the concepts here I'm going to discuss there. What modules here I'm going to discuss. Let us understand one time clearly. In a Spring framework, first one, introduction part, very good introduction here. We are going to see what is framework, what is the requirement to come for frameworks, why we need Spring framework, why it is very good when compared with other frameworks. This kind of environment we are going to understand. Here in the introduction part, majorly, we are going to put much focus on what is a framework. What exactly the requirement of the frameworks? A simple question I'm asking there. To design web applications or enterprise applications, we have so many technologies. Servlets and JSPs are available. EJBC is available. Then apart from that, number of servers are available like Tomcat, WebLogic or something else. Then after that, IDs are available, Eclipse, NetBeans, maybe, and IntelliJ IDEA, so many. These many things are available to prepare and execute enterprise applications. Then still, what is the requirement to go for framework? What is the need of the framework? That solid introduction is required. That exact point we require. What is the requirement of the frameworks? That exact point is required. Then only we are able to understand the concepts now. After understanding the framework, requirement of the framework, so many frameworks are available in outside. So many frameworks are available. Then why we should go for Spring? What is the need of understanding the Spring? What are the specialties of the Spring that we have to understand? So all this roundup we are going to see inside this introduction part. Moreover, inside this introduction part, we are going to understand clearly how many versions of Spring is available, how many modules are available inside the Spring, What is the purpose of each and every module? Even that introductory content also we are going to understand inside the introduction part here. That is one point. Next one, after that, next immediately we are going to see steps to prepare spring application. What are the basic steps? What elements we require if you want to prepare a basic spring application? Of course, core module application only. But before going to start core module, we need to have awareness on it, how to prepare that basic Spring project. Just to display hello world and console, how we are going to prepare that. Right, sir. Third one is like what there, where I'm going to start what there, core module. Core module, Spring core module, where IOC containers topics are available. Like application context and bean factory, like different containers are available. What is the need of these containers? What is the life cycle of the containers? Then after that, what is the meaning of dependency injection? Like so many core concepts are available. Internationalization support in Spring core module. Data validation support in Spring core module. Property editors in Spring core module. Dependency injection. Answer my point here now. Like then after that, setter method dependency injection, constructor dependency injection, interfaces dependency injection. So many dependency injections that related topics are available. So many concepts are available. That core module is a heart for Spring framework. Core module is what their heart for Spring framework. Without having knowledge on core module, we are unable to understand anything in Spring framework. You know already core Java, right? In core Java, which topic is a heart in entire core Java? Object orientation. Without knowing object orientation, we can't do anything in the core Java. Once you are not having awareness on object orientation, no core Java, nothing about this Java. Similarly, in a Spring framework, the core module is available in that way. If you want to create a bean object and if you want to execute our business logic, container is required. The containers concepts will be covered inside like what their core module. If no container, no Spring framework. No container, no Spring framework. Answer my point here now. So because of that reason, core module is very important for us. Next one, after completion of this core module, we are going to start with what there Spring DAO JDBC module. DAO or JDBC, both are same here. DAO module is very small module only, but afterwards we will plan for what there JDBC module. All right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this JDBC module? Simple. For the sake of your awareness, I am talking there. Guys, can you tell me what steps we required to prepare JDBC program, normal JDBC program? What are the various steps we required to prepare normal JDBC programs? Can you tell me? First of all, load and register driver. Then what next one there? Establish connection. Then after that, after establish the connection, then what next one there? Create a statement or prepare a statement or a callable statement. Then after that, write and execute SQL queries. Then after that, what next one there? Close the resources here. Am I right or not? Right, sir. Now here, these many steps here we have to write. So this is somewhat like what there boilerplate code. In every JDBC program, the same steps we have to repeat. So we can say that what there, then boilerplate code, some duplicate code every time now. But if you use a Spring JDBC module, no need to write all these things, directly only one step. Write and execute SQL queries. Only one method where we can write that SQL query, finish. That query is going to be executed. Understand it clearly. So the JDBC module is available. Very good advantages here we are able to get. Whatever the work, whatever the concepts we are able to learn in normal JDBC, all the concepts we are going to understand in the Spring JDBC module in a very simplified manner. In very simplified manner, we are able to understand, we are able to perform all JDBC operations. What we have seen in normal JDBC, everything we are going to see inside what there, that is Spring JDBC. Support is available, but in a simplified manner. Observe carefully. Leave this one. Then after that, after completion of this, there we are going to understand like what there Spring AOP model, AOP module, aspect oriented programming, aspect orientation. All right, sir. In the core Java introduction part, given the intention of this aspect orientation, like unstructured programming languages, structured programming languages, object oriented programming languages. Then after that, I have discussed about like what there, what I discussed there, no, aspect orientation, aspect oriented programming languages. That part I have discussed here. There I given some kind of introductory part for that. If you remember that, it's okay, fine, no problem. But no issues. That AOP, aspect oriented programming, is very much effective in the case of the Spring framework. Say for example, simple examples I'm telling to you how this AOP is going to be available, how it able to provide some services for us. No, try to understand it. Ken. Simple understanding, simple logic I'm telling to you. Try to understand it now. Say for example, I have a bank application. Listen, all of you listen carefully. A bank application. Okay. Previously, I given a check, some post-dated check or maybe pre-dated check, whatever it may be, some check I've given to some customer, some person in outside. I given my check to somebody else. Then he dropped the check into a bank. Now the bank people wants to perform some transaction over the check. Then immediately what bank people are doing for us now? I have an account. In my account, maybe some 10 lakhs rupees is available. 5 lakhs check I have given to somebody else. Now he dropped the check in the bank now. He want to take that amount. He dropped that might be check in the account in the bank now. Then the check is coming for clearance to a particular bank. Then immediately what bank people are going to do? They have to do transaction or not? Then what is the amount, 5 lakhs amount? They have to do transaction. Means that they have to debit 5 lakhs rupees from my account. They have to credit that 5 lakhs rupees to what their customer account. Got it or not? This is what the bank people have to do now. Now immediately understand this. The date of clearance for the check is what the today. The date of clearing the check is what the today, for example. Then when the check is coming today, immediately that bank people will give a notification to me. What is that notification? There no one particular check, the check number is like this, is coming for clearance. Try to maintain the proper balance in our account. In the case if balance is not available in the account, what is going to be happen? The check bounce is going to be happen or not? It's the case actually. Understand my point now? So here I have to maintain the proper balance. Immediately, bank people will send a notification for us. Today a check is coming for clearance, or maybe today or tomorrow we are going to perform. We are going to process the check. Please try to maintain the required amount in our account. Bank people are giving this notification to me, either through text message or through mail or maybe a call. Okay, I maintain the proper amount. That's okay. When they got confirmation I have the proper amount, immediately our bank people and will clear the check, will perform the required transaction. Okay, transaction is completed. When transaction is completed, then immediately what I'm able to get now? I'm able to get again a notification or not? Again, we're able to get some notification or not? Answer my point clearly. So when I got a notification, how that notification is coming there? So some amount is debited from our account because of clearing the check, and its number is like this, some check number. Some amount is debited from our account for the sake of processing this particular check. There we are getting some notification. Here overall 3 activities I'm telling there. When check is coming to the bank for clearance, no, bank people are giving intimation to me. Point number 1. Second one is what there, when I maintain the proper balance, no, actual transaction is performed. Transaction is gone, completed. Number 3, after the transaction, about the amount debiting operation, I'm getting another notification. Got it or not? So now out of these 3 things, now tell me where actual business logic is going on. Out of these 3 things, no, 3 activities, no, giving notification about the check clearance. Second one is to perform the transaction, debit some 5 lakhs rupees from my account, no. Third one is like what there, giving information, giving notification about the amount debit. Out of these 3 activities, no, where actual business logic is going on. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Answer my point, guys. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Then first one and last one are what? They're just giving notifications. It's not the part of business logic. Our actual business logic is what? They're debiting some amount. Got it or not? Okay. But before debit amount, some activity we performed. After debit amount, some activity we performed here. I get my point or not? So to perform some activity before the business method execution, After the business method execution, we need some environment. That environment could be provided by what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming, in the form of some advices, before advice, after advice, something is available there, around advice is available to do some activity before the business method execution, to do some other activity after the business method execution. So something is going to be utilized there. The something is provided by what there? AOP module, aspect oriented programming. This is one simple example here I'm telling to you now. Like this, so many examples are available. Say for example, in my enterprise application, some logging support I required. Logging. What is the meaning of this logging there? Of course, then I forgot to specify that point here. Along with this web services here, along with all these things, the programming I'm going to prepare like with what there? Maven. So far we are not aware about this Maven, but application development is going on completely with Maven. One or two applications without Maven I can prepare. I will show without Maven what work we have to do. And then after completion of the basic programming, then I will start Maven. Then I will discuss about Maven. Then through Maven we are going to understand the remaining part here, the remaining course here. 95 to 97% of the course is going on with Maven only. Without Maven, we are not going to prepare the applications now. This is required. Next one is like what there? Log4j. I need to prepare Log4j. For the sake of logging purpose, I'm going to discuss these two. So with these two, I'm going to prepare the applications here now, as a part of the syllabus only. Right. Now let's move on to the point here. One more example here I'm telling there. My enterprise application required what there? Logging service. Logging service is required. What's the meaning of this logging service? No. What's the meaning of this logging service here? Say for example, logs generation, you might be aware about it. Or simple examples I'm telling to you. If we go for server side applications, I think might be you aware about WebLogic server. At morning 7 o'clock, I shown some examples there. WebLogic server, JNDI, data source, and WebLogic server. When I start WebLogic server, when a command prompt is opened, server prompt, server console, here in the server prompt, some text data is displaying continuously. At least you might be recognized. Server state is changed to running mode, something else, you are getting that messages now. What are these messages actually? All these are logs only, logs of the server. Logs of the server. Okay, even forget this one. If you go for any normal organizations, say for example, Durga Soft, best example I'm telling them. Durga Soft has some employees now. Durga Soft has some employees. What they are doing there? Maybe ships wise, some employees are coming there. 7 to 2, one shift. 2 to 9 is another shift, for example. When an employee is coming inside the Durga Soft front office, no, then immediately, what is the first work my employees are doing there? At the entry level, there is a logbook. In that logbook, they have to enter startup time, start time. They have to give a signature. Then they have to write the time and they have to give a signature. When their shift is completed, then what they have to do? Log out to time, log in time, log out to time. Immediately they have to give some information or not. So that is what their logbook. In that logbook, logs are going to be entered. Similarly, we can apply the same thing even for servers also. When we start the server, immediately server has to provide server startup in this particular minutes of time. There is a log on the server console. When I shut down the server, immediately there is a message, no, server shut down in this particular time. Okay, I started the server. I deploy my web application there into the server. So application is deployed in this particular time. When I undeploy the application, again, we have a message. This application is undeployed in this particular time. I submitted some request to my application there. Then request is coming in this particular time from the user. When a response is generated in this particular time. So they're nothing but what they're logs. So the process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. The process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. To maintain that logs, to manage that logging, we need to go for one service. That service is nothing but what they're logging service. To inject this logging service in my enterprise application, we required some approach, especially in Spring Framework, one approach is required to inject this logging service into my application. There we have to go for like what there? Aspect orientation. Now here logging is an aspect. That aspect we are going to be injected into our enterprise application, where we are going to do with what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming. Not only that, number of services are available outside. Logging service, maybe security service, transaction service, Maybe so many services are available, middleware services, no? All these middleware services, if you want to integrate with our enterprise application, where AOP model is providing very good support for us. That's one thing here we have to understand them. Nice. Then after that, after completion of this AOP module, there we are going to understand like what there, Spring transaction module. What the next one here? No, Spring transaction module. Observe carefully. For the sake of transactions, guys, so many things are available. First of all, we have to understand what is a transaction. After understanding the transaction, what exactly the asset properties of the transactions. Asset properties are available: atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Then we're out of all these things, the main important one is what there? Atomicity. How to achieve this atomicity? How to achieve like what there? What next one? No, isolation. Some isolation levels are available. Answer my point, Kiran. Then after that, some attributes are available. Some attribute behaviors are available. So all these concepts we are going to be implemented in our applications, in our enterprise applications. So to provide some support for the transactions in our enterprise applications, there we have to go for like what there? Spring transactions module. That Spring transaction module is providing the complete support for what there? Transactions, kernel. That we are going to understand anyway. Right, sir? Then in the transaction module, we are going to understand the content here. Then after that, after completion of these transactions, kernel, after completion of these transactions, okay, the next one is like what I'm telling there. I'll go for like what there, Spring ORM. Spring ORM, object relational mapping. It's like what there, integration of Hibernate. Integration of what there, Hibernate. Okay, see, understand it clearly. I think some of you are not aware even that ORM. Don't worry, I'll explain clearly to you. It's somewhat related with Hibernate, but I'll give some basic content here. Try to understand it now. Listen, all of you listen carefully. To interact with the database from Java application, what technology we have to use as of now, as per your knowledge? To interact with the database from Java application, what we have to use? Come on, JDBC we have to use. Of course, the JDBC may be plain JDBC or Spring JDBC, that doesn't matter. JDBC we are going to use. Right. In the basic JDBC, in the plain JDBC, 5 to 6 steps we are using. Out of all the steps now, to perform database operations, what step we require now? Tell me. To perform database operations, what step here we have to perform? Write and execute SQL queries. Am I right or not? To write and execute SQL queries, how many methods we are using there now? Tell me. Right, sir. To write and execute SQL queries, overall, how many methods here we are using? 3 methods here we are using. Am I right or not? What are the 3 methods here we are using there? Execute query method, execute update method, and execute method. These 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Okay, good. Execute query, execute update, and execute method. 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Nice. If you take any of these methods, of course, you know, execute query method is for select SQL query. Execute update method is for what there? Non-select SQL queries. Execute method is for the sake of what there? Both the types of SQL queries. Already you are aware about it clearly. But even if we take any of the method, there we have to write SQL queries or not? Select the star from EMP1, update SQL query, delete SQL query, drop SQL query, create SQL query, select SQL query. In all 3 methods, we have to write SQL queries or not? If you want to write SQL queries in JDBC program, you should know, you must have knowledge on Oracle database or not? We must have knowledge on SQL or not? So that is the JDBC environment. So final point is what there? If you want to work with JDBC, you must know SQL queries. So you must have SQL knowledge. Is it possible to prepare JDBC application without having SQL knowledge? No. Basically, we have to write SQL queries or not. So you must have SQL knowledge. Got my point or not? But here my point is what there? I want to interact with the database and I want to perform all my database operations without using even a single SQL query. Without having any knowledge on single SQL query, I want to interact with my database. I want to perform the required database operations. In a JDBC, execute query method with the select SQL query. Then only we are getting the data. Result set object is coming. From the result set object, we are reading the data by using while rs.next method, by using sys.out.println of rs.get xxx methods. Got it or not? But what is the alternative I'm expecting there? Basically, myself is a Java developer, but I don't have any knowledge on SQL. I don't know anything about SQL, but still I want to perform database operations now. Then in my alternative, what I want to do there, I want to prepare a Java bean object. Java bean class, Java bean object, I'm going to prepare employee bean. I'll create employee object. Inside this employee object, I will keep data, envo, ename, ecell, eader, data. Directly, I'm going to store that employee object into the database table without writing any insert SQL query. Without writing any insert SQL, just I want to use a Java method. That method is what their save method or a persist method. Just by using save or persist method, entire object I want to insert into the database table. Not required to write any SQL query, not required to write any insert SQL query. Or else already table is available. Already we have what there, one record is available. Now I want to update the data. Take again Java bean object. Insert the Java bean object, provide primary key value. Along with this primary key value, provide that data, normal data. What new data we want to update there, provide the data. Provide the data. Then simply access update method. Simple access what method? Java method, update method. Even I'm not writing any update SQL query, just Java method, update method. To that update method, pass that object. Which object there? No respective employee object. Automatically, updations have to be performed internally. I want to get an object. I want to get a particular record. That's my requirement here. In a plain JDBC, what we have to do there? Result set rs is equal to st.execute query of select a star from emp1, where envo is equal to 111. Lot of instruction we have tried. But in my alternative, what I want to do there, just I want to call only get method. Get off the respective class I'm going to provide. Get off employee dot class. Automatically record will be retrieved from the database. That record data will be stored in the form of a bean object. That bean object is available to my application. I'm going to get the data from bean object. I'm not going to use any SQL query, but without using SQL queries, I'm able to get the data. I'm able to insert the data. I'm able to perform all the database operations. And finally, I'm going to work with only Java bean objects. Now, this alternative, this one is exactly possible in the case of Hibernate. In the case of what there? Hibernate, it is possible. Without knowing SQL queries, without using SQL queries, we can interact with the database, we can perform database operations. That is the main advantage with what there? Hibernate. Yes, sir, got my point or not? Now, what Spring is doing there? Spring doesn't have its own persistence mechanism, but Spring is able to provide some environment to integrate what their Hibernate applications. We can prepare Hibernate logic separately. Spring application is available. That Spring Hibernate application logic I want to integrate into my what there Spring application. For that purpose, we require some environment. That environment is provided by whom there? ORM. Spring ORM. Object Relational Mapping. This is Hibernate. Hibernate is one implementation of the ORM. For ORM, so many implementations are available. That famous one and one of the implementation is what their Hibernate. That Hibernate we are going to integrate with our Spring application. For integration purpose, we need some environment. That environment is provided by what their Spring ORM module. Of course, that ORM implementation may be Hibernate, not only Hibernate. IBATIS may be available and OpenJPA is available and JPA is available. Any technology we can use to prepare our database related application, then integrate that application with our Spring application. For that purpose, we are having what there? Spring ORM, Object Relational Mapping. Clear to all of you what I'm telling you know? So this is another topic here we are going to understand. After completion of this, another one is like what there? After the Spring ORM, next one is like what there? Spring Web module. Spring web module. What is this web module actually? What is the purpose of this web module? Before that, now answer for it. In outside might be we are able to prepare web applications. Am I right or not? We are able to prepare what applications? They know web applications. Now tell me, by using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? No. By using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? Now tell me. As of now, here we are having the concepts like what there, servlets and JS space. Am I right or not? As of now, we are having the concepts like what there, servlets and JS space. Right, sir. Servlets and JS space. Here we are having the concepts now. All right. Listen careful. I think you are not aware about this. Now let me explain that. Sir, first of all of you are comfortable. All of you are following the statements what I am telling there. But I don't know the reason why some people are in the middle getting disturbance. They are getting disturbed and they're having unnecessarily some kind of discussions there. Then are my points are clear to all of you? Are you able to follow the concepts what I'm telling there? Straight coaching to all of you. What I'm doing now? Don't say teaching now, right? Anyway, it's a teaching only, right? What I'm doing there actually, what I'm explaining now, spring the total syllabus what I'm going to be covered for you in the next duration. I'm talking there. Just 1 point about each and every module. I'm telling to you know. Say this type of introduction is important. Why? Because if anybody else in outside they're asking to you, if they're asking to you, tell me something about Spring now, at least you can open your mouth, you can say the Spring framework has these many modules where the purpose of each and every module like this, at least we can give some kind of introduction. And show my point. And moreover, my selfishness is what there at present in this today's class now. My selfishness is what there. I'm trying to say what I'm going to explain to you in the next upcoming days. Indirectly, I'm giving the information about like what the importance of the Spring framework. So then better to understand the points here. These points are very important. And one more point I want to clarify to you guys. In outside, maybe so many developers are available, so many students are available. So many students they completed the total Java, complete Java, full stack Java, totally they completed. But the learning approaches are different from person to person. One category of persons what they are able to do about their learning, no, they don't like these introductions, they don't like this theory, they don't like anything. Directly they want to go for program. Of course, some trainers are also available like that. Yes, their approach is like that. Trainer's approach may be anything, leave it. But student approach must be very, very important. One simple example I'm telling there. If trainer is not taking 1 day class, nothing is going to be happen for everybody. But trainer is taking the class, but student is not attending the class, definitely student is going to lose that. Identify that relation, what I'm telling there. Similarly, the learning process, if we come there, one category of students, they're getting boring by seeing that theory and all the concepts. So directly they want to go for what their program. Directly they want to go for program. They're trying to prepare the first program by harding the syntaxes now. But it is not at all worthwhile. It is not at all worthwhile. If you go for interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interviewer will not ask you directly a program. Interviewer will ask you why this concept is coming. What is the need of this particular topic? Already we have some existed system. Then what is the requirement to go for this new system? Already we have XML documents. What is the requirement to go for annotations? In this way, that interviewer is going to ask the question where we have to give answers now. If you are moving to the programming directly, you may not give answers for all these things. That is one category of people. And second category of people are available. What is the second category of people know? When they have the requirement, then they want to come to know about the each and every point here. In their company, when they want to go for Spring Boot, then they're trying to start a Spring Boot learning. They're also they're not getting 100% knowledge. Without up to that time, they worked with the .NET project. All of a sudden, they have a requirement on Spring Boot. The company people have given information to him. Tomorrow onwards, we have to work with the Spring Boot. That persons are not taking any tensions in there. What they think there that today night they are going to start to learn what the Spring Boot. They are going to start it now. They are going to work on it. But without knowing answers, without knowing anything about Spring, Advanced Java and Core Java. But there also be complete knowledge is not available. If any client is conducting some interview there, if that interviewer is asking some questions on Java, he unable to answer for that questions. Why? Because he had only Spring Boot knowledge, that too light knowledge. Understand my point? What I'm telling. But some other people are available. They're going to start any kind of technology right from pre-page onwards, first page onwards, other page onwards. They're going to start. Their intention is what? There everything they want to know. If A is depending on B, B is depending on C. Their approach is what? They're going to start from C. After completion of C, then they will come to B. After completion of B, then they will come to what? Their A. And these people are standard people. Once they completed their learning process, if they go for any company, they will give challenges to the requirements. Let my project manager to do any type of work. No issues for me. I can handle. This type of confidence level is going to be happen. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there. So here, my view is also be what there. My view is also be not in the first two cases. I want to make you to understand like what there, the third case. Understand my point, you know. So because of that reason only, we are going to discuss about all these points here now. Please try to recognize this. Don't be deviate from the concepts now. So the what exactly the points I'm telling there, overall view of the course I'm telling there. At least some information we are able to get in the first class now. That's why I'm talking about all these points. Okay, fine. Don't think much about it. When I'm going to complete these classes there, when I'm going to start Spring Boot and everything, I will take care about it. Understand it now. But anyway, then I have a clear-cut plan for your classes there. Maybe first weekend, maybe next tomorrow and day after, I may not go for this continuation of this. Monday onwards, I'm going to start again. The next upcoming weekends, we are planning to take long sessions. On a Spring framework, we are going to work on weekends, minimum 3 to 4 hours of time. We are going to work as early as possible. We are going to complete the Spring framework. Then after that, we'll go forward there some other. Okay, forget about it now. But don't be deviate now. Try to understand something what I'm telling you now. Now let's understand this point clearly, all of you know. Web applications we are able to prepare. Web applications we are able to prepare. Web applications we are able to prepare by using what there? Servlets and JSPs, guys. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity on this now? Yeah. Here I want to give one example to you. Now try to understand this example. I think at evening 6 o'clock I have given the same example, but again I'm telling the same example to you. Now try to understand it now. For example, in India maybe at the south and at north, the two regions if we take no, but I'm not partitioning like that. But example I'm taking no. Try to understand it. If we go for any marriage occasions at south, then food items are very good, right? Then what food items we used to take no? Example I'm telling to you. What food items we used to take no? Definitely right from what's that? Lemon rice onwards. Maybe veg biryani. Next one is what there? And pappu, right? Dal, sambar, right? These are main items. Am I right or not? If you take exactly the same thing, if you take at north side, what's going to be happen there? Rotis, naans, salads. As per their locality, their food items now. They're also be good. Assume the situation I'm telling to you guys. Understand it now. For example, listen carefully. I have some catering service. Not only catering service, no. For example, I have a company, food preparation and as well as catering. That services we are providing for marriage occasions. Then we have a team of 10 members or 15 members. Then we used to attend for what their marriages occasions where we are serving the food. Then we have some kind of catering service now. Got it or not? So unfortunately, we have a client, very good client, and they had some marriage occasion in their home. They are giving that catering, the total catering support to us. Then what we have to do? That cooking masters are available with me. One day before or 2 days before, we have to go there. We have to set at that environment. There we have to prepare the food. It's a North Indian marriage actually. North Indian marriage. There we have to serve the food. That's the requirement. Observe carefully. What they are given order to us. What they are given order to us. Please all of you listen carefully. What they are given order to us. So many delegates are coming to this marriage occasion. The crowd will be very more. So here, 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. Chapatis only. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. It's a large quantity. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. That's a task we are having. It's a big task. Here, two cases I'm telling there. Case number one, listen carefully. We don't have any machinery. Just only we have manpower. Maybe 20 members people I can get. What these 20 members are, they have to do right from one day before onwards. They have to go to the customer's home. There we have to take some room, cooking room. There we have to start preparing the chapatis or not. First of all, raw chapati we have to prepare or not. Then we have to prepare the chapatis or not. Then what we require the raw items, no. Maybe at one side the powder is required. Chapati powder is required. At some other side, what there no some plates we required for preparing chapati. Some kind of sticks we required. Some kind of oil we required. Some type of water is required. All items here we have to gather or not. That all items are available with each and every cooking master or not. Then along with that master, these items are available. They're manually preparing the chapatis now. How many chapatis they have to prepare there? 50,000 chapatis they have to prepare. 3 days before they have to start preparing these chapatis now. Continuously, every day 24 hours. Every day 24 hours. 3 days of time they have to work. Then only they are able to get like what there? 50,000 raw chapatis. How many days we have to work there? 3 days of time we have to work. 20 members nearly 20 members and 20 slots they have created there. Then each slot contains like what there one master 24 by 7. 3 days of time they have to work, or maybe 5 days of time they have to work. Then only the raw chapatis we are able to get nearly 50,000. 5 days of time they have to work. 20 members team. This is a work, guys. This is one approach. Finally, the marriage date was there. Then occasion is going on. 50,000 or maybe 25,000 delegates are coming. Each delegate contains is required like what the two chapatis. Along with the chapati might be some salads or maybe some kind of curry preparation and everything. It's so going on. So finally we serve all 50,000 members. It's okay, well and good. Services are very good. Then fine, finished. That occasion is finished. We got the required amount of money from the respective. Even some appreciation also we are getting. That's okay, good, nice, clear. Up to that. Now tell me, what is my total productivity? How many days of time we worked for that particular occasion? 5 days of time we worked there. 5 days of time, 20 members. As the manager of this catering service, every day salary I have to give for all 20 members or not? Per day, for one master, nearly 5,000 rupees I have to give. How many days? No, 5 days. Each day 20 members. 20 members and 5,000 in the sense 1 lakh rupees. 5 days, 5 lakh rupees for only cooking masters. Then for other expenditure is going to be available there. Anyway, then its overall cost is 10 lakhs rupees for me. Then I got the contract is what there 15 lakhs from the occasion. 10 lakhs I invested and 5 lakhs is the profit. That's okay. Good, nice. Understand? Productivity I'm telling there. How much time, then how much effort, how much money. That is called as productivity. Leave it. This is case number one. Again, I'm telling there in case number one, you have to take the responsibility. As a master, we have to take the responsibility. First, you have to prepare that powder with oil or some water. We have to prepare a paste. Then divide that paste into the small like what there, small nuggets. Then the nuggets we have to go for like what there. We have to get like what there chapatis. Everything we have to do. As a master, I have to do everything. Am I right or not? Sir, all of you are following or not? Case number two, I'm talking now. Nowadays, chapati prepared missions, chapati preparation missions are available. In outside might be some missions are available. Am I right or not? Some missions are available. In that missions, what we have to do there? Just we have to keep that mission, then attach some power sockets. Then inside this mission, just give maybe 10 kgs of chapati powder, and give might be then 1 bucket of water, required amount of oil, everything just we can pour. That's it. It's a matter of 5 minutes. Then switch on that mission. What that mission is doing there? No, it is preparing that paste. It is dividing that paste into the number of equal parts, and it is preparing chapatis there. Per 1 hour, for 1 hour, it is preparing 1,000 chapatis. Like this, 10 missions I will take. Now tell me, within how many days we are able to prepare 50,000 chapatis there? Within one day we can prepare or not? Within single day, one day, 50,000 chapatis we are able to prepare or not? Even they are not raw chapatis now. Then final product we are getting directly after having some what I'm telling there. The final product we are getting directly they're ready to serve. That product is ready to serve. First of all, in the first case, we have to prepare raw chapatis. Then after that, we have to make it is what their final product. Then that final product we have to serve. There again, lot of work. But in the chapati machine, directly raw final product we are getting. That final product we are going to serve to the respective delegates. Now, in this case, how many days of work we have to work there? One time. 1 day of work we have to do. How much manpower we require? 2 to 3 members. Not we don't require 20 members there. 2 to 3 members are sufficient. But power socket is required, power support is required. That's finished. Automatically, we are able to get what there? The chapatis, 50,000 chapatis in 1 day effort. We are able to get it. Now tell me, guys, all of you now tell me, as a manager of that catering service, no, 15 lakhs is the contract for me. Out of this 15 lakhs, how much investment I'm going to put with these missions? No, missions are my own missions only. Missions are my own missions only. No need to give even rent. Even if we give rent, no, each mission per day maybe 1,000 rupees. 5 missions, for example, 5,000 rupees. Finish. 2 to 3 members labor work, maybe labors in the sense like what their manpower. 2 to 3 members, no. Then it's more than less than 25,000 or not. But where 5 lakhs rupees, but here 25,000. Out of this 15 lakhs contract, no, less than 1 lakh is an investment. Then remaining 14 lakhs are remaining or not? Is a profit or not? Observe carefully. Then which case is a benefit for the catering service people? Which case? Second case or first case? No. Second case here. Got it or not? First case is totally everything that caterers have to be prepared. Second case, missions we are using there. Through that missions, we are simplifying our work. Am I right or not? Right. The first case is without framework preparing an enterprise application. Second case is preparing enterprise application with framework. Understand my point here? First case is what there? No framework support. Directly we are preparing application with our own hands, everything. That's only by using servlets and JSPs we are preparing that. But second case is what there? Servlets and JSPs we are using, but with the machinery we are using that. That machine is nothing but what their framework. That machine is what their framework. Understand it clearly. With the framework, if we prepare the application, no, within 1 day we are able to finish our entire enterprise application. But manually, if we do that without using frameworks, no, there it may take like how much time, you know, maybe 5 days of time it is taking there. More time, more development time. But here less development time. More development time in the sense more development cost. But here less development time in the sense less development cost. Here more time, same result. Less time, same result. Now tell me where productivity will be more. First case or second case now? Second case. In second case only productivity will be more. Understand my point here? Productivity in the sense what there? Less time, more result. Less time, more product. There is nothing but what their productivity. Productivity will be very good in the case of what their second case with the frameworks. Because of this reason only, nowadays every company is trying to use frameworks. Now tell me, if you are using frameworks now, companies are getting benefit or not? If you are not using frameworks now, companies are losing their profits or not? Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very much famous in outside. As part of that only Struts framework is available previously. As part of that only JSF is available previously. As part of that only nowadays Spring framework is available. Or maybe Spring Boot or microservices, whatever it may be. All these are because of improving productivity only. Moreover, one more example I'm telling you. Try to understand it now. One human being is preparing all the chapatis now. That master, that cooking master is preparing chapatis now. How many masters are working together to get that 50,000 chapatis? No, 20 masters they have worked there. Am I right or not? Now tell me. You only tell me, guys. Observe carefully. Do you have any guarantee all masters are preparing the chapatis with the same size, with equal size? Do you get any guarantee? Will you give any guarantee? Where accuracy of the application development is reduced or not? Application is not coming in the form of accuracy or not? No accuracy is available or not? All chapatis are not at all equal. Definitely some sizes point of view differentiation is available. Am I right or not? Work performance is not good. Am I right or not? But if you use mission now, then mission is nothing but one program, right? Then it able to divide the total chapati paste into the equal parts or not? Then here there is a guarantee for every chapati, it must be in an equal size or not? Come on, guys, you have to understand this point, you know. So here performance is very good, accuracy is also be very good. Am I right or not? Similarly, without using frameworks, if we prepare the application, where accuracy of the implementation is not good. But if we use frameworks to prepare the application, where accuracy is very, very simple or not. Accuracy is very good or not. Accuracy of the application, or maybe productivity of the application or performance of the application will be very good or not. Here in a standard approach, we are getting all the products or not. But here there is no standardization for it. Understand it clearly. So because of that reason, always we will use or we will go work with what their frameworks. Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very good demand. All right, sir. All of you understand it clearly. This is a simple example I'm telling to you. After this, whenever we are getting these frameworks now, so many frameworks are available, like Struts is available, JSF is available. These two are for preparing web applications, for example. Okay, fine. One developer has prepared one application by using Struts framework. Another developer is preparing Spring application. In a Spring application, I required these struts. In a Spring application, I required what their struts application. I required the struts application inside my Spring application. I want to integrate that struts application with my Spring application. To integrate struts application with the Spring application, to integrate struts application with the Spring application, Spring framework has provided some environment. That environment is nothing but what their web module. Spring web module is providing an environment to integrate struts application with the Spring application. Spring web module is providing environment to integrate JSF application with what there with the struts application. I'll show. Then by the time you may not aware about the struts and JSF, no, but don't worry. I will give the basic information of struts framework, how to prepare struts application, then how to integrate the struts application with the Spring application. We are going to understand that point clearly. But before that, understand it, no, struts, JSF, all these are MVC based frameworks. All these are what they're MVC based frameworks, model view controller based frameworks. That applications which are prepared on struts and JSF are integrated with the Spring framework just by using what there Spring web module. Spring web module here we are able to get clearly. Right, sir. Understand it now. After that, all of listen carefully. The next module is what there Spring MVC module is available. Listen carefully. All of you listen carefully. Web application we prepared by using struts means that MVC framework. That application is available. We want to integrate that application with the Spring application. Spring web module here we are using. Got it or not? But what Spring is providing now, to prepare MVC based application, first we have used struts. We prepared application separately with the struts that we are integrating with the Spring framework. Instead of doing that work, Spring framework itself is having its own framework on the base of MVC. That framework is what their Spring web MVC. Spring MVC module, that is what their web MVC. That is in which way struts is available outside to prepare web application. In the same way, Spring has its own MVC framework to prepare web applications in a simplified manner that we are able to prepare directly without integrating other technology product into our Spring framework. Directly we can prepare MVC based web applications by using Spring provided MVC framework. So further purpose we have to go for like what there Spring web MVC module. Directly we have to go for what there Spring web MVC module. This we are going to understand clearly. First of all, we are into integrate struts application with the Spring application, JSF application with the Spring application that I can show. After that, how to prepare our own web applications by using Spring own MVC. By using Spring own MVC, how we are able to prepare web application, that we are going to show clearly. That is another part here we can understand now. Next one is after completion of this, another content is like what there Spring security. Security in our web applications. How we are able to provide security for our web applications. So in a Spring, a basic Spring security in the sense like what there, just we can understand it is like what there, authentication and authorization services. Authentication and authorization services only up to this part only. Here we are going to see in case of like what there in a basic Spring, in a Spring security, authentication and authorization services only, we are able to understand max. All of you are getting it or not? So these are the various modules. This is the content here we are going to understand inside like what their Spring framework, not more than this. But the security Spring security here we are discussing at one level. In Spring Boot, again, security model is available. There we are going to discuss some advanced security techniques. Get my point or not? Then OAuth, like this, some other technologies are available there, security related things, no? That I'm going to use in Spring Boot. But here, basic security only here we are going to use. What Spring Framework is providing security, up to that we are going to use that. But in Spring Framework, in a Spring Boot, we are going to use some other advanced level of securities for us. But as of now, in a Spring Framework, these many things here we are going to understand. Sir, all of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Out of all these things, what dependency level is available? Introduction anyway, no need to have any knowledge on programming, leave it. Steps to prepare first Spring applications also be okay. But if you want to go for this core module, there we required core Java knowledge. Core Java knowledge, complete knowledge is required. Okay, fine. Spring DAO JDBC, if you observe this, there we required JDBC knowledge. In advanced Java, JDBC is available, that JDBC knowledge is required. Next one is if you want to go for Spring AOP module, again here what is required, what knowledge is required here, we need to have core Java knowledge. Definitely here we required what there, core Java knowledge is required. Observe carefully. Now here if you want to go for Spring transactions, no, what knowledge is required here, no, core Java knowledge is required, JDBC knowledge is required, maybe some extra, some other. But when we go for the Spring ORM module there, ORM module where definitely core Java, next one is what there, JDBC, and what next one get little bit. That idea is on what there, Hibernate is required. Especially Hibernate knowledge is required. Hibernate knowledge in the sense definitely core knowledge is required. Core Java and as well as like what there, Hibernate knowledge is required. Web module, if you want to go for this web module, then what is required here? Struts awareness and JSF awareness is required. Don't worry, I will discuss about the struts and JSF basic programming. I will discuss. I'll show how to integrate these two applications with the Spring Framework that we are going to understand. Next one is when we go for this one here, MVC module here, there we require directly servlets, JSPs. Then what next one here? Better if you are having struts and JSF, better. Knowledge is not mandatory but required. If you know, then it will be very good. Then security model, if you want to observe this security model, there we required servlets and JSPs we required. And the Spring, remaining part of the Spring, that is also required here. Observe carefully. After completion of the core module, in every module, core module is required. Core module is required. Without core module, we can't do anything. Answer my point, guys, what I'm telling you now. So, introduction part, steps to prepare Spring application, core module, JDBC module, AOP module, or maybe up to transaction module. Up to completion of this one, core Java and JDBC, the knowledge is sufficient. But when we go for ORM, Hibernate is required. Meanwhile, we are going to complete, we are going to enter into the Hibernate at 7 o'clock there. The moment when we come this, where some basic programming we are able to see, unlike what there on this content. Then after that, web module, where I will talk about struts and JSF. No need to join for any other courses there, like struts and JSF, no, but they are totally outdated. But still, I will give basic programming approach. Then I will start integrating that struts and JSF applications with what there, Spring applications. I'm able to show that clearly. I had very good knowledge on the struts and JSF previously. But nowadays nobody is using that. That's why even I'm not teaching that content there. Okay, then after that, this MVC model we are going to say effectively. More content we are going to discuss there. So there we are going to understand the content here. Anyway, this is my total content here we are able to use clearly. Right, sir. Just examples I'm telling there. That means web model in the sense any web framework applications we can integrate, sir. Any web framework, web application framework we can integrate with Spring by using web module, where examples I have taken struts and JSF. If we have any other web framework there that we can integrate with the Spring application through web module, but examples I'm taking the struts and JSF. These two are the majorly used frameworks for web application development. Okay, clear. Once if we complete this part, then I'll go for Spring Boot and microservices content. Yes, guys, all of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Then apart from this, do you require any other concepts here? Do you require any other concepts there? No, apart from this. Like anyway, then if you come for the services, no regular things here we are going to provide. What services here we are going to provide there? Every class is being recorded. Then recording videos will be provided. Classroom applications and classroom notes. Classroom notes is very very important. Clear cut document I will provide there. So I will give that access of it. Anyway, I need to prepare the link. Then tomorrow, that means in the next class, I will give the link to access these notes also. No need to worry for it. Then after that, after completion of this, what else required here? No. Then anyway, deep concepts we are going to discuss. Definitely deeper and deeper knowledge here we are going to provide. Understand it clearly. No. Then what version of the Spring we are going to use there? At basic level, Spring 5.x version. Directly, I'm going to use what there? Spring 5.x version. It is going on there. Spring Boot, which version of the Spring Boot we are going to discuss there? Observe carefully. In a Spring Boot, recent version is what the 3.x version. 3.0 version is available, but I will start programming with the 2.x version. After that, we will go for what the 3.x version applications. But fortunate or unfortunate, but the problem is what? Spring 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. Spring Boot 3.x version. Spring Boot 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. If you're attending my core Java classes, obviously we are able to get that awareness. Why? Because I'm going to talk about Java 19 up to Java 19. So by the time of Spring Boot, we are able to have awareness on it. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there? But other members, we have to check the possibility. But you have to update up to what there? Java 17 version, where records topic is available that we are going to use in Spring Boot 3.x version. Java 17 knowledge is required. So then it may take some time here, but not immediately. The moment when I'm going to start a Spring Boot, there I'm giving clarity. No, right, sir? Then people are asking to me, videos are permanent. Then what I have to give answer there? Up to 1 year of time access is okay. More than 1 year also we are able to provide, but after more than 1 year, I don't know how much time it is going to be available. But up to 1 year, definitely damn sure that service will be available for you. After 1 year also they are going to be available. Why? Because my office people are not to remember this kind of activities. So don't worry. After 1 year of time, we have to delete videos. We have to terminate that access. No, our office people don't know about it. Max up to know they prepared the videos, they created the drives, and they forgotten about the drivers also. Up to 1 year of time, it's available, guaranteed one. After 1 year of time also, it's available. But how much time they are going to be available, but we don't know for that. But more than 1 year, we are able to get access. Right, sir. Anything else about from this? Right, sir. Then apart from this, right, sir. That's okay. Then tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we don't have any class for this Spring framework. Next class will be on what? Monday. Next class will be on Monday. And one more thing I'm requesting to everybody. I think some offline students are attending in online. Please, I'm requesting to you at least Monday onwards, come to the offline classes. Those who are registered for offline, then come to the offline classes. This link on online link, demo link, maybe up to next 2 to 3 days of time only. After that, private links will come. The private links will be provided for what there for online students there. But anyway, videos are available for everybody. But I'm requesting to everybody, those who are in offline, without depending on videos, at least come for the offline classes. If you come for offline classes, that will be more effective one when compared with your videos. Of course, videos are always available for you. I can give that video support to you. Don't worry for it. But the point is what there, better to attend for offline classes. At least I want to see your faces, those who are registered for offline. No. If you don't want to show your face to me, then it's okay. That depends on you. At least come here and show your face. No. 1 or 2 classes at least try to attend for it. Then after that you can, depending on your what there video support. No, but I'm suggesting to you, even though I'm giving video support to you, then try to attend for the class. So if you don't want to attend for offline classes there, I may think about to provide video support. Now this time definitely people will come. Huh? Right, sir. So fee structures and everything, just you can contact with the admin people, guys, not related to me. Maybe our office numbers might be existed there, just we can go for it. Right, sir. Anyway, then for offline people may leave for that. And today I wind up this session. And tomorrow and day of tomorrow not required to come for this. On Monday, directly we have to come for these classes now. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll meet on Monday. Thank you. For online people, guys, just give a minute of time. I'll talk with you regarding this fee related things and all we are able to get. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. End of it. Hmm. Which version of WebLogic you are using? 12. Still you are getting it, no? No such method error. Okay, okay, fine. 1 minute, 1 minute. There's a security problem basically, right? Open our Pro JDBC program. Yeah, guys, 1 minute, 1 minute. Give a minute of time. Guys, I'll give some numbers to you. One minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. Those who are attending in online, I'll give some details to you. Wait a minute of time. No errors. It's okay, fine. Security problems, no? The security related thing, right? So then I'll check one time there. Then I had the same type of which version of Java we are using? Better to use 8 version. Java 8 version. That WebLogic server you installed with Java 8 or 18? No, no. 1.8 or 1.18? 8. 8 is okay. 1.8 is okay. Then here in our project, 19 we are using now. One time check with 8. I think so. This may not be the problem, but try to check one time there with 1.8. No, but let me check once. That problem is coming frequently anyway. Uh, Sir, guys, and use these numbers there for the sake of this payment process. No, some of you are sending messages to me. All right, sir. Then use this mail IDs and all those who are attending in online. Option these details here so that you can what I'm telling there. You can go for the payment mode and everything. I think some of you are sending messages to me. That's why I'm giving this option to you now, guys. Please try to check this and try to use this mail ID and this number, especially this number, guys. Our people will be in touch with you. Any of these numbers here we can use. That depends on your view. Yeah, Spring Cloud it will cover in Spring Boot and microservices, guys. Definitely will cover that. Spring Boot microservices. Spring Cloud will covered in Spring Boot. Jayanth. Okay, can I explain the schedule once more? 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10 o'clock, guys. 8:30 to 10, I'm taking the Spring class. 8:30 to 10, Spring Boot microservices. But 7 to 8:30, after a few days of time, Hibernate. Then what next one? There web services. The other schedules. Okay, Shardul. Yeah, thank you, Jayanth. Thank you, thanks a lot. Yeah, Prachi Singh use Zoom app. I think then when compared with the Zoom, then go to webinar is more comfortable, guys. The more security features are available. Tomorrow no class, guys, and tomorrow even core Java also be at night time. Today at night time core Java class at 9 to 10 remaining topics. No, tomorrow and day after tomorrow also be core Java classes will be at the night time only, not at the morning time. Okay, tomorrow no core Java class at 8:30. Core Java class is at what time there? 9 o'clock only. 9 to 10 I will take the sessions for core Java. Okay. Right, sir. I'm attending of advanced Java. This is Spring also covered, or should I separately pay? Exactly. Sai Teja, the Spring course is totally different, and advanced Java course is totally different now. Yeah, please check it or off is there. Then they're able to give more clarity. Yeah, no 8:30, only 7 a.m. Yes, Agarwal, Jayant Agarwal, right. Tomorrow Spring class is not available, and Monday onwards Spring class I will take. Next class will be on Monday. Okay, fine. Okay, anything else? Yeah, Rakesh, at morning 7 o'clock it will be covered. Santosh not required to quit it. If you have any another company offer letter, then only we can quit. Unnecessarily don't come out from the offices now. If you have any another job with another company, then only we can think of the present job. Yeah, then Shabaz Hussain. Yes, it will take like that. Yes, exactly. Your thought is right. Yeah, sure. Jayant Agrawal, in the document I have given already that link to you. Open that core Java document, there you can see that link. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's all, guys. That's all for today. Then I'll meet on Monday directly. Yeah, I'll start advance on new batch at evening time, guys, but not immediately. It may take some time. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Jalender three, Jalender three, definitely three. We are going to take 3 months of time. Okay, minimum. That is minimum duration. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Then thanks a lot. Thank you for your support, and we'll meet on Monday. Monday we are going to discuss about it. Spring Boot and microservices. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll meet on like what there Monday, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. ఖర్చులు కావాలి కదా నీకు guys, please confirm to me all of you are getting my voice on the screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you guys? Guys, please confirm to me all of you are getting my voice on the screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you? Guys, please check it. All of you are getting my voice on the screen. Yeah, nice. All right. Good morning, guys. And just give clarity for me. How many of you are attending both the sessions like 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10? Almost all of you. Nice. And how many of you registered for Advanced Java not attending servlets and JSPs? Any of you are available here? Registered for Advanced Java but not attended for servlets and JSPs at morning 7 o'clock. Okay, fine. Right, I'll talk it separately. So people are taking advantages from videos actually. At least courses startup days also you have to come at least first 1 week of time. Then if you come at offline there, I can see how many members are coming there. Really, you are not aware about it. Almost all the registrations for this class, these frameworks, advanced Java with frameworks and basic pack, complete Java package and all, almost all, nearly more than 250 members. Maybe 60 or 70 members are sitting now in front of me. At least first 10 days of time, basic classes is a course start of Spring framework. If we come to the offline classes, no, then it will be good thing. Then for core Java evening, we made a call to the students, no. Then I got the responses what there. Completely, we are depending on videos. Or every day video is coming, so we are attending that through that videos, no. Maybe tomorrow or day of tomorrow for this batch also, our admin people will call them why people are not attending there. No? Any other reasons? Any exams or kind of things? No. Any exams are going on for academic students? If they're academic students, they will not attend this 8:30 10 class. I'm sure about it. But still, see, then you are coming here for offline classes. But by thinking about your benefit, I'm giving that video support. But don't depend completely on that video support now. At least few days of time, up to first application development, come to the offline class. Those who are registered for offline class now. If you are in online, then no chances for you. Okay, right, sir. Then my online people are giving suggestions now. Don't upload videos, sir, immediately. Right, sir. No, not like that. Then anyway, then once you are committed for the service, no, then max level we are trying to give that service there, but don't depending on it. Yeah, definitely we are going to upload the videos on time and everything. Going on, at least I want to see your faces now. How many of you registered for this course? Of course, whether you like to see my face or not is a secondary. I want to see your faces at least. All right, sir. Then why I'm talking about this? No, I think these statements are going to be recorded. When they see this video, maybe today or tomorrow, at least they'll realize no. So next 2 to 3 days of time, I will check it whether all members are coming or not. Otherwise, next 10 days of time, I will not upload videos. Not lately. I will not upload videos next to 10 days of classes. Sure. Today and tomorrow, I'm giving time there. Those who registered for offline classes, at least first 10 days of time, you have to come for offline. Otherwise, next 10 days of time. Even after 10 days of time also, if you are not coming there, I will think about your admission. Okay. Right, sir. Now let's come for the point here. Okay, fine. Now see this, then what we completed there in the last session, or exactly the content here we discussed it there in the last session. The topics are introduction classes only, just about to introduce the frameworks. What's the requirement of it? Then that part we started there. So we are going to understand effectively the content. Right, sir. Again, I'm telling to you before starting this course, in general, in outside, what content is getting very good demand in outside there, Spring Boot and microservices. That is very hot in outside market, hot cake. Even if you have Spring Boot microservices in your resume, then you'll be selected immediately. It's a matter of weeks of time, 1 or 2 weeks of time to get selected in a company. Damn sure. But again, I'm telling there, even I can start directly Spring Boot, but complete awareness you will not get. Because of that reason, I'm telling to you, even if anybody else in outside also saying that, why you're learning this entire Spring, better to go for Spring Boot microservices now. Don't fall with that particular statements now. So in a standard approach, I'm taking the classes to you. First, let me complete the total Spring. Then after that, I will go for what there Spring Boot and microservices. More clearly, I'm telling now, at the time of announcing these batches also, whether you recognize it or not, I did not announce the batch with the Spring Boot microservices. I announced the batch with what there Spring Boot microservices. So Spring is also a course. And then after that, Spring Boot. Next one is microservices now. So for your better understanding, for your completeness, for our complete clarity point of view, first we have to understand the total Spring framework. Of course, still some companies are using Spring framework before this Spring Boot. Without Spring Boot, only Spring framework is also be going on. But very good demand is going on for what there Spring Boot and microservices. I have to accept that. So because of that reason, first we have to understand complete Spring framework. Why? Because your status I know clearly. Just almost all we completed core Java. Next one is like what there advanced Java we completed JDBC. So let's we start it. Okay, that is your status now. Now with this knowledge, if I start directly Spring Boot microservices now, how can you understand the content here? Spring Boot is direct step. First application of the Spring Boot is nothing but Spring Web Module. The first application of Spring Boot is what there Spring Web Module. How can you understand it without having awareness on Spring Web Module? So because of that reason, let me complete this Spring framework. Then after that, I'm telling to you Spring Boot and microservices. Why I'm telling this information there? You may get some misguidance from outside. Then to go for it, to don't go for that. That misguidance from outside now. So for that purpose, I'm giving some alertness to you. If anybody else in outside they are saying to you, don't learn a Spring framework, directly learn a Spring Boot and microservices. No, don't go with the statements. No, as I know this, as I know the total process. See, for example, think a minute about it. Without Spring framework, if I start Spring Boot and microservices, no, I may complete my batch a bit earlier mode or not. I may start new batch there, right? If I start new batch, more money will come or not. But still, I'm thinking about Spring in the sense, understand it now. It's not in that like what there in a different way. Completeness. We need to get the total base. We need to get clearly. This is permanent solution. Please recognize this. What I'm telling to you. It is a permanent solution. It is not like temporary solution. It's a permanent solution for everybody. Once you complete these frameworks here, in the next 10 to 15 years of time, you should not look back. You have to complete this total part. So because of that reason, I'm taking in a standard way, but try to attend the classes properly, try to understand the content. And one more thing I'm telling to you, maximum students are attending servlets and JSPs and what there, this is a frameworks concepts. Am I right or not? Maximum, majority of you are attending that. So your regular practice is very, very important. In core Java, you might be neglected the regular study. You okay up to core Java, it's okay, fine. It's worked out. Why? Because maybe after 1 week of time, even if you open the notebook, there we can see some content there we can understand at least some points here. But these concepts are not like that. Every concept is linked to concepts. Today, for example, if I discuss X now, tomorrow Y I'm going to discuss there. Definitely Y is depending on X. If you miss X, you will not understand Y. If you are not understanding X and Y, then there is no chance to understand Z. If you are not understanding Z now, better to stop these classes. That's enough. That's it. So because of that reason, regular study. Today, even the theory, blindly think of it. To prepare first Spring application, it may take minimum 10 days of time. Minimum 10 days of time it will take to start first Spring application. To type a program, a hello world program, if you want to show on my system there, 1 week to 10 days of time minimum it will take. So up to the time we have to understand theory only, complete theory. Why? Because we need to be get very much strong in the basics, foundation. After that we are going to see, without knowing what is the purpose of the framework, how can you understand Spring framework? No? Why frameworks are coming into the picture? That question I'm having there. We need to answer for this question. That's why then first I'm going to give the step by step each and every point. No, you must aware about all the points clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, then I'll go for the content here. Now try to understand it clearly. Right, sir. That's fine. Now let's come on to the content, guys. What I'm telling to you, can you tell us different technology which are trending and we should learn to become a successful software engineer? Right. Nice question. Anyway, I think all of you might be aware about it. But as per my concern, I'm telling to you, at present, the market is totally with what there, Spring Boot microservices. And if that profile, the Java developer having Spring Boot microservices, RESTful services, these three trending in outside. But to understand these three, under Spring, entire content is required, enter Java is required. Along with these three, if you have DevOps in our resume, Java developer with Java DevOps background, Java developer background with DevOps. If you have that in your resume, definitely you'll be very good resource in outside at present. Because of that reason only, in the full stack we included what there DevOps. DevOps in the sense Linux, AWS, and DevOps tools. These three things. Then you'll be very good resource in outside. Recognize this. If you're asking that, then I'm giving response for it now. Right, now let's come for our content here, all of you know. Right, guys, now Spring introduction part I've given. Introduction in the sense like what I've given there, what exactly the content I'm going to be covered inside the Spring framework. Up to this point only here we discussed it there. Clear or not? That's okay, fine now. Then what are the various modules which are available there? First introduction is existed here. Introduction part here I discussed it there. Next one is the steps to prepare Spring application. After the steps to prepare Spring application, next one is the core module. For core module, what programming knowledge is required there? Core Java is sufficient. No need to get even JDBs also to understand this core module. This core module is mandatory even for what the Spring Boot. Mandatory. Next one is Spring DAO JDBC model. What is the prerequisite now? Core Java and JDBC. Alright, next one is Spring AOP model. Core Java is sufficient. Core Java is sufficient, and a little bit about what there, some real-time tools like what there, log4j, this kind of things we required here. Okay, I'll discuss about it, no problem. Spring transactions, Core Java, JDBC, these things are required there. Next one is ORM, Hibernate is required. Web module, struts and JSF is required. Alright, sir. Struts and JSF is required. Next one is the Spring Web MVC module. Servlets and JSP, struts JSF. Basically, struts and JSP is not mandatory. Servlets and JSPs are required. Spring is security. Servlets and JSPs are required here now. Right, sir. Anyway, now these are the various things here we have to understand clearly in our Spring framework. After that, after completion of these concepts, there I will start with what there Spring Boot, then microservices now. Alright, sir. Now let's move on to the content, guys. All of you observe carefully. First of all, I'm telling to you, by using Spring framework, we are going to prepare enterprise applications. Of course, so many applications here we are able to prepare by using Spring framework. Of course, standalone applications we can prepare, database related applications we can prepare. Not only that, web applications we are able to prepare, distributed applications here we are able to prepare. So all the types of applications here we are able to prepare, but Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Now here I'm asking one simple question to all of you. Now try to answer for it. What is an enterprise? First of all, what is an enterprise? After that we will think about an enterprise application. First tell me, what is an enterprise? What exactly the meaning of an enterprise? It's a normal terminology, general terminology only, general awareness only, not like any too much technology. Before going to talk about an enterprise application, what is an enterprise? Simple, as per my awareness I'm giving there. Observe carefully. It is a group of, it's a group of organizations come under a single label. Come under a single label. It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. This is called as like what there, an enterprise. A simple example I'm telling there. And one more point, it is a group of organizations that come under a single label where business is going on. Where business is going on. Or else maybe instead of saying that a business going on, it is a business organization. It should be what there, a business organization. Don't say charitable trust is available. Don't say that is what there, an enterprise. Yes, sir. Are you getting my point or not? Okay, fine. What is an enterprise? It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. That's okay, straightforward point. Next one is, it's a business organization basically. It's a what there? Business organization, where business must be transferred. Business must be transformed. Business must be existed. I can take some examples now. Try to answer for it. For example, a roadside pachari shop is available. A roadside saloon shop is available. Can I say that saloon shop is an enterprise? There also be businesses going on. If you go there, maybe if you put some money, some services they're able to provide. There also be businesses going on. Money is transferred from one hand to another hand. Can I say it is an enterprise? No, leave it. That is low level, middle range. I am telling there. Durga Software Solutions. Can I say it is an enterprise? Can I say is that Durga Soft is an enterprise? No. Still no. I cannot say it is an enterprise. No. Here also the business is going on. I'm not saying Durga Soft is a charitable trust. I'm not giving any overarching kind of statements. No. We are giving services, very good. No. Very good services to the students. Genuine sir. No, it's not like that. Students are paying the money and Durga Soft is giving services. Definitely, we are not allowing any other student without payment. Do you think about it? Durga Soft is a charitable trust? Never. Don't think like that. Definitely business is going on. but still it is not an enterprise. Still it is not an enterprise. Right, sir. Next one is like what there? What is that another one here? For example, Reliance Group of Industries, Tata companies, Tata, the name Tata, Reliance Group of organizations. Nowadays, maybe Adani Group of organizations. We can say all these are like what their enterprises. Yes, sir. All of you get my point. And we can say all these are like what their enterprises. Yes, what is the difference? Can know? Example. Of course, the Reliance people are nowadays starting their own saloon shops. I think already in Mumbai they were available. In Hyderabad, maybe they just started. Reliance people have started their saloon shops. That's okay. But because of that reason, I'm not saying that Reliance is what there is an enterprise now. But I'll give some points here. If we take a Tata group of organizations, what we have there now, what exactly the sub companies are available inside this Tata under the label Tata? What are the various branches are available? What are the various verticals are available? Can you tell me? Right from salt to steel, right from salt to steel. So many domains are available for Tata. Example, Tata Salt, Tata Insurance, Tata Steel, then Tata Mobiles maybe, communication, Docomo or something else no previously. Then apart from that, what next one can know? Apart from this, no, TCS, best example, Tata Consultancy Services, Software Wing, TCS. Like this, so many, yeah, best example is like what the nowadays, Tata Motors is available. Do you know the Tata group of industries, they have taken over one very good cars brand. What is that cars brand there? Jaguar, right? Jaguar or any other one? Jaguar. Then the Tata people have captured that. Understand it here? Okay, fine. Now, anyway, then like this, so many branches are available, but all these branches are running under a single label. So we can treat it is like what there as an enterprise. Leave this one. Reliance Group of Industries nowadays. What they're having there no Reliance Group of Industries, then what they're having there no, there also be number of things, number of sectors, especially they're mainly they are in what their oil supply, right? Gas supply, Reliance Gas, that is one other one. Next one is what they're apart from that, the Geo Marts nowadays, and communication Geo, right? Next one is what they're Reliance Electronics. Am I right or not? Retail, right? Retail shops. Then apart from that, now they have taken steps in saloon shops also. Not only that, you are not aware about it, they are taking the steps in training institutes also. Really. But it was failure case for them previously, almost 5 to 6 years back, especially in Hyderabad, they want to capture that Chaitanya Educational Institutes and Narayana Educational Institutes. They want to take over them. But I don't know what happened there, but in the middle, that process was stopped. They want to be in a training part also. Understand it? So like this, number of things are available. They are under like what there a single label. So we can say it is what there an enterprise. So just this is a general as a awareness point on I'm telling there, not too much technical content here. What is an enterprise in the sense? These many things here we are able to get clearly. All right, so that's okay, fine. This is the meaning of like what there an enterprise. All of you are getting clarity. What is the meaning of an enterprise? Can know? All right, sir. Now tell me, Durga Soft is an enterprise or not? No, not at all. Durgasoft is not an enterprise. Why? Because Durgasoft is not having any other domain. Durgasoft is in what there training and a little bit in development. That do previously. Now at present we are not maintaining any development center. Previously we have a development center at Madhapur. Now just we stopped it during this before this corona. Okay, now Durgasoft is purely on what there training only. For example, if Durgasoft is in construction field, if Durgasoft is in food delivery, food field, answer my point, if Durgasoft is in like what there's some insurance domain, if Durgasoft has some real estate, if multiple domains are available for Durgasoft, then we can say Durgasoft is what there an enterprise. Get my point or not? So Durga Soft is now, as of now, it is not like what there is an enterprise. Roadside saloon shop is also not an enterprise. Just it is a shop. Good. Then after that, what is an enterprise application? In general, I'm telling that the meaning now. Enterprise application. What's the meaning of it now? Right. So the name itself is giving suggestion for us. No. What is the meaning of an enterprise application? It is a software application. Enterprise is what there? It is a software application. It is a software application. Okay. It will simplify. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. Of an enterprise. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. All of you get my point on it. It is a software application. It will simplify the internal business processing of an enterprise, or internal or external, whatever it may be, related to that enterprise. The total business processing have to be simplified. For that, if you prepare any application, then that application is called as what there? An enterprise application. Everybody understand this point clearly? Okay, fine. Next one is, after that, how we are able to prepare this enterprise application. To prepare enterprise application as a developer, being the developer, what I have to do as a software engineer, what I have to do if I want to prepare any enterprise application. All right, understand this clearly. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide the following layers. We have to provide the following layers. What are the layers here we have to provide there? Actually, let me show one diagram, guys. Now try to understand this diagram. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide a set of layers. What layers? Mainly. Then one more thing I'm telling to you, this is a high level representation. High level layers only. High level, topmost layers only I'm talking there. But if we open any topmost layer, where again sub layers are available, I'm not moving to the total sub layers immediately, but topmost layer. What are the various topmost layers are available to prepare an enterprise application there? The first one is like what there? User interface layer. User interface layer. Of course, in other words, we can call it as like what there? Presentation layer. We may call it as like what there? Presentation layer. User interface layer, or we can call it as what there? Presentation layer. Next one, after that, business layer. In other words, first of all, business processing layer, or we may call it as like what there? Business layer. Next one, after that, data storage and access layer, or in other words, persistence layer. In other words, we can say it is what there? Persistence layer. Overall, these are the three layers which are available to prepare our enterprise applications. User interface layer or presentation layer, business processing layer or business layer, data storage and access layer or persistence layer. Right, sir. Let's understand this clearly. Yeah, maybe people are asking to me, sir, can you give an example of for an enterprise application? Now, whatever the examples I said to you, for example, Reliance Group of Industries, they're having their own softwares. The software is nothing. Say, for example, a simple example, no need to think much about it. If you go for Reliance Fresh or maybe somewhere else, some supermarket, if you go there, what we are doing now, just we have taken some items there where billing is going on or not. How that billing is going on there? Through software, or directly you want to give like go for like what there? Then paper receipts now. What we are able to get there? Then through software only we are paying the bill or not? It's also be the part of like what there? An enterprise application. Not only that, Say for example, I want to book a Tata car, Tata Harrier, for example. Now maybe in a Tata also be so many cars are available, very good cars are available, right? I want to book a car. How we are doing that? Of course, we'll go to the Tata showroom. There we are going to select some car, maybe something else. But where your details and everything must be entered in that software or not? Customer details and everything will be entered in that software or not? That's also be what they're part of the enterprise application. Not only that, if you go for TCS, for example, TCS is an organization where internal softwares are working or not, internal softwares are running or not. For the sake of tracking our employees there, they definitely they require some internal software. It is also be the part of like what there, like an enterprise application there. Get my point or not? Like this, in every domain we can get like what there's some software. Nowadays everything is through softwares only. With respect to Tata, whatever the softwares they are using there, they are nothing but like what they're like an enterprise application. Of course, in a single enterprise in a single enterprise, a single application may be available or maybe multiple applications are available. Say for example, Tata Motors is available. It has its own application. Tata Insurance is available. It has its own application. The domain has its own application. Am I right or not? But altogether we can say an enterprise application, or individually each and every one is treated as what there, an enterprise application. Finally, applications are prepared for what there, an enterprise. There's a simple example here I'm telling to you, right? Of course, might be Flipkart and e-commerce applications there. Amazon or Flipkart, so many applications are available, not only this. Right, now let's come for the points here now. Next one is after that user interface layer or presentation layer or business processing layer or business layer or data storage layer or what next one here no persistence layer. These are the various layers which are available in an enterprise application. If we want to prepare an enterprise application, what layers here we have to provide in the sense these are the various layers here we have to provide. That's okay, fine. Now first let's understand the first one is like what there, user interface layer, user interface layer or presentation layer. Right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the need of it? Why we need to go for this user interface layer? That part here we have to understand. Let's say this one, the very first point here I'm telling to you, all of you observe carefully. What is the purpose of this user interface layer? The very first one is what there? It will provide starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. Understand this point here? It will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. What's the meaning of it now? Say for example, simple example, flipkart.com. Just on the browser, what we are going to type there, www.flipkart.com. Then what we are getting, sir? Home page of the flipkart.com here we are getting or not? That means that what is the meaning of it now? That is user interface or not? Where indexes are available or not? All items are listed or not? All categories are listed or not? That is nothing but what there, a look and feel. That is nothing but what there, an user interface. That is the first point for the user to interact with our application or not. Leave it. www.gmail.com. What we are getting, sir? Immediately login page you are getting or not? That login page is nothing but what there, user interface or not? Observe carefully. So definitely it will provide what there, starting point for the user or entry point for the user to interact with our what there, an application. So that's why that user interface is mandatory. Answer my point here. Is it possible to check our authentication without having login page? No. Without having username, password fields, text fields, and labels, without having that, is it possible to check my authentication? Not possible. Definitely we require that user interface or not. So that is the reason why it will provide a starting point for the users in order to interact with the application. That's point number one. Next, another one. It will improve look and feel. It will improve what there? Look and feel to the enterprise applications. It will provide look and feel to the enterprise application. Now, what is the meaning of it here? For example, guys, observe carefully. I want to book a car. I may go for some showroom there. In that showroom, some registration form is available. Online booking I want to do, for example. A registration phase here we are getting. In that registration phase, then what is available? Maybe some details here we entered. Customer details are entered. Along with that, booking date we have to provide. Booking date we have to provide or not? Okay, booking date is what there? Some date here we have to specify. Clear or not? How we are going to specify the date now? In the text field, you want to write like what there today date, like what there 30-01-2023. In that way, you want to write. Not providing good look and feel. Of course, text field providing date is not required. Along with the text field, maybe some icon is available. If you click on that icon, automatically calendar will open or not. In that calendar, we are going to select a particular date or not. Now tell me which one will provide very good look and feel. Providing your date in a text field or providing selecting date in the calendar. Calendar is giving very good appearance or not. This is the meaning of look and feel. That will be provided by what there? User interface. Presentation. Okay. Not only that. See, think a minute about it. If login page is not available, how can we provide our data to the Gmail application now? Username, text field, password field, where dots are displayed. If you provide a password data. Answer my point here now. Then how it is possible to provide our details to the application without this registration pages and login pages now? Got my point or not? So definitely that user interface is providing look and feel to the enterprise applications or not. That is another advantage here we have to understand clearly. Okay, look and feel is the main intention here. Next one is after that, after completion of this, it is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to get data from users. That means in order to transfer data from users to the server side application and from server side applications to the users. Am I right or not? Please check this statement here, what I've given. This is very, very important statement. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to transfer data from users to the server side applications and from server side applications to the users. Simple example. For example, what I want to do there, I'll go for some examples like what now. As a simple durgasoft.com is available, for example. Not even durgasoft.com there. For example, I want to go for facebook.com. I want to provide. Where immediately what we are getting there, Facebook login page here we are getting. If you are new to the Facebook, sign up process is available. Click on the sign up. Where registration page is open or not. In that registration page, I have to enter the data. When I enter the data, when I click on submit button, automatically user interface is sending the data what I entered to the server side application or not. Means that user interface is collecting data from user. The data is transferred to what their server side application. Server side application has done some process there. Then after completion of that process, server side application will send some data to the user through the user interface. Now user interface is collecting data from server side application and the data is displaying to the user. User can see the data, can get the data. So what is the meaning of it now? User interface is acting as a mediator or middle one between users and server side application in order to carry the data from user to server side application and from server side application to user care. Answer my point here. So that is nothing but like what they like as a user interface care now. That's okay, fine. Right, guys. Now I'm asking one more question. Now try to answer for it. I want to create, guys, all of you observe carefully. I want to create an application. In that application care, what I want to there, I want to take some user registration. User details I want to take through registration form. Observe carefully. In the user registration form, there are some fields. What fields are available? Date of birth field is available. Date of birth field. Okay. Right, sir. Date of birth field. For example, date of birth field is available. There, unfortunately, I provided the date of birth value is like what there. Say, for example, 45 hyphen 11 hyphen, say, for example, 2025. Is it a valid date for date of birth? Tell me, guys, is it possible? Huh? First of all, what is this 45? We thought of it, it is a day. What is the day maximum value? No, 30 or 31st, that depends on the calendar, right? Depends on the month. What is this 11 here? No, month. It's okay. 11 is okay, valid. Like here, we have 1 to 12. But date of birth in the sense, what is the meaning of it now? It must be a fast date or not? The date of birth, that year should be what their past year or not? But here, what we provided there, future year we provided. How much it is valid there? No, not at all possible here. That's why if we provide data like this, then internally what our program has to do, internally what our application has to do, come on guys, our application has to take the data, it has to check whether this data is valid or not, then it has to, if it is invalid, then it has to display some error message or not. Date of birth value must be a past date, it should not be a future date. Like this we need to get some message or not. So before using this data in our application, in our business logic, first we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. First we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. Am I right or not? Right, so the process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. The process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. Understand my point now? Right, sir. There are two types of data validations. How many types of data validations are available? Two types of data validations are available. What are the two types of data validations now? Client side data validations and server side data validations. Right, sir. First one is what there? Client side data validations. Second one is what there? Server side data validations. What is the meaning of this client side data validations and what is the meaning of server side data validations now? Very simple. Try to understand this. Server side data validation is nothing but, observe carefully, we have a form. We have a form. In that form, we provided the data. Some fields are available where I provided the data. When I click on submit button there, request will go to the server side application. Along with that request, our data will be submitted to the server side application. At server side application, our data will be stored in the form of a bean object. As per the application development, our request data will be stored in the form of what there? A bean object, for example. After storing the data in a Java bean object, we will get the data, we will use the data in our business logic. At server side application, business logic is available or not? There we are going to use the data what we submitted from client aligned with request. But before using our data in the business logic, at the server side application, if we are checking whether this data is a valid data or invalid data, before using the data in a business logic, if we are checking whether the data is a valid data or invalid data. The checking process is called as data validations. The checking process is called as what there? Data validations. Data validations at which mission? No? Server mission. Data validation at which mission? No? Server mission. That's why this type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. This type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. Got my point or not? To prepare the server-side data validations, we have tried Java code, purely Java code, not any other technology. Server-side data validations are performed by using Java, purely Java code. Understand it clearly? No? Okay, fine. This is completed. Next one. Another one is like what their client-side data validations. Another one is what their client-side data validations. What's the meaning of this client-side data validations actually? Observe carefully, all of you know. Simple point. First of all, I got a form from the server side application. That form is open in a browser. Form is available in the browser. Username or maybe user like address details or maybe some other details. Everything I provided. Date of birth values and everything we provided inside like what there a form. At bottom we are having a submit button. At bottom we are having what there submit button. Say for example, I enter the data. I enter the data. After entering the data, when I click on submit button, as per the concept, what is going to be happen there? Along request will be submitted to the server machine. Along with request, our data will be submitted to the server machine. Am I right or not? But here the point is what? Understand it now. When I click on this button, after clicking on this button, before submitting request to the server, in the middle, after clicking on the button, before submitting the data to the server, in between these two, our user interface will take our data and it will check whether the data is valid or not at a browser only. Before submitting data to the server at a browser, our data will be checked whether it is valid or invalid. Tell me, at which location that the data validation is going on, at a browser or at server side now? Browser only. Browser in the sense client emission only. At a client side only, the data is going to be checked whether it is valid or invalid. This type of data validations, is called as what their client side data validations. That's it. Now tell me all of you guys, what is this? What is the difference between server side data validations and client side data validations? What we are thinking about it now? Answer is very clear. If you perform data checking process at server side with Java code, that is called as what their server side data validations. But if you are checking whether the data is valid or not at a client browser after submitting data and before sending the data to the server side, if you check whether the data is valid or not, this type of data validity checking is called as like what their client side data validations. Now tell me, to implement server side data validations, what code is required here? Java code is required. Am I right or not? What code is required there? Java code is required. But to implement client side data validations, here we required JavaScript kind of technologies. What we require there no? JavaScript kind of technologies. Might be some of you complete already JavaScript. Am I right? No response, guys. Completed already. In the full stack Java, already we completed UI technologies where JavaScript you completed. In JavaScript, functions topic is available or not? JavaScript functions are exist or not? User-defined functions are possible or not possible? Possible here. We can call that user-defined functions either by clicking on button or by selecting some data in the checkboxes. No, like this, we are able to access that user-defined functions or not? No response, guys. On click attribute or maybe on submit attribute, then where along with that we have to call that functions, JavaScript functions there. Yeah, by using the JavaScript functions, we are able to implement client-side data validations. Answer my point here now. Client-side data validations, if we want to perform, there we have to use JavaScript functions. We have to use that. By the execution of the JavaScript functions only, client-side data validations here we are able to provide. Of course, right from HTML 5.x version onwards, inbuilt data validations are available along with the fields. Of course, in the text field, if you specify mandatory option there for any text field, no, mandatory is equal to true something else, no, automatically the data is mandatory in the text field. Without providing the data, if you submit the form there, then immediately it is providing like what there, data is mandatory in this field, please enter the data. Right from HTML5 version, I think so, right from HTML5 version onwards, data validations are inbuilt inside the HTML tags now. Yes, sir. All of you are getting fine, whatever it may be, whether it is an inbuilt concept or user-defined JavaScript functions, whatever it may be, that validations are performed at client side or not. So they are called as like what their client side data validations. Fine. Now tell me, to implement client side data validations, we have to use JavaScript functions or not? Definitely we have to use what their JavaScript functions. Okay. But here my question is JavaScript functions we are able to use. That's okay. But we have to define the JavaScript functions now. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define JavaScript functions or not. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define them or not. Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions? Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions? Right, we are going to define the JavaScript functions in the form of HTML pages only. In HTML page only, header part and body part, two parts are available. Inside the header part, we will define the JavaScript function. Inside the body part, we can call the JavaScript functions. Inside the header part, we are going to define what the JavaScript function. In the body part, we are going to access the JavaScript functions. Got my point or not? Now tell me, all of you now tell me here, that HTML file or JSP file, whatever it may be, is a part of the user interface or not? That HTML file is a part of the user interface or not? For example, if user interface is not available, there is no HTML file, there is no JavaScript function, how can we perform client-side data validations? No. How can we perform client-side data validations? No. Is it possible? No, not possible. So because of that reason, what is the conclusion here we are providing there? User interface is providing very good environment to implement data validation logic or to perform data validations. Get my point or not? So here the point is like what there? What's the point I'm telling to you? Observe carefully. To perform client-side data validations, to perform client-side data validations, with JavaScript functions, we require what their user interface. Right, sir. Understand my point here? User interface, it will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. It will improve the look and feel of the enterprise applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server-side application in order to transfer data from users to the server-side applications and from Java's and from server-side applications to the users. Next one is to perform client-side data validations with the JavaScript functions. That means it will provide adequate environment to perform client-side data validations with JavaScript functions. That is another point here we have to understand. Right, sir. All of you observe carefully. The next one here, after completion of this, listen carefully. I think in your user interface, have you understand the form tag? User forms topic is available in user interface in HTML, not more than that. Inside the HTML form tag is available to gather all the input components as a single place, to group all the input components in a single place in order to submit their data to the server as a single data. There's some form tag we are going to use. Am I right or not? Can you tell me inside the form tag what attributes are available? What attributes are available inside the form tag? Any idea? Say for example, action attribute is available to represent a particular server-side resource in order to perform server-side action. Next one is there is an attribute like method. Method attribute. Have you remembered that? Method attribute. To that method attribute, we are able to specify different types of request types, HTTP methods. Different types of HTTP methods we are able to specify. That means different types of requests. I have a form. From this form, I want to send get request for getting the data. I want to send a post request for posting the data. I want to send some like what there head request for getting headers of the response. I want to send some options request. I want to get which options are supported by my server side application. I want to send something else like put request to the server to perform some updations in the database or maybe updations in the server side now. Got my point or not? Different types of requests are available. HTTP requests are available. Different types of requests. Get to post to head put options. They may be delete. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Okay. Now the point is what I'm telling there. I'm asking to you. Try to understand this clearly. Login pages are using which request type now? Okay. Before that, I'm giving one more point. Get and post. If we compare there, get is not providing security, whereas post is providing security. Security point of view, which request type is very good now? Post request type is very good. Now tell me, from the login page, what request type here we have to specify? Is that get request or post request? Post request. In the login pages, we are going to specify what request there? Post request. One more point. If we specify the get request now, the data which we entered in our form, the data will be sent to the server as a plain text data. The data will be sent as what there? Plain text data. But if we use a post request now, the data what we provide in the form, the data will be sent to the server side application by encrypting the data. Post data will be encrypted while transferring in the network, but the get data will not be encrypted. The data will be transferred as a plain text data. Now tell me, security is more with what? Post request or get request now? Post request get. Now I want to send post request from my form. Login pages are using post request types only. I want to download a resource from my server side. Get request I'm going to use. I want to update my resources at server side now. Then put request we can use. Sir, got my point or not? So if you want to specify these many request types now, where we are going to specify these request types now? At the time of preparing the form, we have to specify some request type or not? That means in form tag, we have to specify method is equal to get, the method is equal to post, method is equal to options like this, we have to specify or not? That means in user interface only we are specifying this data or not? Come on guys, in user interface only we are providing this data or not? So here the point is like what there, it is a point, here the point is like what there, it will provide very good environment, it will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests, like what there, get, then what next one can know, post, next one is like what there, options, next one is like what there, put, next one is like what there, head, next one is like what there, delete, and so on and so on and so on. To specify these many request types now, here we have to provide like what there, here it will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests like what there, get, post, options, put, head, and what next one there, delete. It's clear, all of you know? So this is another requirement to go for like what there, user interface. Guys, I'm asking one question to all of you know, try to answer for this. What is the question here? Everybody now tell me here, what is the question here we have to understand? What is the requirement? First of all, tell me, to prepare an enterprise application, what layers here we have to provide? No, 3 layers here we have to provide. What are the 3 layers here we have to provide there? User interface layer. Next one is what there? Business layer. Next one is what there? Persistence layer, data storage and access layer. They are the 3 layers here we have to provide. Tell me, what is the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the requirement of this user interface layer? First one is what there? It is a starting point for every user to interact with our server side application. Second one is what there? It improves look and feel to the enterprise application. Third one is what there? It is a carrier, data carrier between user and server side program. It transfers the data from users to server side application and from server side application to user care. Next one is what they, it provides very good environment to perform client side data validations with JavaScript functions. Next one is what there, it provides very good environment to specify different types of requests like a get, post, options, put, head, delete, and so on. Yes, sir. Got my point or not? Then after that, after completion of this particular point here, another thing is like what there, observe carefully. To prepare this layer, to prepare this user interface layer or presentation layer, we are going to use a separate logic. We are going to use what there, a separate logic. That logic is called as presentation logic. We are going to use a separate logic. That logic is what there, presentation logic. To prepare user interface layer, we will use a separate logic called presentation logic. Next one is to prepare presentation logic, we will use a set of technologies like we will use a set of technologies like right sir, we'll use a separate set of technologies like what there, HTML, CSS, of course supporting technology for HTML. Next one is what there, then apart from that, right sir, HTML, CSS, of course JavaScript for the sake of these validations or event handling, for the sake of that. Next one is offer this Bootstrap as a framework for CSS. Then apart from that, then what next one here? Like sir, then AWT, am I right or not? Swing, Java related, AWT and Swing, they are for geo applications only. Right sir. Then apart from this, JSPs, web technologies, if you have to this, not servlets. Servlets, purely servlets, no. Server side only, but JSPs is also for what their presentation layer. For providing, for presenting the data, we are going to use what their JSPs mainly, and so on and so on and so on. So many things are going to be used clearly. That's enough. This is what exactly the meaning of like what their presentation layer, what we are having there, or user interface layer. Right, sir. Next one is what the second one is what there, business processing layer or business layer. Business processing layer or business layer. Right, sir. Business processing layer, and next one is what there, business layer. We can use the thing here now. Right, sir. Then shall we discuss this topic on tomorrow? Right, sir. Then tomorrow I want to go for this, and tomorrow we'll complete the remaining two layers here. Then after that, tomorrow we are going to start like what there, types of enterprise applications. I have to talk there, but types of enterprise applications already we discussed in the servers and JSPs now. Difference between web applications and distributed applications, almost 5 or 6 differences I'm given there. Just one time I'm able to read the statements, by that I'm able to complete the topic. Why? Because here also we have to discuss about what are their types of enterprise applications clearly. Yes, sir, got it or not? After that, after completion of this, web application models, web application model architectures are available, that we are going to understand. Model 1 architecture, model 2 architecture. There I'm going to introduce MVC architecture. After completion of this MVC architecture, we are going to talk about like what there, what is the requirement to go for frameworks. That point is very, very important. Frameworks introduction there I will provide there. After understanding the frameworks introduction, next, how many types of frameworks are available? Right, sir. How many types of frameworks are available? Then what after this? What are the various examples for the frameworks where Struts, JSF, and Spring? So many things are available. Then why Spring is so special when compared with Struts and JSF? What differences are available? Why Spring is very good when compared with others? There I'm going to give some reasons. After that, after understanding that Spring, next one is we are going to talk about what their Spring history. How many versions are available and which year the very first version is coming. What is the intention of writing the Spring framework? That introduction we are going to see. After completion of that, Spring versions. That means how many versions are available at each and every version, how modules are available. After completion of this, next one is like what there, overview of each and every module inside the Spring framework. Overview of each and every module. After understanding the overview of Spring, each and every module, then we are going to start steps to prepare first spring application. What components we require to prepare first spring application? In the first application, we are able to get very much clarity. Why we are discussing all these concepts? No, there in first application we are going to see. Observe carefully. In that first application, I'm going to include some files, so different files I'm going to prepare. Then their explanation part I have to give. Then afterwards, we are going to start with what their programming part can. Once if we complete that the first application development with all the steps, no, then I will start core module inside the Spring framework. Core module we are going to start. There we are going to see the remaining content one by one we are going to see. Max, understand this? Right from today, this is Saturday and Sunday, including that, we are going to have sessions. Don't neglect this. In JDBs, I think so, one or two small topics are remaining here. Then I'll take some time and then I'll cover the topics. Don't worry. But meanwhile, this next Saturday and Sunday also, we are going to have sessions that I will give that appropriate schedule, that exact time I will provide to you. Maybe on what there, tomorrow or day of tomorrow, I will give that announcement. But every Saturday and Sunday, at least 3 hours for servlets and 3 hours for Spring Framework I want to take on weekends. I'll give the schedule information there. If it is not possible on Saturday to take long session, definitely I'll think about like what there on Sundays. So max no holiday scheme we are going to plan until the completion of the Spring Framework. Then after that we'll think about what there Spring of Birch. As early as possible, I'm going to complete Spring Framework. Don't worry for it. Right, sir? That's okay, fine now. Okay, right, sir. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll see the remaining content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right, sir. And 7 p.m. class is what? What's the 7 p.m. class, guys? No, complete it. Okay, okay, right. Link is not prepared. Permanent link is not prepared. It is a demo link only. We can use that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Huh? Hmm. ఏం చేస్తున్నావు దాన్ని? ఇది ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ ప్రాబ్లం ఇది. ఏ వర్షన్ ఇది 12 కదా? మీకు ఎంత మించి మనం ఏం చేయగలం దీనిలో? ఇంక దీని మించి మనం ఏం చేస్తాం దీనిలో? అదే ఇంటర్నల్ తంతుంది అది. ల్యాప్టాప్ రావట్లేదు. చూడాలి అసలు ఏం ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటనేది ఇంకా క్లియర్గా. అంటే మేబీ మనకి తెలిసినంత వరకు కూడా సెటప్స్ ఏమి ఉండవు దీనిలో మ్యాక్సిమం. మనమేం సపరేట్గా సెట్ చేసేది ఏమి ఉండదు పాతలో కానీ కానీ పోర్ట్ నెంబర్స్. ఇప్పుడు అది జనరల్గా టిఎన్ఎస్ లిజనరా అదేదో ఉందో కదా దానికి. ఇది ఎందుకు పెట్టినావు మళ్ళీ? జేడీకి ఇచ్చావు కదా, అది జేడీకేలోని ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసావు కదా, జేడీకే 1.8లో ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ కూడా జరిగింది. సార్ రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి చూడు, రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి స్టార్ట్ చేయవు సార్, చూద్దాం. చూడు ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం. Yadav, nothing you scripted, guys. Then one class I complete, just overview I've given there. All right, okay. Registered for only frameworks. Could you please Shatagran Yadav, just please contact with the admin people there. They'll be available at yeah. Then I'll give some email ID to you. Then we can contact with them. Like www.durgasoft online training @gmail.com. Either we can go for it, otherwise might be 888-252627 or maybe 9246212143. Yeah, this is 9246212143. These numbers here we can contact there. So our people will be in touch with you. Then they'll provide information to you. Right? All right, guys. That's all, guys. Then tomorrow I'll continue the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So before starting the session, so let me decide what is the plan for today. So today our focus is only what is DevOps. That is only one thing we are going to be discussed for today only. So before starting, so audio is clear for all online students. Audio, video, everything is clear. So can you confirm in the chat box, please, all of you? Audio, video, everything is clear. So please, can anybody reply in the chat box? Just say hi, something. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Fine. So today our focus is only for what? DevOps. What is DevOps? We are going to be discussed for today. In tomorrow, we are going to be discussing about what is AWS. What is AWS and DevOps versus AWS. So today we're focused DevOps, tomorrow AWS and AWS versus DevOps. That is in exactly tomorrow day. So before starting this session, and let us course overview. What is this course? What exactly we are going to do? Let us course overview. So this course is designed with complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics, and shell script. So these four will be covered in this course. The total duration of this course is 4.5 months plus, not as minus, it is plus 1 week or 2 weeks plus or minus. Okay, it will take total duration of this course is what exactly 4.5 months. In that 45 days, more than 45 days, we are going to be discussing AWS. More than 75 days, we're going to be discussing DevOps. It is a combo, we can't separate. So if you want to join in this course, which are all the prerequisites? So Linux basics is required. If you want to join in this course, Linux basics is required. That I will be covered, don't worry. Linux basics I'm going to be covered, don't worry. And shell script also I'm going to be covered, don't worry. No programming like Java, .NET, Python, no programming is required. If you understand my language English, it is more than enough. It is more than enough, please. Laptop is required to practice every day, so minimum. So 10 Pro, Windows 10 Pro, 4 GB RAM is minimum, but I'm recommend 6 GB. i3 is minimum. So this is an exactly or laptop configuration. So who can join in this course? Yes, freshers can join in this course. Yes, freshers can join in this course. Experienced students also can join in this course, like developers, testers, AWS admins, Linux admins, Windows admins, DB administrators, any non-IT like a chemical background, mechanical background, any degree passed out, any non-IT students also can join in this course. Graduate, any graduation. Graduation is must and should. Any graduate like BTech, MTech, MBA, or a BSc computers, any degree is minimum qualification. So if you join in this course, which are all the benefits? If you join in this course, which are all the benefits, guys, please? So daily recordings will be provided. Once if you payment done, you will daily recordings will be received. After this class, some students may remember, some students may not be remember. Got it very clearly. But after this class, by seeing this recording, you can able to practice. My intention is providing the recording for practice only, not for saving somewhere else, for not sharing. It is student helping only. Then after reading, after attending classes, after watching video, after completion of practice, still if you have any doubts and clarification, I can clarify in the next class. Our motto is not attending classes and practicing. Okay, that is very, very important point. Resume preparation after completion of this course. Resume preparation, I'm going to be helping you. Interview question and answers, I'm going to be providing. Okay, 4 live projects will be covered, including in this duration 4.5 months. It is not a separate. Don't expect any separate projects. Course itself inbuilt, I'm going to be covering 4 live projects. For example, Ansible model, any model. So we're going to be start with what exactly basics understanding to advanced, then end of the model we'll do one project. That is a model of our classes. Okay, fine. 80% of soft material I'll provide, not hard copy, soft copy. So our classes start from where exactly? Very basic level. Each and every student can able to understand very easily, even non-technical students also. And it's going to be finished with an advanced level. So each and every class going to be explained theoretically, understand the concept. The same thing will be reflected in a practical on the same class itself every day. That you need to practice. You have to promise yourself practice 1 hour for a class, minimum 2 hours to practice. 3 hours per day you need to promise yourself before joining in this course. And after completion of this course, you will receive a course completed certificate for only freshers. Experience also get it, but don't mention anywhere. You know very well what is that. Got it very clearly. So after completion of this course, you will feel 1.5 years of experience and real experience. You can feel inside that you can manage in your resume, that you can manage after getting a job up to 3 years or 3.5 to 4 years also. Okay, fine. So daily you need to attend the 1 hour class. It's enough. Only 1 hour. After the class, I will clarify questions and doubts also. 1 hour is more than enough. 1 hour is equal to 5 hours per day. If it is increased 15 minutes, it's going to be increased 1 or 2 hours. Okay, so completion of classes doesn't matter. We can complete within 1 month also, but we need to practice. That is what 1 hour. It will take 4.5 months duration. So our classes are Monday to Saturday. Our classes Monday to Saturday. Sunday also sometimes we have baby monthly once. Sunday also we have a session monthly once Prior to one day, I'll inform you. Prior to one day, if it is Sunday, Saturday, or Friday, I'll inform you whether we have a class this Sunday or not. Okay. So you are going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee for what? Full DevOps course, full AWS, not for introductory way, full AWS, full complete course, and daily recording sessions also. You're going to be paying for what? Daily recording sessions also. And if you want to contact with admin, please use this information. Please use this contact our admin, contact information. I'm going to be sharing the chat box. Online students, please be get it and make it somewhere else saved. And what exactly we won't be discussing 4.5 months. What we are going? What exactly, guys? Please, course content link we need to require or not. So I'm going to be share this link, course content link. In the chat box, please be used that. If you copy paste in any browser, that link, you can able to see the course content link. Okay, first one is what first document is exactly what is a course overview, what exactly which you have discussed right now, only same thing only. But after the class, you can revise once again. Okay, fine. The next document is DevOps content. What exactly we are going to be discussing in DevOps, please look at once. It is totally around maybe 20 pages of DevOps content. Please. 20 pages of DevOps contents, guys, please. 20 pages of DevOps content. The same way, we have a AWS content also. We have a AWS content also. It is around maybe 9 pages or 10 pages of content. Please look at once. After the session, please revise once these two documents, what we are going to be discussing in the 4.5 months. So offline students, by end of the session, you can able to take it. And please ask me, I will share it. Okay. So this is an exactly course overview. Course overview. Shall we start a demonstration, please? Shall we start right now? Yeah. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Maha. My name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in it. My career starts as a Java developer. Then I turn as a DevOps engineer as well as with AWS and Azure also. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps engineer, senior DevOps engineer. That is in exactly my profile. Before starting this, so I have 3 questions I'm going to be asking. Please answer to me. What is an application? First question. The second question, what is a server? The third question is, what is SDLC? Please answer to me. What is the first question, please? Please read out. Please reply. What is the first question, please? Just type in as it is. What is the question, please? What is application? Just type it in the chat box, guys, please. All of you. What is an application, please? Application is nothing but a website. Application is nothing but a website, like a Flipkart website. Like a Flipkart, like a Book My Show, IRCTC. These are all we are calling as what? Application. So if you ask me definition point of view, if you ask me what is an application, if it is ask me definition, the working software which is written any programming like Java, .NET, Python, any programming we call as what? Application. So let me repeat one more time. What is an application, please? The working software which is written any programming language we call as what? Applications. Am I right or wrong? So after we have a developers or not, have you heard about Java developers, .NET developers or not? So after writing the lines of code which you are calling a software, the software we are going to be placed on server side. We are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, after writing software, the software is going to be placed on where? Server side. Then there itself we are going to be accessing what exactly as a website. Got it very clearly. So what is an application? The working software which is written in any programming language. That application we are going to be placed on where exactly? On hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed a Java application on server side, then there itself we are going to be accessing our internet as a website. As a website. Got it very clearly? What is an application? We understood. What is a server also? Server for what? For maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications. But what about next question is pending, guys? Please tell me. What is SDLC? So what is SDLC, please? How many people aware of this? How many people know about this? Online students can able to reply. How many of you know about this? How many of you know? How many of you don't know? Can you reply, please? If you know, say yes, sir. I know it. If you don't know, so no, I don't know. Can you reply in the chat box, all of you? Can you reply, guys, please, all of you? What is SDLC? Who knows? Who don't know? Because if you replied, I can explain more about this. Everybody knows it. We can move forward. That is the reason. I think somebody's know, somebody's don't know. But let us discuss about this. What is SDLC, guys, please? SDLC in the sense of what? Software Development Lifecycle. SDLC is nothing but what? Software Development Lifecycle. By using SDLC, by following SDLC process, we are going to be produce a software. By end of this SDLC, we can able to produce a software. The software we are going to be placed on server side. Then we are going to be accessing as what? Application. Understood very clearly. In SDLC, we have several stages and several phases. In SDLC, we have a analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. We have a several stages and several phases. So let us understand what is this role. Let us understand what is role, the phases and stages. For example, I want to build a Flipkart kind of applications. I want to build a Flipkart kind of applications. Can able to build this overnight? Within a day, overnight, can able to get this Flipkart kind of applications? Please tell me. No, we can't be. So I'm going to be asking you one more question. Please answer to me. Can able to build an apartment overnight? Within a day, can able to build? No. The same way we can't able to build our websites also. If you want to construct the house, we need to follow so many stages, and it will take 6 months, sometime 1 year also. We need to follow so many stages, and then only we can able to complete what? Our apartment or home, whatever. The same way our website also. If you want to construct, if you want to build this Flipkart kind of applications, we need to follow these all the stages. What are the first stage, guys, please? Analysis. Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. Who is the client here? Flipkart. What exactly this business? So whether it is required, how exactly login page, how exactly registration page, what is the payment gateway, what is the search page, How exactly tracking customer? Each and every information will be gathered from the client. Based on gathering information, based on gathering information, based on gathering information. So our architects will be designed. Design is nothing but what? Plan. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According into the plan, according into our plan, our developers will write the code. Our developers will write the code, either maybe Java code or .NET or Python, any programming, our developers will implement the software. But whether the software is in working condition or not, our testers will be verified by using Selenium test cases or automation test cases, performance test cases or manual test cases. Our testers will be verified. Once if it is verified, so we are going to be deploying on hundreds of servers. Once if it is deployed applications on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. Once if it is in access, that's it. No, whether this application is in working condition or not, we are going to be monitor and maintain. Monitor and maintain. This entire process we are calling is what? This entire process we are calling as what? SDLC. SDLC. In this total process, so we have a developers, we have a testers, we have AWS administrators, we have a Linux administrators, DB administrators. If you are IT profile, if you are doing an IT job or any profile, any platform, you are part of this SDLC, including DevOps engineer also. If you are working in IT software, you are part of this. Maybe developers are working on where? Developers are working on where exactly? In implementation part. Testers working on where? Are DB administrators, DevOps engineers, AWS engineers, Linux administrators. All together, we are going to be working in SDLC. By end of the day, we are all not a DevOps engineer, we are all either developers, including AWS engineers, DevOps engineers, Java developers, .NET developers, or we are all together, we are going to be involved in SDLC. By end of the day, we are going to be produce a Flipkart kind of application. A Flipkart kind of application. Understood very clearly? I hope you people are understand what is SD. What is SDLC? I hope you people are understand very clearly. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing DevOps process. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is DEV, guys, please? The DEV is nothing but what? Development. DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operations. The combination of software development plus operation, we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps, guys, please. For example, let's say for example, in SDLC, we have several stages and several phases, which you already discussed. Am I right? Yes. Just in assume, so our SDLC, we have several stages. Am I right? It may be developers are working here. Maybe testers are working here. Maybe it is a pre-production. It is live. So the last one is what? Live. It is a live product. So these are all the stages we have, guys. So many we have, but let it be scripts. So developers are going to be writing from where exactly? In dev environment, developers are writing it by using Java code. Then what exactly it is moving into the testing environment. After verify and test, we're going to be moving into the pre-production. Pre-production to the production. Pre-production to the production. But my point is what exactly I'm going to be discussing with you guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Production. It's nothing but operations, guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from dev environment, ends with operations. That is what exactly point I want to discuss with you. Yes. So dev is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of software development plus operation, we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps. That means our roles and responsibilities start from where exactly? Dev environment, ends with operation. That means we are part of dev environment, build, test, release, deploy, operation, and monitor. So these are all the stages we are part of it. But to be frankly, we are not writing any coding. Sorry. We are not writing any coding. To be frankly, we are not writing any test cases also. So our job is just, we are going to be implementing, DevOps process from where? Dev environment to operations with an automated process, is nothing but what? DevOps. Is nothing but what? DevOps. So, for example, developers are writing a code, the lines of code, the software. The software is going to be moving into a production environment with an automated process. That automated process is going to be created by DevOps. That is only role we are going to be playing in SDLC. There is developers writing a code, testers are writing test cases, DB administrator working in AWS administrator working on AWS. All the people are together, we are going to be complete our SDLC process. In top of SDLC process, as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be implementing an automated process. So if you are implementing an automated process, what will happen? What is an exactly DevOps? Anybody help me? What is a DevOps? DevOps is a technology like Java.NET? No. Is DevOps is a technology like a Java.NET? It is not. DevOps is not a technology. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from dev environment to operation with an automated process. If you are implementing an automated process, we can able to deliver the software within shortest time. As soon as possible, we can deliver our developer software into the production environment. If we are delivering within a shortest time, and cost is going to be reduced, we can able to reduce the cost, and we can able to provide highest quality. Understood very clearly? What is DevOps? Let me repeat. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from where? Dev environment to operations. While delivering developer code into the production environment, we can able to deliver within a shortest time with the high quality, with low cost, is nothing but what? DevOps process. Is nothing but what? DevOps process. If we are replacing with our SDLC process with DevOps process, if you are replacing with the SDLC process with the DevOps process, what are all advantage exactly, please? What exactly DevOps aims, please? So we can able to deliver very fastly. We can increase the speed. We can increase the speed and frequently. And we can able to improve n number of deployments. And with highest quality, with lowest cost, with lower failure rate. These are all the advantage. These are all the advantage we can able to get it by helping our DevOps process. Simply, if you call this Speed increase, cost is reduced. Quality is increased, and so quality is increased, cost is decreased, means who don't want this technology. That is the reason. So more demand in DevOps. Understood very clearly. If you go for any shopping mall, so Pepe jeans or any pant and shirt is buying, instead of 2000 rupees, if you're getting 200 rupees, you are happy or not? Are you going to be saving our expenses or not? The same concept. Fine. Fine, please. So, but whenever after getting a job, if you are, what is an exactly roles and responsibility? Once if you are getting a job, what is an exactly roles and responsibilities, guys, please? So as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be replaced with a complex pipeline with a transparent pipeline. Sir, what is a complex pipeline? What is an exactly transparent pipeline? We should understand or not? So first we should understand what is a complex pipeline. Then we're going to be understand what exactly transparent pipeline. What is an exactly complex pipeline? Our SDLC process is a complex pipeline. We know very well SDLC or not? We have discussed already. What is SDLC? SDLC is what? Complex pipeline. What is a transparent pipeline? DevOps process. Very simple. So we understood very clearly what is SDLC. We understood very clearly what is DevOps process. So we are going to be replacing with what? Our SDLC process with what? DevOps process. Why we are calling SDLC as a complex? Because if it is a manual process, it is not automated. SDLC is not a automated, it is a manual process. So from analysis to design to implementation, testing to deploy to maintenance, it is a manual process. If it is a manual process, if you got any issue, any problem in the middle, so it will take long time for resolving issues. For identification issues, it will take long time because of it is a manual process. Example, a water pipeline. The water pipeline is underground. Example, somewhere else a blockage, there is no leakage, it is a blockage. So can able to find immediately where is the blockage? Experts are required or not? We need to pay more salary, more amount or not? Even experts also can able to resolve within half an hour, within a 1 hour, within a day. No, it will take long time. The same process in SDLC process also. If you are following SDLC process, if you got any problem, for identification it will take long time. For resolving issue also it will take long time. That is the reason what we will do. We are going to be replacing with what? An automated transparent pipeline. An automated transparent pipeline. Automated transparent pipeline by using what? DevOps. Same water pipeline, it is a transparent pipeline. Look like this. Same pipeline, same usage, but it is a transparent, it is an automatic. Understood? Any issue in this middle, any problem in the middle occur, any issue, any blockage. So can able to see one look itself or in this transparent water pipeline. So can able to see one look itself where is an exactly problem and can able to resolve as soon as possible or not. The same way DevOps process also. Because if it is DevOps is an automated process. DevOps is a transparent process. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, please. Okay, fine. 1 second. Yeah, fine. Let it be. Let it be continue, please. What is an exactly we are going to be, guys, please? We are going to be replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. Why we are calling DevOps is a transparent pipeline? Because if it is a transparent with an automatic. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, easily we can able to identify, easily we can able to resolve. But actual DevOps process, how exactly look like this? This is what exactly our actual DevOps process, which we are going to be implement. Our actual DevOps processes look like this one. In this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have several stages and several phases like plan, code, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. But in this DevOps process, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. Starts with where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Operation. That means our roles and responsibilities in dev environment, in integration part, testing, release, deploy, and operations. Understood very clearly. To be frankly, while implementing this DevOps process, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing a DevOps, an automated, a transparent pipeline only. Why? To make it speed, to increase the quality, to decrease the cost. So that purpose only we are going to be implementing our DevOps process from where exactly? Dev environment to operations. So let us understand this DevOps process in stage by stage. What exactly are roles and responsibilities in each and every stage? Let us understand, guys, please. In dev environment, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. The writing is responsible by whom? Developers. The lines of code is responsible by whom? Writing is responsible by whom, guys, please? Developer. After writing by developer, that code, which who are all maintaining? Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing the code, that code is going to be maintained by DevOps engineer. That's what we're part of dev environment. Clear, all of you? It's very important point. Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing, that code is going to be maintaining by DevOps engineer. But how many developers we have? Please, anybody help me? How many developers? Please tell me. N number of developers. We don't know. So all developer source code. So every day, morning to evening, each and every developer writing N number of code. But all developer source code, we need to integrate or not? We need to integrate or not? Yes, we are going to be integrate. How? Continuous. We're going to be integrate. Once if it is integrate all developer source code, whether the software is in working or not, we need to execute our test cases. These test cases, who is writing? DevOps engineer or testers? Testers will write, not by you and me. So we are going to be just integrate only test cases. Our job is only integrate, which is written by testers. Once if it is execute test cases, if there is no error, or else if you got an error, automatically it is redirecting back to the developer. Developer has to fix the issue again integration, again this error. Understood very clearly? So developer code going to be integrate, then it's going to be verified by the test cases. Once if you got an error, automatically it is going to be redirected back to the developer. This loop will be repeated until what? 0 errors, 0 bugs. Once if it is everything is fine, without any error, without any bug, we calling as what? The working software as a application. What is the first question which you asked, please? What is application? What is an application? The working software without any error. If it is working software is ready, what we will do? Directly we going to be placing on server side? No. Directly we are going to be placing on server side? No one. We need to hold or halt in a particular period of time in a release. in a release. In a particular maintenance window, a particular scheduled date, we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. On a hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. This entire process is we calling as what? DevOps. Once if it is placed our application, once if we are accessing this website to our internet, our job is finished. Is our job is finished? No. Whether it is working or not, we need to monitor and maintenance. That is also responsible by the DevOps engineer only. Got it very clearly? What is the DevOps process? So DevOps is a process which you are going to be implementing from where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. Ends with where? Operation. That means we are part of dev environment, integration, testing, release, development, and operation. We are going to be implementing DevOps, an automated transparent pipeline. While implementing this transparent pipeline, make sure whether you are going to be deliver within a shortest time, with high quality, with low cost. This is an exactly DevOps process. I hope you people are understand what is in exactly this DevOps process. What is in exactly this DevOps process. But for implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be using? We should learn some tools tag or not? For implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be, guys, please? Let us list down. Let us list down. Let us list down. Which are all tools, guys, please? Git we are going to be learning. Maven we are going to be learning. Jenkins we are going to be learning. JFrog we are going to be learning. SonarQube we are going to be learning. Configuration management like Ansible, Chef, AWS, complete AWS. Docker we are going to be learning. Kubernetes we are going to be learning. Vagrant we are going to be learning. Nagios we are going to be learning. Elk we are going to be learning. Terraform. So these are all the tools we are going to be learning. For learning these tools, it will take more time. So by using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing this DevOps process. How exactly these tools are fitting into this diagram? Let us understand. So firstly, so n number of developers writing code or no? That code is going to be maintaining by whom? Maintaining by whom? DevOps engineer. But DevOps engineer is going to be maintaining it by using which tool? Which tool? By using Git. Git is a version control. All developer source code as a DevOps engineer, we are maintaining in a Git version control. Git version control. But all developer source code we should be execute or not? We need to build or not by using Maven. But this entire process we are going to be automated or not? By helping of Jenkins. Jenkins is an automation tool. In automation tool, this entire DevOps process is going to be automated with Jenkins only. Once if it is an automated, and we are going to be hold our working software in release or not? The release is nothing but what? By using JFrog. JFrog is nothing but what? Release. And we are going to be learning SonarQube. SonarQube is what exactly? Code analyzer. It is an optional tool, but we are going to be discussing. By using SonarQube, whether developers are following standards or not, it will verify and give statistics and reports. By using these are all the tools. Which are all tools, please? List down. Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. We are going to be implementing CI/CD process. Continuous integration, continuous delivery, one module. These are all the tools we call as what? One module. It will take 3 weeks. Example. Or 4 weeks sometime. All of you understood very clearly. So where exactly CI/CD, guys? CI/CD is nothing but what? continuous integrating, continuous delivery, continuous integrating, making working software. We are going to be continuously delivering. I'll repeat this diagram. Let me. So after writing by developer, all developer source code continuously we have to integrate. Am I right or wrong? Then making working software by executing test case. Once if it is making working software, we are going to be deliver, continuously deliver. Once if it is deliver, we are going to be placed. We are going to be placed on how many servers, guys, please? If it is one server, not be here. You not be sit here, not required. Understood very clearly? So we are going to be handling, we are going to be placed our applications on hundreds of servers. That is the reason we are be here. We are using DevOps. Understood? So after completion of CACD, after delivering working software, we're going to be placing on where? Hundreds of servers. But these hundreds of servers, if you want to configure, sir, what is the configuration? Configure means what? If you buy a new laptop, what we will do? Configuration. You buy a new laptop one day. You're going to be configure or maybe network settings, maybe installing some software like a Microsoft, maybe PDF. You're going to be configuring something XYZ or not, according to your requirement or not. That we are calling as a configuration. But here is how many servers we have? Hundreds of servers, and each and every server we need to install the software. We need to create a file. We need to change the files. All of you are not. But if you want to do manually, server by server, how much time? Just think about it. For laptop, it will take minimum 1 hour, and I hope maybe. But server, it will take more than 2 days, 3 days also for server. But 100 servers, it will be completed how many days and it will how many months? Can able to complete within the end of the day? No, but if you want to do that, we require an automation process. That automation process, we are going to be implementing by using what? Configuration management service. Configuration management. So what is an exactly configuration management? Please anybody help me? You know that answer. Manual process replaced with an automation process on a hundreds of servers. It is nothing but a configuration. So our job is what exactly? Creating files, installing softwares on hundreds of servers. How? With manual or without manual? Without automation. Manual or automated? Automated. For that we are using what? Configuration management. By using configuration management, hundreds of servers we can automate. We're going to be replaced with what? Manual process with what? Automation process. Automatically we can able to create a hundreds of servers. Automatically creating a files on hundreds of servers. Automatically installing softwares on hundreds of servers. Clear all of you? But for this, which are all the tools supporting, guys, please? So it's going to be supporting Ansible and Chef. Ansible and Chef. By helping of configuration management, we can automate n number of dev environment, we can automate it, testing environment, we can automate it, production environment, we can automate. But we are going to be learning one push model. Ansible is a push model. Chef is a pull model. One push model we're going to be learning. One pull model we're going to be learning. Clear all of you? What is a pull? What is a push? Don't ask me. We'll discuss in the regular session. It will take 1 hour. For that statement, if you want to clarify, it will take 1 hour, not for today. Okay. I will discuss deep discussion, not for today. And then we are going to be, please, we're going to be discussing what exactly? AWS. AWS is a complete course. We're going to be discussing AWS as a complete course. But here is what we are going to be understand. So as we discussed, we are configuring how many servers one day? 100 servers. From where we are getting hundreds of servers? If you have a laptop, we can configure. If you don't have a laptop, from where you can able to get it done? Question is that. Where? From where? How many times? How many ways we can able to get a servers done? Physically, like your laptop. virtually and cloud. Which cloud? AWS. Which cloud we are going to be getting as please? Hundreds of servers we are going to be getting from where? AWS. On top of hundreds of servers, we can able to implementing automated process by helping of Ansible and Chef. I'll repeat this point, very important point. Getting servers from AWS. After getting servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Chef and Ansible. Chef and Ansible. That's very simple. Am I right? But so we are going to be deploying servers on where? AWS service. Am I right? By using Ansible, by using Chef, we are going to be deploying our applications on a hundreds of AWS servers. That is the point we're discussing from starting of the session. Application, what is an application? Am I right? The first question is that only. But I've shown you only one server, but right now 100 servers. But the servers are from where exactly we're getting? AWS. That is the point. Fine. But are we deploying our applications on only AWS servers? Are we deploying our applications on only AWS servers? No. We can deploy our applications on Docker also. We can deploy our applications on Docker container. Understood very clearly. If anybody asks you what is a Docker, what is the statement? Docker is for only websites deployment. Understood very clearly. What is a Docker? For placing our websites. Very simple word. What is a Docker? For placing our websites very easily, with the high performance, with low cost. Understood very clearly. How much cheap, you know? For example, Pepegin, you want to buy it for 10 rupees. Is it cheap or not? Same quality, same fan, but 10 rupees. Same thing here. So for getting servers, instead of spending crores of rupees, we can able to deploy application with a minimal cost by using Docker. What is a Docker? Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our application. That is a definition. But easy way for deploying our websites. Simple word. Definition point of view, Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our applications. Understood very clearly. Example. So container. Have you seen this container in a lifetime? Have you seen this? Have you seen this container space? I think you would have you seen this in physically somewhere else on roads. You can see this type of containers. How exactly this container works? Same are Docker containers also. But by using this container, we can able to transport in the via sea. But by using our container, we can deploy our applications, means websites. That is only difference. The same as it is, no difference. Understood very clearly. But these containers can manage by who? These containers can manage by whom? Ship. But where is the ship here? Kubernetes. So Docker, by using Docker, we can able to deploy n number of applications on n number of containers. Those containers can managed by controlled by Kubernetes. Steering of the ship. Understood very clearly. So not only deploying our applications on Docker, not only deploying our applications on Kubernetes, we are going to be deploying our application by using Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. We can able to create a virtual machines in your laptop, or not a production environment. On top of, we can deploy applications also. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool for only laptops, not for production. But AWS is a production environment, Kubernetes is a production environment, Docker is a Kubernetes production, but Vagrant is only for dev environment. And we are going to be using Nagios. Nagios is a system monitoring, means RAM, what is the RAM size, CPU, we can able to monitor. We're going to be learning ELK. ELK is a Elastic Log Access Kibana. We're going to be monitor applications, how exactly this website is performing. And we are going to be learning Terraform. Terraform is a cross cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create a service in cross cloud, means AWS, Azure, Google, any cloud. By using these are all the tools, by using these are all the tools, by using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. Clear all of you? So what is the DevOps we understood? Which are all the tools we are going to be understood? And which tool is where exactly we are understood very clearly? Clear or no? What is the DevOps? If anybody asks you what is the single line answer? DevOps is an automated process implementing from dev environment to operation to make it speed, mean shortest time, increase the quality, decrease the cost. This is only one sentence. Please write down and we can leave. Only one sentence. I'll repeat. What is a DevOps? DevOps is a process. So for implementing an automated process from dev environment to production environment or operation. While implementing this process, our working software, which is written by developer, making very speedily within a shortest time, we can deploy on production server with high quality, with the low cost. It is nothing but DevOps process. This is only one point we learned for today. This is only one line sentence we learned for today only, the whole story. Okay. Tomorrow, we are going to be discussing about what is AWS and what is the difference between AWS and DevOps. That is a class for tomorrow. I hope you people are understand what is DevOps enough for today. I don't want to hit your brains more for today. Tomorrow we'll discuss about what is AWS. Then we can compare. Understood? Very clear. That is a class for today. Do you have any questions, please? First, let me take an online student's question, then I'll take an offline. Okay, first let me clarify online students. So before taking the questions, please let us revise. So this is, as we discussed, DevOps plus AWS Planet Special by me, Maha. So total duration is 4.5 months. Daily 1 hour class, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. 1 hour session only. Before 9 a.m. I'll close the session. Don't be exceeded because of you need to practice. Monday to Saturday. Sometimes Sundays also. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. For what? Full AWS, full DevOps, but daily recordings. Without recordings, we can't be practice. Sorry. It is inbuilt, no separate videos included, nothing. It is a combo package, single time fee. So Linux basics, shell script, I'm going to be covering. No programming is required. Freshers and experience can also join in this course. If you want to join in this course, minimum graduate is more than enough. Daily recordings will be received by after payment via Google Drive. The 11 months of access from date of registration, you're going to be access 11 months. Sir, only 11 months? No, lifetime. Unofficially. Officially, 11 months. Unofficially, lifetime. But namesake, we need to give expiry date or not. That's what 11 months. And resume preparation, interview question and answers. Yeah. Live, 4 live projects. These 4 live projects inbuilt the course, not a separate. 80% of the soft material, our course starts with what exactly? Very basic level, finish with an advanced level. And each and every session is a practically oriented session. It is my admin information. It is my course content link. I'm going to be share one more time in the chat box. Please be get it all of you. Oh, excellent. So please be get it. So before taking our questions, please. Before taking our questions, please. For offline students, please make it note this. Take a photo or note it. Spelling is N is a calculator. 1 second. So please make it note. T.ly/NJXB. N is a capital letter, X is a capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. N capital letter, X capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. So try to view and we'll meet by tomorrow. So any questions, please, online students, please. Kumar asked this question. So yeah, you can. So even telecom background also you can able to shift to IT. Don't worry. So our class is very easy to understand, very slow. Everybody can understand. Even non-technical students also easily can understand. Please, Kumar, you can happily join in. So Jay Kumar, please. I would like to have a call with you one-on-one regarding course. So what exactly the question? Please ask me in the chat box. Try to answer. Still, if you want to talk to me personally, call to our admin. They will arrange a conference. Jai. But after 10 or 11 o'clock, please call to our admin. They will arrange a conference call. You can talk to me personally. Okay, but not here. One-to-one. But if you want any question, if you want to talk to me any technical questions, so please wait. By end of the session, I can talk to you. Personally, if you want to talk to me, conference. But if you want to talk to me right now, please wait. End of the session, I can allow. But right now, no. Fine. Sir, any other questions, please, all of you? Online students, please. Online student, please. Yes. So IT, non-IT, or experience, non-experience can join in this course easily. But December, January, usually it is less openings. That is a common thing. But after Pongal, after Sankranti, automatically the openings are increased. But if you join in this course, half of the course will be completed by January. Am I right or not? Then, so February end, maybe within 4 months, the course will be completed. So when you're going to be complete this course, more openings you can able to get it. Don't worry. From non-IT completion of 2018 batch, can I get a fresher? So 2 years maybe. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. If it is, I think, 4 years gap, that means you are going to be as an experienced. Vaday Bhaskar, yeah. Bhaskar asked this question. Job assistant, definitely. I shared very clear resume preparation, entry question and answers. So materials providing. Job assistant, definitely. But any job guarantee, please talk to it. There is no job guarantee program in my classes, only job assistant programming. Bhaskar, definitely. Yeah, is there any other questions, please, all of you? Is there any other questions, please? Yeah. So is 2 years of experience, guys, got an interview calls? So 2.5, I'm recommend 2.5 to 3. More openings as of right. 2 places also we have, but compared to 3, less. Freshers also getting calls, but the ratio is, for example, experienced guy getting 10 calls per example. Maybe freshers can get 4 calls, 4 to 5 calls. Maybe after January, I'm talking about, not December this month. Sunil. Yeah. Is there any other question, please, online students? Can I move to the offline? Yeah. Is there any questions, offline students?
Practical explanation. Is hands-on explanation.
Hands-on means what exactly? For example, I will show you here only. So, for example, one concept called.
This answer website used to be open and you say how to submit to your client.
I will show you in the live itself. I will show in the live example. That is only simple example. For example, Ansible, how to write a playbook, how to execute the playbook, how to configure servers. Practically, I will show you slowly, class by class. That's what Ansible itself 3 weeks will discuss. Ansible itself 3 weeks. Chef itself 3 weeks. CICD 3 weeks. Ansible AWS 6 weeks. Sorry, 8 weeks. I think 8 weeks or 7 weeks. We're going to be discussing AWS. I don't exactly plus or minus 1. Docker component 1 month. Why? Because of practical things. Each and every session is a theoretical explanation. We should understand the concept. Then only if you show practically, you can understand. Directly go for practical, nothing. And that is a blur. Hands-on. So project also in. Example, Ansible. What is Ansible? Why we are Ansible? We should understand. So day by day, slowly, we are going to increase each and every concept. So all the functionality, what are the features in Ansible? We're going to be discussing practically. Everyday practical. By end of the session, by end of the module, we'll do one real-time project on a module. In AWS, in DevOps, 4 modules here. That means 4 projects. Ansible 1 project, CI/CD 1 project, Docker and Kubernetes 1 project, Chef 1 project. So complete one CI/CD pipeline. This is a reason. That's what it will take time. So if you want to complete this course, 1 month is enough. Theoretically. But it is not that. That's what it will take 4.5 months to 5 months. Minimum 4.5 months. That's what classes means it may take 1 class or month. So time is not concern for me. Time is not a concern, but we need to complete and practice what we are given content. That is my reason. One second. How much experience can I after this course? You can show up to 4 years. You can show up to 4 years by this course. What is the question, please? Okay. Eligible. For example, your name, please? Rajesh. So Rajesh had this question. So I have a 10 years of experience, 11 years of experience. 11 years of experience I have already. Okay. How exactly we can able to show this, please? How exactly we can able to show? I have a totally 11 years of experience in IT in resume. From last 3 or 3.5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps. You can show like that. But how exactly convince? I'm working as a, for example, XYZ technology like .NET or Java, whatever. Internally, so my project in the project, we got an opportunity to work as a DevOps, and that's what I transfer. Depends. We can convince. It is possible. So this course is not only for freshers, not only for experts, in both. Even 15 years of experience or 20 years of experience Java architect should learn this course. There is no exceptional for that. Not optional, should be learned. Even VP, vice presidents of the company, or a senior manager, or senior architect, who are all working in top position as software, there is no option for them. They should learn DevOps. Even freshers also. Understood very clearly. Anybody should learn. Even testers should learn this. For example, you join as a developer, Java developer. Last maybe 2-3 years on working. For him also, there is no option to learn it. You should learn DevOps. If you are a developer, there is no option to you. Should learn this course. Whether you want to continue developer, whether you want to continue as a DevOps, that is the secondary. Even testers also. Even if you are admin, infra side, so no question about it. You should learn this course. Fine. All of you understood very clear. So one more thing, compared to developers, more packages. Compared to developer, more packages here. If you are getting a more package, more work. If you are getting a more salary, that means we need to affect more. We need to mentally, we need to prepare for that. Mentally ready for that. We are working for money. Okay, please keep on the mind. So we need to hard work. We need to hard work. If you do practical, what I'm delivering in the class, if you do the same class, same if you practice, it is more than enough for getting a job. So you have to promise before joining in this course, practice. 1 hour class, 2 hours minimum practice per day. It is more than enough. So that's it for today. So will we continue by tomorrow? Please. It's depending on coding, but we're not learning coding. We're handling Java, but we're not learning Java. After writing code, we need to handle the code. We need to handle the code. That means we're not writing any code. Understood very clearly. Some scripts are required. Formats we require. I tell you. I will teach you guys. Maybe YAML, Ruby. Maybe maximum we are going to be using if condition. If, variable, if. Maximum. Nothing. C, nothing, if else, data structure, nothing. No data types in, no variables we are going to be using. That is also string type only. No, not required. Python is not mandatory, but it's, if you want, yeah. If you want, yes. But what's the problem? If we are keeping Python on Python with DevOps, more weightage. We can't handle after getting a job. That's the reason. So as a beginner, as a fresher, so getting a job, as a looking for a job, Python is not including you. But after getting a job after 3 years, 1 year, if you settle down as a DevOps, then looking for Python with DevOps. After getting a job, after 3 years. That's very clearly. With this combo, what will happen, after getting a job? You become a scientist. Understood very clearly. Means what? There is no time for your family. You're dedicated to the company, dedicated to the project. No personal life. That's what I'm not recommending. Without Python also, we can happily get a job. We can continue. There is no problem. It is an option. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. Will be continue tomorrow. If any questions, any doubt, don't worry. We'll meet tomorrow again. We can discuss. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. Will be continue by tomorrow. So today our agenda is what is AWS? What is AWS? That is in exactly our agenda. Okay, but in yesterday we have discussed what is DevOps. Okay, from new students we have, that is the reason. So what we are gonna be, guys, please first. So we are gonna be discussing about first. Just worry of what we have discussed in the last session. What is DevOps? Then we will discuss about what is AWS, and by end we can conclude, we can understand. So what is the difference between AWS versus DevOps? This is in exactly our agenda for today. Understood very clearly. Fine. So before starting our session, guys, please. Before starting our session, please. So online students, audio, video, everything is perfect. Can you confirm in the chat box once, all of you? Audio is clear. Can you confirm in this chat box, please, all of you, please, once. Thank you. Yeah, if any problem, please let me know in the chat box. Okay, in the middle also. Fine. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Let it be continued. Okay. So first, let me introduce myself. So my name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in IT. My career starts as what? Java developer. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer. As well as AWS and Azure also. This is exactly my profile. So before starting this session, so I'm going to be ask you 3 questions, please. What are these 3 questions, please? What are the first question? Anybody help me? What is application? What is the second question? What is a server? Third question is what exactly? What is SDLC? Is anybody help me? What is an application, please? What is an application, please? Anybody help me, please? The working software which is written any programming language like Java, .NET, Python, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, once if it is placed on server side, you are going to be accessing as a website like a Redbus, Book My Show, IRCTC, Flipkart, any website. What is an application? Anybody help me? What is an application? Anybody help me? Application is nothing but a website. Simple answer. Application is nothing but a website. That is simple answer. You always remember, when I call application, please remember, is a website. If it is called a definition point of view, application is nothing but the working software which is written any programming language, the Java, .NET, Python. We call as an application. That application we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we are going to be accessing over internet as a website. This is we calling as what? Application. But what are the server? What are the purpose of server? How many ways we can able to get a service? So we can able to get a service either physical environment or a virtual environment or a cloud environment. But so any server for deploying our applications, to maintain our applications 24 hours for a long time without any shutdown. So this kind of service we're going to be handling. And what is an SDLC? Anybody help me? What is an SDLC? What is an SDLC? Software Development Lifecycle. By using SDLC, what we can able to do it? Anybody help me? We can produce websites. By end of this SDLC, we are going to be produce what? Applications. That application we are going to be placed on server side and we can able to access. But in SDLC, we have several stages and several phases. Several stages and several phases. Which are all the stages, guys? Please. Analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. So these are all the stages. By following these are all the stages, we can able to produce a website. Means application. How exactly, guys, please? How exactly we are going to be? Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. For example, if you want to construct the house, we need to gather the information or not: iron cost, cement cost, land cost, how much required, what is everything. We need to gather information or not. The same way. So how exactly this business? It is a travel business. How exactly this business? What kind of is the business? What exactly client, the business owner is expecting? So as a BA, business analyst, we are going to be gathering information from the business owner, is nothing but a client. How exactly it's going to be login page, how exactly it is registration page, how exactly it is dashboard, which technology, each and every information will be gathered. After successfully gathering information, our architects will be designed. Our architects will be designed. Architect is going to be planning. Design is nothing but what? Plan. So to construct the house, we require a planner. Double bedroom, triple bedroom, apartment. Without plan, we can't be construct the house. Same way, according into the plan, our developers will implement. Our developers will be implement software by using Java or .NET or Python, whatever. After successfully implementing software, whether the software is going to be working, whether the software is going to be working or not, our testers will be verified by using an automation test cases, manual test cases, or performance test cases, whatever. Once if it is verified, we are going to be deploying on hundreds of production servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of production servers, we can able to, once if it is placed on access over internet a website. That's it. No. So whether it is working or not, we are going to be monitor and maintenance. This entire process we calling as what? SDLC. SDLC. In SDLC, each and every IT employee is involved. Not only DevOps engineer. It is AWS admin, Linux administrator, developers, testers. We're all together as a team. We're all together. As a team, we are producing a website. Like our cricket team, like a movie makers, all together. All together. If you want to make a movie, so actors required, heroes, actors, editors, understood very clearly. And so many 24 crafts we have. Am I right? But here is actors are what? Developers. But director is DevOps engineer here. Understood? Very simple way understood here. But by end of the day, any IT employee, the developer or a tester or a DevOps engineer, we have to produce an application to do business in online. By end of the day, any IT employee, his goal is for what? Produce a working software as an application. So to doing a business in internet. That is what exactly SDLC. In SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. On SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is it? DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of development plus operation we call as what? DevOps. That means what exactly? What we have understand. That means what we understand, guys, please. Our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. That means we are part of coding, build, test, release, deploy, operation. So our roles and responsibilities from coding to production environment. That means, are we going to be writing any coding? That means, are we writing any test cases? No, we are not writing any coding. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing an automated DevOps process from dev environment to production environment. That is in exactly our roles and responsibilities. What is it? What is it, DevOps? Is DevOps is a technology? No. Like Java, .NET, Python? No. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process which you're going to be implementing from dev environment to operation. But what exactly it will happen? Developers writing a software or not? Lines of code by using Java, .NET, Python or not? That code we're gonna be placing in from dev environment to production environment. While we delivering working software from dev environment to production environment, make sure whether you are delivering within a shortest time, with the high quality, with low cost is nothing but what? DevOps. So let me repeat this point. So what is a DevOps? DevOps is a process, that to automated process to make it shorten the software delivery into the production environment, and we need to provide with high quality, with low cost. We are going to be placing our applications on hundreds of servers with an automated way, with a transparent way. It is nothing but what? DevOps. But actually, what is the roles and responsibilities? Once if you're stepping into the company, what is the first priority goal? What is the major first goal? Have remembered? Replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. So when you go to stepping into the company, so you seeing only complex pipeline, an existing process that already developers are working, already an existing process. But what we are going to be? We're going to be replaced with what? A manual process with an automated process. The manual process we are calling as what? Complex. But automated process we are calling as what? Transparent. But so complex pipeline, which we are calling as what? SDLC. Why we are calling complex process is this? Why SDLC is a complex? Because of it is a manual process. Because if it is a manual process from analysis to design to implementation, implement testing, it is a manual process. One team to another team, it is a manual process. It is not an automated process. So for example, while implementing this SDLC process, if you got any issue in the middle, any problem in the middle, any problem, any issue in the middle. So how difficult to identify this? Due to this manual process, so if you got any issue, easily can able to identify? No one. No, experts are required here. We have a experts. If you are hiring experts for this process, definitely we need to pay more salary. Yes or no? That means the cost is increasing or no? So we're going to be deliver in time? No, we can't be. That means the quality is decreased. So what is the point I want to tell you guys, please? Due to the manual process, if you got any issue occur, for identification, it will take long time. For resolving issue also long time. An example which I given was water pipeline. The water pipeline is underground. Somewhere else a blockage. Can able to identify that problem within immediately? No, it is not a leakage, it is a blockage. After identification, can able to fix this within an hour. It will take weeks. Water pipeline. But what we're expecting this, I don't want this complex pipeline, but I want to replace with what? Transparent. If it is a transparent pipeline, how exactly? I want to visualize transparent pipeline. The same water, everything is same, but I want to implement transparent. Once if it is, look at this. If you got any issue here, for example, any issue please here. Any issue in the middle, like any problem, any error occur in the middle of this pipeline. By one look itself, where is the problem can able to see or not? And as soon as possible, can able to fix this issue or not? The same way in DevOps process also. Due to this an automated process, if you got any issue, any problem in the middle, we can able to fix this as soon as possible. It will take time, but it is a very shortest time. And so that is the reason. So we are calling as a DevOps is a transparent and automated process. A transparent and automated process. But actual DevOps transparent pipeline is look like this one. So in our course, we are going to be implementing this diagram. So we're all working for this 4.5 months for this diagram. For this implementing this diagram only, we are going to be spending 4.5 months. So in this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have several stages. Planning, coding, integration, testing, release, deploy, and operation. But in this DevOps transparent pipeline, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. Ends with where? Operations. So that means we are part of, we are not responsible for planning, and the planning is done by BS, business analyst, not by you. We are part of coding, we are part of integration, we are part of testing, we are part of release, we are part of operation. So we are going to be implementing DevOps process from dev environment to operations with an automated way, with the transparent way. But how exactly, guys, please? Are we going to be writing any coding in dev environment? No. The writing is responsible by whom? Developers. Developer has to write the code by using any programming. Once if it is write the code, who is the responsible person, please? Who is the responsible person to maintain, please? DevOps engineer. What I said very clearly, writing is responsible by the developer. But maintenance is responsible by the DevOps engineer. Once if it is maintained, how many developers we have here, please? A number of developers are continuously writing code or not. But all the code we need to mix, we need to combine, we need to combine. How? How about only one, sir? No. So developers are continuously writing the same way as a DevOps engineer, our responsibility continuously integrate. So developers are continuously writing a code. That code automatically we are going to be integrate continuously. Once if it is integrate, so whether the software is working or not, we need to verify or not. We need to verify or not. That is the reason we are going to be executing test cases, but we are not writing any test cases, which is written by testers, just integrating in this process. If you got any issue, any error, automatically it is redirecting back to the developer. Developer has to fix the issue, again integration, again testing. So this loop will be repeated until zero errors. Once if it is zero error, that is we calling as a working software as an application or not. That is the first question which I ask you. If it is in working software, in the software, there is an error that we are calling as a working software as an application or not. Application is ready or not? Can we able directly placing on live servers? No. We're going to be hard on a particular period of time. That place we calling as a release. That place we are calling as a release. So from particular maintenance window, monthly ones or weekly ones, we're going to be placed with support of all our team members. With support of all our team members, we're going to be placed on hundreds of servers. On a hundreds of servers. On a hundreds of servers. Once if you are placing our application on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. Our job is finished up to here? No. Whether this application is working or not, we are going to be monitor and maintenance. Monitor and maintenance. Monitor and maintenance. This entire process we are calling as what? DevOps process. For implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be learning, guys? Please, anybody help me? Let us list down, guys, please. For implementing this DevOps process, we are going to be using, which are all the tools, guys, please? We are going to be using, let it be low. Git we are going to be using. Maven we are going to be using. Jenkins we are going to be using. JFrog we are going to be using. SonarQube we are going to be using. Ansible we are going to be using. Chef we are going to be using. Amazon Cloud we are going to be using. Docker, Kubernetes, Vagrant, Negios, Elk, and Terraform. These are all the tools we are going to be using for implementing this DevOps process automated. Got it very clearly? But so for implementing CI/CD, for continuous integration, making working software, continuous delivery for the CI/CD pipeline, we are gonna be using for what? Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. So these 4 to 5 tools we are going to be using for implementing CI/CD process. Once if it is deliver our application into release. From this release, we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers or not? We are going to be placed in hundreds of servers or not? With an automated or manual way? Automated. So we have hundreds of servers. On hundreds of servers, if you want to create a file, if you want to install a software, if you want to change a file, how exactly, which process we are going to be using, guys, please? An automated process. At a time, I want to install a software. At a time, I want to create a file on hundreds of servers. For that, we are going to be using configuration management. By using configuration management, we can able to replace with a manual process with an automated process. Instead of manually server-based server installing software, at a time on hundreds of servers, we can able to install our software. That we calling as what? Configuration. Configuration is nothing but a setup. installing, changing files, whatever. But which are all the tools we are going to be using? Ansible and Chef. Ansible is a push model. Chef is a pull model. Understood very clearly. But if you want to automate on hundreds of servers, so we require a servers or not? From where we can able to get it? Understood very clearly. So we are going to be an automated process of hundreds of servers, agreed on. But from where? We can able to get a servers from physical environment and implement DevOps process. We can able to get a servers from virtualization and we can implement DevOps process. And moreover, we can able to get a servers from cloud. Which cloud we are going to be learning? AWS. Any cloud, and we can able to get any cloud, Azure, AWS, Google. If you want the infrastructure, we can able to get any form we can able to get it. On top of it, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible and Chef. Finally, we are going to be getting hundreds of servers from AWS. We are placing our application, our websites on a hundreds of servers, cloud servers, by helping of Ansible and Chef. So for my satisfaction, let me repeat this point. It's very important point. So hundreds of servers, getting servers from AWS. After getting servers, on top of 100 servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible, Chef. This is very important point. But so we are going to be placing our application on where? AWS cloud or not? Not only placing, not only deploying hundreds of servers, not only placing our website, not only deploying our application AWS, we can able to place our application Docker container also. Docker container. What is a Docker container?
It is also something like storage.
What is a Docker container? Very simple form.
Container which contains software.
Easily deploying a website. If anybody asks you what is a Docker container, what is our answer? We can easily place our websites. That's it. That is the answer for you. But if you ask me definition, Docker container is a isolated area. It is specifically deploying our website or applications. Sir, what is an isolated area? Separate. For isolation, what? Separate meaning is what? Synonym, separate. Docker container is a isolated area, means separate environment. On top of it, we are going to be placing our websites. Example, we are sitting in this room. This room is isolated or not, all of you?
Yes, sir.
By helping of these 4 walls, ceiling and ground, 6 sides. By helping of these 6 sides, this room is isolated or not? On top of it, in this room, we are conducting DevOps classes or not? We're conducting DevOps classes in the same way. Docker container is an isolated area, which is specifically placing our applications. Example, containers. Example, containers, please. Example, please. This container. How exactly these containers work? The same are Docker containers, but this container using for transporting in the sea. But our containers for what? Deploying our applications, placing our websites. But these containers are going to be controlled by whom? Ship. Controlled by whom, please? Ship. Where is the ship here?
Yes.
Kubernetes. Understood very clearly. So the Docker containers are managing or controlled by whom? Kubernetes. So if you see the Kubernetes symbol, logo, if you can able to observe, sea color is what? Blue. What are the steering of ship? Same like that. So we can control all hundreds of containers easily managed by Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a orchestration tool. Kubernetes is a orchestration tool. Okay, what is orchestration? We'll discuss later, not for today. And we can able to learning Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. By using Vagrant, easily we can able to create a virtual machine. In where? In your laptops. By using Vagrant, we can able to make it easy our dev environment. Make it easy dev environment. How we'll discuss, don't worry. We're going to be learning monitoring tools like Nagios, Elk. Nagios is a system monitoring like RAM, CPU, motherboard. So whatever may be user load, we can able to monitor. Elk is an application monitoring. So each and every application, if you're using internally generating logs, those logs will be monitored. It will be generate analytics. Like this, analytics also generated. And we're going to be learning Terraform. Terraform is a cross-cloud platform. Cross-cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create a service any cloud, either Azure, Google, or AWS. So these are all the tools we are going to be implementing. By using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing this DevOps process. Understood very clearly. What is the DevOps, guys? Please, we are going to be implementing DevOps process from dev environment to operations with an automated way, with a transparent. While we're delivering working software from dev environment to production environment, make sure whether you are delivering within a shortest time, with the high quality, with low cost, with low failure rate. This is what exactly DevOps. If anybody asks you what is a DevOps, DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from dev environment to production environment with an automated transfer. That's it. That is only one sentence enough to understand DevOps. Fine. But my question is here. After successfully implementing CI/CD, making working software, CI/CD, we are going to be placed our application on hundreds of servers or not? We're going to be placed on hundreds of servers or not? Understood very clearly. But from where exactly you can able to get these hundreds of servers? Anybody help me? These hundreds of servers, from where exactly you can able to get it? Anybody help me? After getting the servers, we are going to be placed our application or not? Yes or no? This is what exactly we understood or not? So this I'm asking one more time, please answer to me. So what is an application? Please tell me. What is an application? Anybody? Please. What is an application? Website. Simple word. If you ask me definition point of view, the working software which is written any programming language like Java, .NET, Python, we calling as a application. So for maintaining this applications, for maintaining our application, for deploying our applications, we require a infrastructure. Infrastructure. What is infrastructure? If you ask anybody definition in a dictionary meaning, what is an answer for this? If you open a dictionary, what is the meaning? What is infrastructure? For example, to conduct this classroom, what kind of infrastructure is required? TV, laptop, internet, chairs, fans, my mobile, to specifically my water bottle also. Power also. Understood very clearly. So with this infrastructure only am I conducting these sessions or not? Understood very clearly. So to maintain our office, what kind of infrastructure is required? So office tables, computers, software, water bottles, AC, files, pens, whatever may be. So for that infrastructure, by using that infrastructure, can able to maintain our office or not? But my question here is, for maintaining our application, what infrastructure is required? Understood the question very clearly right now. What are the question I'm asking, please? For maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications, what kind of infrastructure we require? The first most infrastructure is server zone. Servers only. The next most infrastructure is what? Networks. Then third one is database. The fourth one is storage. So many. So many. But these four are major infrastructure. These are all four major infrastructure. I'll repeat this. Application is nothing but what? Website. For maintaining this website, we require an infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure we require? Servers, network, storage, database. My question is to specifically after this, how many ways we can able to get this infrastructure? You know the answer, please answer to me. How many ways to get infrastructure, please tell. I think so many ways, so many times we discuss in the same session and physically, virtualization, environment, talking about environment, physical environment, virtual environment, and cloud environment. But the question is here is, what is the cloud? So specifically, what is a cloud computing? What is a cloud computing, guys, please? That is a question. So I'm going to be asking. So listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. What is a cloud computing? If you can able to access remote placed resources over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. Understood? Nothing. Am I right? Yeah. Let us discuss about what is a cloud. What is a cloud? Listen very carefully. Yeah. What is a cloud computing, guys, please? So if you can able to access the remote placed resources over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. So what is a data center first? Please tell me. What is a data center, please? Huge computing power. Huge computing power. Huge computing power keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as what? Data center or no? Huge computing power keeping in rack wise in a big room, we calling as a data center. This data center is located in globally. In Mumbai, in Hyderabad, recently they're going to be launching into the Vizag also. In US, in Singapore, UK, in London, Sydney, globally, AWS people are expanded their infrastructure globally. So these data centers are existing physically. We can able to see like our building. How exactly we can see this building physically with your eyes, these tangible things. The same way the data centers are available. In Hyderabad also we have this data center, Amazon data centers. In US also we have. In Singapore also we have. Understood? From these data centers, if you can able to access a server, a network, a storage, over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud computing. That is a statement I given. What are the statement, guys, please? So the remote placed resources any infrastructure, either servers, network, storage, databases, if you can able to access over internet from your laptop is nothing but a cloud computing. It's nothing but what? Cloud computing. Any cloud, any cloud, either Azure, Google, or any cloud is a rental based resources only. We are not buying anything. We are going to be getting infrastructure as a rental based, pay as a service, which is better for you. Build and select, build and use and select and use. Which is your favorite thing is out of these two? Construct then use, or else ready-made thing and use it. Right. Example, you want to go for railway station from your home. You want to go to railway station by car. The condition is what? By car. The question is, how many ways we can able to get a car? Only car. Our own car and renting. Two ways. One is buying car, rental car. Buying car or rental car. I want to go by car only. But how many ways we can able to get a car? Two ways. One is buying car, rental car. If you want to buy a car just for reaching a railway station, really are you going to be buying a car? Just for reaching a railway station, really you're going to be buying a car. If you want to buy, how much amount you need to spend? Minimum 10 lakhs. You require driving license, you require pollution check, RC copy. Finally, you don't have a driving, you need to hire one driver, monthly maintenance. After reaching a railway station, where you park the car, a lot of issues. Instead of that, if you book a Wala cab, within 10 minutes, the car is available at your doorstep. Without worrying about all these things, just getting into the reach railway station, what is the tariff you can pay? Maybe 300 to 500 rupees. So instead of spending 10 lakhs, are you going to be spending 500, which is easy for you? So our purpose is what? Just for reaching railway station. Our purpose is fulfilled or not? The same concept here also. Just for deploying our application, are we going to be buying a server? We're going to be go for what? Rental servers. From where? Cloud. Understood very clearly? Cloud is a rental based infrastructure for deploying our applications. What kind of infrastructure we require, we can able to get it easily. Based on usage, we are going to be paying rent for every month. This is nothing but a cloud. This is nothing but a cloud. But which are all the clouds available in the market leading? Azure is, AWS, Google. But which cloud we're going to be learning? AWS. AWS is a first cloud service provider. AWS is a first cloud provider. In AWS, we're going to be learning these many models: VPC model, EC2 model, RDS model, S3 model, VPC model, EC2 model, RDS model, and S3 modules. Each module will take minimum 2 weeks. Understood very clearly. Totally 7 weeks it will be complete this diagram. It is a high-end diagram, which we have experienced DevOps in DevOps Transparent one diagram, high-level diagram. The same in AWS is a top and highest diagram. In this, we are going to be learning 4 modules. What is the first module, guys, please? VPC. VPC is nothing but what? Network. EC2 is nothing but what? Computing power. Servers. RDS is nothing but what? Databases like Oracle, MySQL. S3 is nothing but a storage. It is online storage. Okay. What I said very clearly, let me repeat, please. EC2 is nothing but what? Servers. VPC is nothing but what? Network. RDS is nothing but what? Database. S3 is nothing but what? Storage. But what is a VPC? What is a VPC? Virtual Private Cloud. Virtual Private Cloud. Virtual Private Cloud. If you are visiting any office, we have a network or not, a physical network or not, connecting with this kind of internet cables. Connecting computers with a internet cable, that is we calling as a physical network. The same kind of network we are going to be getting from cloud. From cloud. Cloud in a virtual form is nothing but what? VPC. I'll repeat this. So we are going to be getting a isolated, a office kind of private network. We are going to be getting from where? Internet. Cloud is nothing but a internet or internet. So in a virtual form, if we can able to access from a laptop is nothing but a VPC. Like for example, so AWS can able to anybody access, you or me, anybody can getting into the AWS, but we can able to have a private network, private sections. So your VPC, my VPC, your friend's VPC. Example. So can able to getting into any TCS company, can able to access your TCS or HCL company laptops or servers from outside world, can able to? Is it secure or no? The same way, we can able to get that kind of network in cloud also. For example, this network for what? TCS. This network for what? HCL. These are all the companies are using AWS cloud only, but AWS providing a secure network. So this network only dedicated for what? TCS. This network is dedicated for HCL. Understood very clearly. How exactly your office kind of network, but we can able to get to our internet in a virtual form instead of physically. I hope you people understand. Without network, we can't keep it any mission. Even my laptop also, without network, can able to keep in this laptop. Can able to conduct this an online session without network? No. The same way, servers also. Without network, we can't be exist any server. First, we need to establish network. On top of it, we are going to be keeping our servers. If you want the servers, from where exactly we can able to get it? EC2. EC2. Cloud means what? Internet. Computing power is nothing but what? RAM, CPU, motherboard. These are all we calling as a computing power. That's what we calling as a computer. In elastic form, what is elastic means? Flexible, expandable, increasing, decreasing kind of thing and flexible things. So we are going to be getting a service from cloud in a flexible kind of thing. This we calling as what? EC2. Based on customer load, we can able to increase the servers, decrease the servers automatically. That we are calling as elastic. So 1E, 2C. That's what? EC2. By helping of EC2, we can able to get a servers or not. So which are all the components available in a laptop? The same components available in server also. RAM, CPU, motherboard, RAM. These are all the resources having in a laptop also or not. But same kind of resources in server also. But laptop is only for home purpose. Server is for deploying our applications. For example, I want to deploy Hotstar application. I want to deploy Hotstar application and how exactly, please? First, you need to establish network. We need to create one virtual network in the cloud. Once if it is create a network, on top of it, we are going to be creating a servers. On top of the server, we're going to be placed on our Hotstar applications. Hotstar application. Once if it is placed Hotstar application, we can able to access our internet as it is like this. Same way. Our job is finished or not? Network we created, on top of servers we created, on top of we place our websites. Done or not? But my question is, where exactly we can able to maintain our customer information, mobile, email address, subscription information, where we can able to maintain? Please, anybody help me? In database. In database. The database we can able to get which service? RDS. I like Oracle kind of database. MySQL kind of database we can able to get it from where exactly? RDS. But the question is, one more question is pending. Where exactly we can able to store this Hollywood movies like in Blu-ray printed movies? It is around more than 3 GB of files. Can able to inserting into the database? No, we can't be. That is the reason we are going to be using separate storage. Separate storage. That is nothing but S3. S3 is a online storage. Best example for this, Google Drive only. How exactly you're uploading PDF document, video files, audio files in S3, Google Drive or not? Same way we can able to use S3 bucket. In entire world, in the world, the first cloud service provider is S3 bucket only. Then only remaining. So by helping of these all the services, we can able to get infrastructure, either network, storage, or database, whatever may be. On top of this infrastructure, we're going to be implementing our DevOps process. I'll repeat this point. By using AWS, we can able to get this infrastructure. On top of this infrastructure, we are going to be implementing an automated transparent pipeline by using DevOps. When you are going to be implementing this DevOps transparent pipeline, we are going to be using these all the tool stack. Got it very clearly? By using AWS, we can able to get only infrastructure. But to automate the process, to automate that infrastructure, we are going to be using DevOps process. But if you want to implement DevOps process, we are going to be learning what? These are all the tools. This is exactly what is DevOps, what is AWS. Got it. So before taking your questions, so let us revise my course overview. Let us revise my course overview. This course is designed with what? Complete DevOps, complete AWS, complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics only, and shell scripts also covered. So total duration of this course is what? 4.5 months. Please. Linux basics I will be covered. Shell script I'm going to be covered. No programming like Java, .NET, Python not required to learn to join this course. You require a laptop to practice daily. Freshers can join in this course. Experience also can join in this course. Any graduate, BSc Computers, BTech, MTech, MBA, any graduate can join in this course. So if you join in this course, which are all the benefits, guys, please? Daily class recordings will be received via Google Drive after payment. After payment. So up to from date of registration, 11 months access, it is officially, unofficially lifetime. If you ask your admin, they say only 11 months, but I never ever delete any video, you can access. Resume preparation, yes. Interview question and answers. 4 live projects will be covered, including this course duration, not separate time. 80% of soft materials, yes. Our course starts with very basic level and finish with an advanced. Each and every session is a practical. Don't expect like a PPT presentation like this. We're going to be do practical things. What I'm going to be deliver in the session, you need to practice on a same day. Daily, 1 hour we're going to be spending. And 2 hours per practice. Totally 3 hours you need to spend for a day. What I'm delivering in the class, you need to practice by. I'm going to be share recording session. You need to practice. If you need out, you can able to class with me. Still, if you can't talk to me, or else share your screen. I can able to resolve your queries also. So class timing is 8 to 9 a.m. 8 to 9 a.m. daily, Monday to Saturday. Sometime we have a classes on Sundays also, but prior to one day, I'll inform you in the class itself. So going to be paying 12,000 rupees for full DevOps, for full AWS. Please make it note this. For daily recording sessions, only daily. So this is our admin information. Please, if anybody interested in this course, please call to them. Please be enrolled. So this is our admin information. I'm going to be share in the chat box. So this is the course content link. I'm going to be sharing the chat box. Please be So just if you copy paste this link, just to copy paste this link in the chat box or else any browser, so it will be redirecting into our drive. So the first document is what exactly? Course overview, which I have discussed right now. The second document is what? What exactly? DevOps content. The third document is what? AWS content. Please revise this once, because if we can't discuss which are all the topics in demo session, it will take for 1 week demo sessions. I don't want to waste your time. Got it very clearly? Please revise what I'm going to be discussing in 4.5 months. So 20 pages of DevOps content, 20 pages of DevOps content, 10 pages of AWS content. Please revise this content. Okay. So each and every student, I hope you will receive this content. Offline student, by end of the session, you can able to take it. So I hope you understood very clearly what is exactly for today's session. So today the second demo. So overall option last session. Please be access. Please be go to YouTube. So please go to the YouTube channel, YouTube. Overall miss last session, online students or offline students. So go to the YouTube. Please type Durga Soft. Click on Durga Soft channel. Click on videos. In the video somewhere else, DevOps with AWS. Demo number 1. This is yesterday's session by Mr. Maha. Please verify with whether it is by Mr. Maha or not. So DevOps AWS demo 1, by Mr. Maha. The same way. So today's session also uploaded. After this session, if you want to revise, please go through this once and please be joined by tomorrow. So we're going to be start a regular session by day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. Only 3 demos only. There is no 1 week demos. I don't want to waste your time. And day after tomorrow onwards, our regular session will be started. Who are interested, please be enrolled today or tomorrow. So choice according to your your budget, whatever may be adjustment. Please talk to admin. They will help you do that. How to payment. Please do that. So please approach your admin. So please be enrolled. After enrolling only, you're going to be receiving daily recording sessions. Okay, fine. So that is an exactly for today's session. So tomorrow we're going to be discussing of types of servers. So we have pending physical servers, virtual servers, cloud servers. What is the different those things? How exactly? So we're going to be discussing for tomorrow. So that is an exactly for tomorrow's session. Yes, please. So do you have any questions, please? Thanks, Sai, please. Thank you. Thanks for reply. Any questions, please? Online students. First, let me clarify online students, then go for offline. Okay. Please ask, please, any question online students, please. Do you have any questions, please? Online students. So Mauni, thanks. Thank you. Mauni. Thanks for replying. So Kumar asked this question. After completion of this course, how much experience can I show for a job? For this, if you complete this course, my course, you can feel inside 1.5. Really, you can feel 1. 2 4 years. 3 years to 4 years you can manage. But I am requesting each and every student attend the regular sessions and practice each and every day. Definitely get a job. Irregularity, we can't help you. Without practice, simply sitting in the classes, you can't be get it. Please, regular sessions attend and regularly practice. Easily can go through that. So Anil, so please talk to admin. That is admin question. Please talk to admin once. Definitely, I said very clear. Resume preparation. I'm going to be helping you. How to pay the fee? Please, I shared all your admin. Say, I'll display on the screen. Please be get it out. See. So please contact our admin. They will help you, please. So yeah, Vinay, please talk to admin. Any technical question, please ask me. How to pay, how much, installment, please approach to admin. They will help you. Okay. Is there any placement providing after this completion? Placement assistance is that there is no placement guarantee. Only placement assistance. If any placement regarding, please talk to admin. Okay. They will help you, please. Mauni, please talk to admin. They will arrange a conference call. I will talk to personally. Mauni. So at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock for today, please call admin. They will arrange a conference call, Mauni. I will talk to you personally for your career guidance, definitely. So Raj, please, sir, for doubts, clarification, can I join offline? Yeah, you can. Offline, online student, for example, who are available nearby in Hyderabad. So Monday to Friday, join online. Saturday, come and meet me, clarify doubts, sir, with the lappy. Without lappy, don't come, please. Okay, fine. No, there is no wasting of time, you know. With laptop, you can show the query, then I can able to do what are the solution I can give. Easily, the time is going to be saved. That's what. Please. Rahul, I already shared, please. 1 second. This is course content link, please. I shared one more time, please be. Fine. Docker, Jenkins, Kubernetes covered in this sessions or missed yesterday's lecture. When I today also discuss what is a Docker, what is a Kubernetes, what exactly. So we're going to be spending Docker and Kubernetes 1 month. In depth, we're going to be discussing. Because of that, those two tools are very important tools. That's what more concentration of those tools also. So so we are going to be using cloud machines. We can practice in virtual machines also, not required. So happily we can able to practice in AWS. How I will teach you, don't worry, in the coming sessions. Definitely. You can come and meet me after the course also. After completion of the course also, if you want to meet me, if you want to clarify, yeah, definitely I will available. Don't worry. Yeah, please. I shared one more time course content link. Please look at once. AWS, complete AWS, and not adding on. Complete AWS, Linux basics. Complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics. Shell script also. Yeah. Is there any other questions, please, online students? Can I move to the offline? Yeah. Parallelly, no. It is a sequence. One after another only. If you're teaching parallel, what will happen? It can't be practiced. That is the reason, sequence, one after another. Only daily one class only. You're going to be attending my sessions only one class, not 2 sessions. What are the questions when I ask this question? What is an exactly profile? So after completion of this course, you can able to become a DevOps engineer or else AWS admin. These 2 profiles you can able to apply both. AWS admin in resume you can able to keep, as a AWS admin or else DevOps engineer. Fine. So if you don't want to continue as a DevOps engineer, if you want to go for only AWS admin, yeah, I can go ahead. That much of syllabus it covered. But if you want to keep a DevOps, definitely should learn the AWS. For example, A, B, C. Example, A, B, C. For learning C, compulsory you need to learn A, B, C or not, A, B or not. You need to complete first A, then B, then C only. If you want to stop at B, not required C, am I right? The same concept. So how many days? And I think 45 days more than that. That means almost 8 weeks. 8 weeks, 7 to 8 weeks. AWS itself. Solution architect. AWS, we're going to be discussing 3 ways. AWS, we're going to be learning 3 ways. Totally 4 ways, but we're going to be discussing only 3 ways. First, graphically, we're going to be learning. CLI, commands, we're going to be learning. And file, we're writing a file. In execute files, we're going to be creating infrastructure. 3 levels, not a 1 level, not a graphically, sorry. We're going to be spending for time 3 ways. One is graphical, CLI, and CF, cloud formation, command line also we're going to be learning. But SDK, software development kit, SDK, software development kit, we are not learning. Because of that, Java is required, .NET is required. I don't want to learn Java here. Sorry, it will take 1 more year. Fine. I'm going to be explain architecture every tool, yes, in depth. For example, Ansible we're going to be discussing. So we're going to be start very basically. What is Ansible? And each and every function, each and every feature. And practically also, not a theoretical explanation, practical explanation. By end of the tool, end of the model, we'll do one real-time project. For this, it will take 3 weeks for tool. Ansible itself 3 weeks. Chef itself 3 weeks. CACD itself 3 weeks. Docker Kubernetes 4 weeks. Means 1 month. AWS 7 to 8 weeks. Please calculate accordingly. Okay. So we can't skip, we can't be trimmed. Sorry. There is no fast traction. So 1 month, 45 days, no, not possible. For example, if you want to gym, if you want to go for a 6-pack. So 1 month it is possible, really. If you can make it, definitely I can make it is 1 month. Understood very clearly. It is not possible or not. The same concept here also. Fine, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for so we have teaching. If you join DevOps, any institute, the same syllabus. So I'm not, no. So I'm not, for example, I'm not finding anything here. What exactly DevOps? Easy to weigh. My job is what exactly? Easy to understand what is DevOps. That is the difference if you compare to other institutes. Very good question asking. My job is what exactly? Make it easy to understand DevOps. That is the difference. Classes are very easy to understand, very slow. Not very slow, but medium. Even non-technical student also can understand my classes. It is not fast. So understanding concept, practicing, these are all very, very important. Fine, bro. So that's it, guys, please. So who are interested, please enroll, and will be continued tomorrow. Day after tomorrow onwards, our regular sessions will be starting. Online students, the link will be changed day after tomorrow. So tomorrow, please be joined with same link. But day after tomorrow, who are unpaid only will get the link, new link, and please be joined day after tomorrow. So even offline also. That's it for today. So we'll be continued by tomorrow. Thank you. Are we using any applications? We are going to be using so many applications, please. Winky. So Tomcat, Java applications, web servers, database servers, we're going to be learning all together. Slowly. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks, buddies. So we'll be continuing. Take a photo. So before starting the session, so it is a third demo. It is a third demo. So demo 1, demo 2, it is already uploaded in YouTube. It is already uploaded in YouTube. How you can able to access those videos, please just type in YouTube. Go to the YouTube, please. Durga Soft. Go to the channel. Playlist. Go to the playlist. In the playlist, you can see here DevOps with AWS tutorial by Maha. Please open this. Here is, we have a 2 videos. We have demo 1, demo 2. Today video also will be uploaded by afternoon. Okay, please revise this. So who are all new students, please visit these 2 demos, at least last demo. At least please visit last demo. Second demo is enough. Okay. So before starting the session, what is our agenda? So what's we going to be discuss about today? Let us fix our agenda first. Let us fix our agenda, guys, please. Let us fix our agenda first. So today we're going to be discussing about what is client and server communication. Server communication and types of servers. How many ways get servers? So what is a physical server? What is a virtual server? What is a cloud service? And what is the difference? Why cloud? Why we are shifting into the cloud? We can understand by this end of this session. So before starting this session, so let us worry off, please. Let us worry off, because of some new students we have here. That's what. Let us worry off what is DevOps. What is AWS? First, let us worry. Within 10 to 15 minutes, we'll complete this. Then we are going to be start this. So this is exactly our agenda for today. So first, let it be start. So tell me, what is the DevOps? Please, anybody help me? Yeah. You know very well. What is an application? Please, anybody help me, please? An existing student. Yeah. Application is nothing but a website. The working software, which is written any programming language, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placing on where? Server side. Excellent. Thank you. On server side. Once if it is placed on server side, we can able to access over internet as a website. But if you want to produce a Flipkart or a Redbus kind of applications, we are going to be using SDLC. SDLC. In SDLC, we have several stages like analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. By following these are all the stages and phases, we can produce a working software and place on server side. Then there itself we are going to be accessing as a website, as a Redbus or Book My Show or whatever maybe, guys. Abibus, whatever. So how exactly, guys, please? First we need to gather the first information. First we need to gather information. What exactly this business? Whether it's travel business, how exactly login page, how exactly registration page. Gathering information from the client. Based on that, it will be design. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According to the plan, our developers will write the programming, either Java, .NET, Python, or anything, guys, please. Or anything. Once if it is implemented, implement, ready the software, whether the software is in working condition or not. So our tests will be verified. Once if it is verified, so we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Then there itself we are going to be accessing over internet as a Abibus. or a Flipkart or Redbus, whatever. That's it. No. So we have to monitor and maintenance these websites, so that we are calling as what? Maintenance. By following these all the stages, we call as what? SDLC. But as a DevOps engineer, what we are going to do, guys, please? As a DevOps engineer, what is exactly our roles and responsibilities? Replacing with complex pipeline, replacing complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. So what is an exactly complex pipeline? So SDLC is a complex. Why we are calling complex? Because of it is a manual process. Because of it is a manual process from analysis to design, design to implementation, implementation testing, testing to deploy. It is a so if you got any issue, if you are facing any issue, any problem, to identification, it will take long time. For resolving issue also, it will take long time. That means the cost is going to be increased or not? It will take more time or not? Definitely. So the quality is decreased or not? That is the reason we are calling as what? Complex pipeline. Complex pipeline. Example, this is water pipeline. This water pipeline is underground. Somewhere else a blockage. Can able to find immediately? We can't be find immediately. Am I right or not? And after finding also, it will take a couple of weeks to rectify this problem. The same way our SDLC also. But what we're expecting is, please, transparent pipeline. So just we are replacing complex pipeline with what? Transparent pipeline. Everything will be visualized. Everything will be visualized. If you got any problem, any issue, we can able to see it's one look itself or not. Yes, obvious. What one look itself we can able to see, we can able to rectify as soon as possible. The same way, DevOps also. DevOps is what exactly? DevOps is an automated transparent pipeline. DevOps is an automated transparent pipeline. Due to this automation, due to this transparent, so if you got any issue in the middle, easily we can able to identify, easily we can able to rectify our problems as soon as possible. As soon as possible. But actually, our DevOps process is look like this only. This is an actual DevOps process. This is an actually DevOps process. In this DevOps process, we have several stages like, plan, code, integration, testing, release, develop, and operation. But in this DevOps process, our roles and responsibilities start from dev environment, ends with what? Operation. That means what? We are part of coding, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. That means, are we going to be writing any coding? No, we are not writing any coding. Are we going to be writing any test cases? No. But as a DevOps engineer, what we are going to be doing, guys, please? Just we are going to be implementing an automated, a transparent pipeline. While implementing this automated transparent pipeline, make sure whether you are going to be deliver the working software which is written by developer into the production environment within a shortest time. Within a shortest time, with a high quality, with a low cost, with a low failure rate. It is an exactly DevOps process which we have understand very clearly last 2 demo sessions. So who are all not attend last sessions, last demo sessions, please revise once. So we have discussed in very depth. Okay, so for implementing this DevOps transparent pipeline, so which are all tools we are going to be using, guys, please? Which are all tools we are going to be using? We're going to be using Git. We are going to be using. We're going to be learning Git administration. Git itself 1 week we're going to be learning it. Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. So which are all the tools, guys, please? Git, Maven, JFrog, Jenkins, SonarQube. By helping of these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing CI/CD process. CI/CD process. The CI/CD process from where to where, guys, please? From here. CI/CD, continuously integration, making working software. We are going to be deliver continuous. Once if it is deliver, we are going to be placing our applications on hundreds of servers. These hundreds of servers, we are going to be automated. We are going to be automated by helping of configuration management. Configuration management. What is the configuration management? Please help me. What is the configuration management? Replacing manual, please. Replacing what exactly? Manual process with automation process. So we are gonna be creating files, installing software, changing files at a time on a hundreds of servers with an automated process at a time. For this, which are all the tools we are going to be learning, guys, please? Which are all the tools, please? We are going to be learning Ansible and Chef. Ansible is a push model, Chef is a pull model. So, but if you want to automate these hundreds of servers, from where we can able to get it? By using Ansible and Chef, we can able to automate hundreds of servers. We agreed it. But those hundreds of servers from where? We can able to get it either physical environment or virtual environment, and more specifically AWS cloud. From AWS, we can able to get a hundreds of servers. On top of hundreds of servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible. All right, Chef. So are we going to be deploying our applications only AWS servers? No, we can deploy our applications on Docker container also. Docker container is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our application. What meant for Docker? Docker is for what?
No.
Websites. Easy to play applications on Docker. Very easily. So how exactly, for example, if you want to transport a C products via sea, how exactly, please, we are using containers or no? Yes or no? Obviously containers or not, please. By helping of these containers, we can able to transport any product via sea or no? How exactly these containers work? The same way our Docker container also. Our Docker container also. But these Docker containers, it's going to be managed or controlled by Kubernetes. These are all the containers going to be managed by whom, please? Ship. How exactly the ship works? The same way our Kubernetes also. By using Kubernetes, we can able to manage or control a number of containers. I hope each and every student, what is a container, what is a Kubernetes, you understood idea. If you don't know, if you not understand, don't worry. We're going to be discussing deep discussion 1 month. These two tools we're going to be discussing 1 month. If you not understand, don't worry. Okay. So we are going to be deep discussion and with the practical examples. Okay. If you understand, very good. If you does not understand, also very good. Fine. So next tool is what exactly? Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. By using Vagrant, we can able to our dev environment make it easy. Make it is easy. And we are going to be learning Nagios. Nagios is a system monitor, RAM, CPU, motherboard. We're going to be monitoring. And we're going to be learning ELK. Elastic, Logstacks, Kibana. By helping of these three tools, we are going to be monitor our application. How exactly this performance. So each and every website is generating in the background logs. Those logs will be monitored and it will be generated analytics. How exactly our application performance. So what would be the next action, next month action, next year action, we can able to decide, but right now. So Terraform we're going to be learning, guys. Terraform is a cross cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create infrastructure in any cloud, either Azure, AWS, or any cloud. So what I'm trying to tell you, please, by helping of these are all the tools, we are gonna be implementing. Our DevOps process. So while implementing this DevOps process, what exactly, guys, please? Developers writing the code. That code is going to be integrated. That after integration, whole software it's going to be verified by test cases. The test case verified, we are going to be getting a working software as an application. That application we are going to be halt on release. Once if it is halt and release on a particular maintenance window, we are going to be placing our applications on a hundreds of servers or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? But if you want to implement this DevOps process, we require infrastructure or not? But tell me, what is infrastructure? Please. What is infrastructure? Anybody help me? Please. What is infrastructure? Yesterday only we have discussed. So, first, what is an application? Simply a website. What is an application? Website. For maintaining these applications, for deploying our applications means websites. So we require infrastructure or not? But what kind of infrastructure we require? Maybe servers, networks, database, and storage, and so on. But these are all major infrastructure. Major infrastructure is required to maintain our applications, for deploying our applications or placing our applications on a hundreds of servers. We require this infrastructure. Very clear, all of you. But how many ways we can able to get it, please? How many ways we can able to get this infrastructure? How many ways? How many ways to get infra? Please help me. Repeat it. Please tell me. How many times, how many ways we can able to get infrastructure? 3 ways. Physically, virtually, cloud. So in physical environment, we can able to get it. From virtual environment, we can able to get it. From cloud also, we are going to be getting. Cloud also, we can able to get it. But my question is, what is a cloud? What is a cloud? What is a cloud computing? That is a question. Anybody help me?
The software which is deployed on some other location.
What is a cloud? Remote placed resources. If we can able to access our internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud. Which resources? RAM, CPU, motherboard, or a server, a network, or a storage. Anything if we can able to access, anything if we can able to access our internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. Sir, one question here, sir. We are using VMware. Sorry, what any desk, have you heard about any desk?
Yes.
Team viewer, have you heard about team viewer? We can able to access one laptop to another laptop. We can log in or not? Yes or no? Is that cloud? No, sorry, don't say cloud. And so that you are working on operating system level, but I'm talking about hardware level. Simply, I'm going to be asking one question. Please answer to me. From one laptop to another laptop, can able to access RAM? In a laptop, 8 GB RAM, but I want to use other laptop RAM and our network can able to use it. If we can, that is a cloud. Very simple way. The RAM servers are located in remote place somewhere else. Our network, if we can be able to control or access from a laptop, is nothing but a cloud. Very simple way. Okay, fine. Let it become definition point of view. So, what is a cloud? Anybody help me? What is a cloud? What is a cloud computing? If we can able to access remote placed resources over internet from a laptop, is nothing but what? Cloud. First, what is a data center, please? Yes, excellent. So the group of servers keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as a data center. The huge computing power keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as a cloud data center. It is a data center only, not a cloud. Example, our building. In this building, we are filling in each and every room is filling with the huge computing. This building is a data center only. The tangible things we can see with our eyes. The data center we can able to visualize. Like a laptop, we can touch, we can see. But where this data center located? In remote place. It might be in US, it might be in Singapore, it might be in Mumbai, it might be in Hyderabad also. These data centers are located geographically in the globally in different locations. Got it. Over internet, we are going to be accessing these data centers. From your laptop is nothing but a cloud. What is a cloud? The remote placed resources. The remote placed resources like servers, storage, network, database, over internet from your laptop, if we can able to access, is nothing but a cloud computing. Cloud computing. But cloud is specifically rental based resources only. By using cloud, we can't able to buy anything. We can't able to buy anything. By using cloud, we can able to get a rental based infrastructure, either server, network, storage, database. We can get a rental based. The best example is what? Wala cab. But the best example is what? Wala cab. For just for reaching railway station, are we buying a car or rental car? Even I have a car, but I'm better to choose Wala because it's very flexible. Understood very clearly. Instead of buying car, we're always preferring rental car. Because if you want to buy a car, we need to spend upfront amount at least 10 to 15 lakhs. 10 to 15 lakhs. But if you book a Wala cab around 500 rupees, whereas 15 lakhs, whereas 500 rupees. So you are fulfilling your purpose or not? So do you require driving license? Do you require RC copy? Not required. So your purpose is fulfilled or not? The same way, our purpose is what exactly here? Deploying our applications, placing our applications. Just for placing our application, do you want to maintain these data centers? Just for your placing a red bus kind of very small application or a big application, whatever may be. For that, you want to be maintaining your data center, it is very difficult. And instead of maintaining your own data center, take it as a other servers as a rental based. For other servers from where exactly? Cloud. So what is a cloud? Cloud is a rental based infrastructure. So for deploying our application, we can able to get infrastructure at the servers and network order maybe from cloud, and based on usage, we are going to be paying rent every month. That's it. Like Wala cab. But which cloud? Any cloud is same, either Azure, AWS, or Google. All are same. Same service, same thing only. But which cloud we're going to be learning, guys, please? AWS. AWS. So service is same, but provider is different. But which provider we going to be, guys, please? AWS. For example, I want to buy a shirt. I want to buy a shirt in online. So shirt is same or not? Shirt is same or not? But my choices might be Flipkart. My choices might be Amazon. My choice might be Snapdeal. What I may be. But product is same. Approach is same. Am I right or not? The C here also same. So we require infrastructure, suppose network storage. For getting this infrastructure, which cloud? Either maybe Azure or AWS or Google. So DevOps is same, process is same, servers are same, but from where you getting is different. But which cloud we are going to be learning is, please, here? AWS, Amazon Web Services, we are going to be learning. In Amazon Web Services, so which are all the services we are going to be learning, guys, please? VPC, EC2, RDS, and VPC. So VPC is nothing but what? Anybody? VPC is nothing but what? In simple form, network. So EC2 is nothing but what? EC2 is nothing but what? RDS is nothing but what? So storage is nothing but what? So by helping of this raw infrastructure, easily we can able to deploy our applications by using this DevOps process. This is what exactly we have discussed in the last session. Got it very clearly. So what we understand, guys, please, first, what exactly, please look at the screen. First, we need to establish what? Network. Then on top of it, servers. We are placing our applications here, either maybe Amazon, Flipkart, Redbus, Hotstar, whatever may be. Then our customer information is going to be maintaining on where exactly? Databases, MySQL, Oracle kind of database from RDS. For example, video files, maybe in video files, image files, or PDF, or a doc files, where you are going to be maintaining? On S3. On S3. So by helping of these are all the resources, these are all the models. So can we able to deploy our application very easily or no? Shall I repeat this diagram one more time for our understanding? Shall I repeat this? Yeah. So let me draw this one more time for our understanding. Please. So first we need to establish what? Network. Without network, we can't be create any mission, and even my laptop also. Without network, can able to conduct this online session? No. First, we need to design network. Sir, are we going to be learning network? Yes, we are going to be learning 3 weeks on network itself, 3 weeks. That we are calling as a VPC. Got it very clearly. Okay. So once if it is established this network, once if it is established, on top of this network, we are going to be creating a server. Server is nothing but what? EC2. We're going to be creating. So how many servers? N number of servers. It might be application servers. Application servers. So application is nothing but, anybody help me? Thanks. So we are going to be creating a application servers. On top of it, we are going to be placing Redbus kind of applications, Abibus kind of application, Flipkart kind of application. How many servers we are going to be deploying? And n number of servers. So once if it is placed, where exactly you can able to maintain our customer information? In database. In database. That means we need to create a database or not? So the service name calling here what? RDS. But it might be MySQL database, Oracle database, whatever. So application is maintaining on application server, our customer information maintaining on database. So network keys we have designed, application server we have kept, and database also we have kept. But if you want to access, if you want to log in, into any application, from where exactly you can? Anybody? From where exactly you can able to access your applications and from where you are accessing websites? From browser, not the laptop only. By using browser, laptop. In the browser, we are going to be using Chrome browser. Am I right? Chrome browser. The Chrome browser we calling as a client. Your laptop is not a client. Sorry. Chrome browser is a client. So Chrome, Firefox, IE. How many clients in your laptop? 3. So from these clients, so we are going to be request. What kind of request, guys? Please tell me. The request might be login page. The request might be registration page. The request might be search page. Request might be payment gateway. Request might be cancellation booking. What I mean? Anything, any request, anything, any action, it's going to be request only. Example, login page. So based on our client request, our application server will be processed. While application is processing your request, you provided a username password or not? Whether this username password is right or wrong, our application server will be validate with the database. Validate with what? Database. Once if it is validate, our application server will be prepare the response. The response sent back to our client. This entire internet, the entire our technology, either Java, DevOps, whatever may be, based on this diagram. Only 2 actions in. Only entire internet, only 2 actions. Request, response. Request, response. Very simple way. What you are requesting, based on request, our application server prepare the response and send it back to your client. Send it back to your client. This we are calling as what? Client server communication. What we call? So that is the first point we want to understand for today's session. This is what exactly client server communication. So if you want to establish this diagram or whatever may be, we require a server or not? What is the server first? What is an exactly server, please? Server contains what? Server contains what exactly? How exactly? Which are all the components available in your laptop? Same components available in your server also. What I mean? But how many layers we have in server, please? How many layers, guys, please? Totally 3 layers. If you go for any server, if you go for any server, 3 layers. The first layer is hardware layer. The first layer is what? Hardware layer. Second layer is what? The first layer is what? Hardware layer, like maybe hard disk, CPU, RAM, and so on. It is a common for every server, even your laptop also same. On top of this, we are going to be creating our operating system layer. Our operating system layer, OS. It might be Windows environment or Linux environment. Anything, please. Once you decided operating system, on top of it, you can decide which application, which software we're gonna be. It might be application, it might be database. It might be application or a web server or application server or a database server. That's it. But either application or a database server is same one. You are going to be taking a Linux server, on top of it, we're going to be deploying our application, then we're calling as an application server. We're going to be taking Linux machine, we're going to be keeping a database, then we're calling as a database server. But the base operating system is same and hardware is same for all the servers. For all the servers. So if you compare your laptop, which are all the components available in your laptop, the same component server also. But laptop is just for home purpose, but server is for maintaining our applications. But how many ways we can able to get the servers in? Server is same in all the cases. Server is same in all the cases. All the cases. Example. Water is same for all the cases. Water. For drinking water is all the same. When your grandpa, so those days, do you have any water bottles? Are you buying water? Directly can take it from ponds. And they use it. Then parts. Then parts, Mattikondu. Then what exactly nowadays we're using in bottles? Is any change of water? No. But the form of water changed. Way of use is changed. But water is same for all the days. The same way server is same. Either you are getting by virtual machines, either you're getting by physically or cloud. Server is no difference. And sorry. Don't assume like a server, cloud server different, virtual server different, physical servers are different. So server is same, but way of getting is different. Olden days, we need to buy a car, but right now we're booking a Ola cab. But car is same or not all the cases. The same way, so server is same, but way of getting server is different. But how many ways? Please tell me quickly. Physically, virtually, cloud. Physical servers, virtual servers, cloud server. But all servers are same. But way of getting is different. Please observe the point. Way of getting is different. Way of paying different. Way of accessing different. Way of use is different. But all the cases server is same. But if you are getting a server from physical servers, we can able to use 50% of resources only. But when you are going to be using virtual machines, 100% we can use. Means resources. Resource means what? Again, don't ask me. RAM, CPU, motherboard, those are all we calling as resource of server. But if you go for cloud, very good. No limit. No limit. So why 50, sir? Why 100? Why no? No limit. Should understand this or not? We should clarify this or not, please tell me. Definitely, we should understand this. So that is the reason. So let us open my PPT. Let me open my slide. So this basic fundamental understanding and every student, so overall experience, those people very well about it, but overall not working, they should understand this. So clarification, that's what we start from the scratch. So server client communication, we understood. We have one server can handle n number of clients. Client means what? Laptop, am I right? Browser, sorry. N number of browsers we can handle by single laptop. So throughout the world, from anywhere in the world, we can able to access the same server. One server can handle n number of clients. Based on request, a server will be prepare the response and back. But if you want to establish this, we require a server. Server has 3 layers. Server has 3 layers. Hardware layer, operating system layer, and application layer. 3 layers. We understood very clearly. But how many ways we can able to get a server? Please, anybody help me? Physically, excellent. Virtually, cloud. But if we are using a physical server, 50%. If we are using a virtual machine, 100%. If you are using a cloud machine, no limit. Got it very clearly? So we are not discussing technicality here. Why? That's the question. Why physical? Why virtual? Why cloud? That is your clarification. Technicality in depth, what is a physical, virtual? We not. Why we are shifting into the cloud? That I want to clarify here for today. But in depth, we'll discuss later in regular classes. Understood very clearly. Okay. So in physical environment, we can able to use only 50% of resources. Why 50? Why 50%? You know the answer. That's why I'm asking you. For example, it is a 8 GB of RAM. 50% of 8 GB RAM, how much, please? Anybody? 4. Why 4 GB? Example, to understand very clearly, listen very carefully. So, for practicing DevOps, 4 GB RAM is going to be consumed. 4 GB RAM, it's going to be consumed. Okay, consume. Listen very carefully. Consume. You don't have laptop right now. You're going to be buying a laptop. While buying a laptop, only 4 GB laptop you're going to be buying or 8 GB? 8 GB. Why? Maybe tomorrow you're going to practice another software. Maybe you are watching movie, browsing, a lot of activity you want to do. That time you can't do that. Am I right?
Yes.
So question is another question, please answer to me. On top of it, very, very thin layer question, please answer to me. So you're going to be buying only 4 GB. Assume that. You're practicing well DevOps. So you're going to be practice another software. Immediately can able to increase 4 GB to 8 GB.
No.
Within a minute. I'm asking about within a minute. In your laptop, can you able to replace a 4 GB RAM with 8 GB? Within a minute, can you able to rechange? Within a half minute? No. That is the reason we're always keeping efficient resources. The actual requirement is 4 GB, remaining 4 GB for features. So same concept. Out of 8 GB, we can able to use for today 4 GB. Maybe tomorrow in future, we're going to be using another 4 GB. Understood? But if you are moving into the virtualization, so I'm requesting each and every student, your focus is very important. This slide. Okay. So 100% of resources. Here also we have 8 GB on. Listen, please. Here also 8 GB, but we are going to be using 100%. Why? Because virtualization. Why? Because virtualization. It is a physical layer. What I'm drawing, what I'm mentioning, it is a physical layer. On top of it, we are going to be creating a 2 virtual layers. It is a VM1. It is a virtual machine 2. So this 4 GB RAM is depending on this 8 GB RAM. This 4 GB RAM depending on this physical RAM. So 4 plus 4, how much, guys? Please tell me. 4 plus 4, how much? Excellent. 4 plus 4, 8 GB. So are we using 100% or no? So out of 8 GB, can I able to use 100% of resource or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? Please tell me. Yes or no? On top of first virtual machine application number 1 and second virtual machine number 2. Clear or not? But my worry here is I want to deploy third application also. Where?
In the same.
Already 100% used. Where we can deploy? Option is no. Sorry. Understood very clearly? If you want to deploy third application, we require immediately one more 4 GB. 4 plus 4 plus 4. That means totally how much, guys, please? 12 GB. My question is here. So can I able to replace 8 GB of RAM with 12 GB within a half minute in this physical server, in this physical layer? Yes or no? No, here also problem. But I'll repeat this point. Listen very carefully. In virtual environment, we can able to use 100% of resources. But if you want to use more than that, we can't be get immediately. That's what it is limited. That's what we calling as what? Limited only. Which are all the resources we can use 100%. Beyond that, we can't be get it immediately. Beyond that, we can't be get it immediately. But if you want that, definitely we should go for cloud. In the cloud, no limit. We are not worrying about RAM. We are not worrying about infrastructure. How many servers you want? Tell me. 2, 200, 2000. We can get it. We're not worried. There is no limit. There is no constraint to get infrastructure from the cloud. That is the reason we are moving into the cloud. Why we are moving into the cloud? We are not worried about RAM. We are not worried about infrastructure. That is the reason we are moving into the cloud. Let us give one real-time scenario. You can understand very clearly. For example, limit on.
సర్వర్ కోసం ఇప్పుడు 8 GB ఉంది సర్వర్ అనుకోండి 5 రోజులు 10 GB క్లౌడ్ కూడా
Unlimited. And what is the value of infinity?
బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద సర్వర్ లేదు.
So we can give use, that unlimited infrastructure in the cloud throughout the globe. How many data centers we have?
Based on the data center only, we increase the our data.
Yes. Our laptop is only 8 GB, but in the cloud,
Yes.
unlimited. We can't calculate,
Hmm.
but we can calculate our laptop, right?
Ah,
Same. Yeah, fine. So let it be continued. For example, a Flipkart. So as of right now, how many users can log in here? N number of logins. As of right now, maybe 15 users log in. Just for number, just for understanding, I will give a number 15. So 15 users or customers are logging into the Flipkart. Today is a normal business day, but tomorrow is Sankranti. Tomorrow is a Ramjan, Christmas. Tomorrow is a festival day. What a maybe. Tomorrow is a special day. Definitely the customers are double or not. That means 15 into 2, how much? 15 into equal to how much, please? 30 users. So we can't decide how many customers logging at this present, we don't know. But if it is customers increased, our server should be also increased. How many customers are going to be logging? Can able decide? Can able restrict? Can able to seriously?
Yeah.
But they are ready to handle the load. If we can't, they lose business. Clear or not, please? So based on customer load, our infrastructure should be increased and decreased. This we calling as what? This we calling as what? Auto scaling in AWS. That we calling as what? Elastic flexibility. Flexibility, elastic cloud compute, EC2. A flexible kind of service we can able to get it from cloud. So I'll draw one more diagram for understanding this. This what exactly we have explained so orally, but we'll understand diagrammatically. For example, we have a example. So 3 Flipkart servers. Example. 3 Flipkart servers. Each and every Flipkart server can handle only 5 users, for our understanding. But really, it might be more than 5, more than lakhs. So let us assume. 2 minutes. A Flipkart server. 1. So this server can handle maximum how many users only? Just namesake, just for understanding. Flipkart server 1, Flipkart server 2, Flipkart server 3. 2. We're going to be handling load balance. So by helping of these 3 servers, how many customers we can able to handle, guys, please?
15.
For handling this 15 users, so how many servers we are going to be using? 3 servers. This 15 users load is going to be hitting into this load balance. This 15 users load is going to be hitting into this load balance. What exactly this load balance does? Distributing this 15 users load equally on top of the server. First request goes to first server. Second request goes to second server. Third request goes to third server. Again, the fourth request comes again first server. Fifth, sixth, and 7 again. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So what is the load balancer? Equally, the entire customer load distributing across all the servers, either 3 or 30, whatever. That is job done by the load balancer. But this is what exactly the situation right now, today, at this point. Tomorrow morning at 11. So big billion day, big sale day. So we have how much time, guys, please? Around maybe 24 hours. Within 24 hours, can you able to buy servers? Even you can't buy a laptop also, single laptop. You have to buy a server. You need to get it into the data center. We need to keep in the network. We need installation. Make it is ready. Not possible physically. In virtualization, also not possible because if it is limited. Because if it is limited. But in the cloud, we're not worried about infrastructure. So that means what? If our users, customer will increase, automatically servers also increase in the cloud. We are not worrying about infrastructure. We are not using physical servers. We are not using virtual environment. We are not getting servers from physical environment. We are not getting servers from virtual environment. We are going to be getting server from where? Cloud. In the cloud, there is no restriction. There is no limit. Based on customer load, our infrastructure will be increased and decreased. Today as a 15 users, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, definitely double the users or not, please tell me. Yes or no? Yes or no? Definitely. But this time, how many servers we require? 5 plus 5? 10. 10 plus 5? 15. For 3 servers, how many servers handling? And 15 users handled by 3 servers. For handling 30 users, how many servers are required? Simple maths, 6 servers. At 11 o'clock. But at 10 users is going to be adding. Within a half an hour, can able to add 1 more 2 servers? In physical environment, no. Virtual environment, no. But in the cloud, yes. Yes, sir. Yes. But at 12 o'clock, it's going to be 1 more 10 users. That means this time, how many servers we require? So can able to increase 1 more 2 servers within a half an hour? No. In physical, in virtual, no. But in the cloud, yes. Understood? Why we are moving into the cloud? But at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, there is no load. So automatically the load comes down up to 25 users. That means we need to decrease the servers also. This time, how many servers we require? 5 servers. So what I understand, guys, please, based on customer load, our infrastructure will be increased. Based on customer load, our infrastructure will be decreased. This concept we calling is what? Elastic. Those two specifically in AWS, autoscaling. So it is one of the great feature in AWS. So if you compare with physical server, if you compare with virtual environment, why we are moving into the cloud? Because of these reasons. These kind of feature we're going to be using so many. Understood very clearly. What we have discussed for today, we understood what is the client server communication, what is the server, types of servers, what are the physical virtual servers difference, and why we are shifting into cloud. We understood very clear. We understood very clearly. So that is what exactly for today's session. So before closing the session, So just to overview, because of some new students we have here, what exactly this course, let us overview, please. So this course is complete DevOps, complete AWS, place. Linux basics I'm going to be covering. Shell script I'm going to be covering. No programming, Java, .NET not required. You have to, for practicing, you require a laptop with this configuration. So freshers can join in this course. Experience can join in this course. Any graduate can join in this course. If you join in this course, daily class recordings will be received after payment via Google Drive. From date of registration, you're going to be accessing up to 11 months, officially, unofficially, lifetime. If you ask me personally, lifetime. But if you ask your institute, they're saying only 11 months. Resume preparation, entry question and answers. For live real-time projects, I'm going to be covering in this duration only, no separate classes. 80% of soft materials, yes. Our classes start from basic level, finish with an advanced level. And each and every session is a practical oriented, not like this PPT presentation. Course completed certificate you can able to receive only for freshers, experience not required. If you want, get it. But don't show anywhere else, anywhere in the resume. Why? You know very well. So daily 1 hour session we are going to be. Daily we are spending 1 hour. The same day you are going to be practicing for 2 hours. It will take 2 hours. 1 plus 2 total 3 hours you're going to be spent. Make promise yourself before joining this course 3 hours per day. Monday to Saturday classes. Timing is same. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees for full DevOps, full AWS for daily recordings. So this is my admin contact information. Who want to register and you want to pay the payments, please approach to them. They will help you how to pay. I'm going to be share this information in the chat box. And one more thing, it is my course content link. So what exactly we are going to be covering in this 4.5 months duration. If you open this link, you can understand. You can see here, course overview, yes. Yeah, first document is course overview. Second document, DevOps content. Guys, please wait, it is loading. So totally 20 pages of DevOps content. 20 pages of DevOps content. 10 pages of AWS content. Please revise this once. So I think each and every student are receiving this link. Offline students, you can able to take it after by end of the session. Don't worry, you can take a peek. Okay. And one more information, guys, please to all, please. So today is the last demo. So tomorrow onwards, we're going to be start regular sessions. So who missed last 2 demos, please watch from YouTube. Go for Durga Sub channel. There itself, we can find my videos with Maha. Where exactly Maha, you can watch. So tomorrow onwards, we're going to be start our regular sessions. So we will meet all of you. We will meet with a new meeting link from tomorrow. We will meet with new meeting link from tomorrow. So meeting link, who are all paid student, meeting link, get it from it. So tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be start sharing recordings via Google. How to access, how exactly, where exactly you can able to get. I will guide you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will show you. Okay. So this is what I said. So any questions, please, all of you. So do you have any questions? Linux basics I'm going to be covering. Git not basics and Git administration, it will take 1 week. Git is not a basics and advanced level. We're going to be discussing in-depth Git. Linux only basics, but Git is our tool, DevOps tool. We can't discuss as a basics, and we should discuss in depth. Practically, we're going to be. It will take minimum 1 week to 10 days. Git itself. Deep discussion, deep diving into the Git. Okay, Sai. So, any other question for online students? Then I'll go for offline. Are you covering microservices architecture? IP? Not required, I think, maybe. So, we are going to be using Java application. So, for explaining, for understanding a DevOps process, we take an example of Java projects. In Java, one of the feature we call microservices. Rajendra. Fine. So Java, we have a Spring, Struts, Hibernate, MySQL, like microservices also. But we take any Java application, not only Spring, not only micro, any application. Any questions, please, all of you? I think each and every student is clarified. Shall I move to the offline? You clarified all of you online students, am I right? Yeah, fine. So online, offline, do you have any questions, please?
Virtual means, I mean, cloud is also something like a virtual machine only.
Yes.
Just asking.
Load is same.
Yeah, it is also-
But we can't be get immediately, The point is where exactly, if it increase the load, can able to replace your physical server?
No, we can't, but ultimately.
But ultimately same. But this kind of features we can't be using physical servers.
But in the case of data services, they will maintain the required hard disk, the resources. Right?
That is your own servers, We need to spend, for example, tomorrow is the 100 server required, you can keep today. How much money you can spend? And today I require 10 servers. Paying rent for only 10 servers. Tomorrow I am going to be 100 servers only. So we're going to be reduce the cost or not. Maintenance is very difficult, your own servers. Maintaining car is difficult, but getting car 500 rupees,
But data centers guys will maintain the required cars.
Yeah, definitely. That they should be maintained. They're ready. They because of Ola kept maintaining hundreds of cars, because they're engaging all the cars for 2 customers. But you are a customer. As a customer, we can't be all the cars,
Yeah.
We can't maintain Ola cap company. As a customer, as a company, yes. As a cloud company, yes, I can do that. You want to become a cloud provider or cloud user? That is the case. That's it. Thank you. Thanks. Any questions? Yeah, APK. Yeah, please. Tushar, yes. Yeah, fine. I think so. Each and every student has clarified what is the DevOps. We understood AWS. So types of service. So tomorrow also will be resumed, but in the cloud. So we understood up to this point why cloud, but in the cloud, how exactly we can able to get a service in a real world, physically. Sorry, physical in the sense of again physical server. So practically, how exactly we can able to get a service, I will show you by tomorrow. Tomorrow onwards, our practical sessions will be started. Thanks, buddies. So we'll be continue by tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, let's get started, guys, without any further ado. Before that, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Mohammed Shuaib, and I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and the demo that we have today is on the first foundational course called Certified Ethical Hacking. Okay, and the version of this course that is running at the moment is version 11, the latest one. Okay. So again, before we get started, this is a common question that I usually ask students, again, to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, don't worry, even if you don't know the answer, or if you're not sure about it, still just try to initiate, and let's keep the session a bit interactive and fun rather than just keeping it one-sided. So a quick sample question, like, according to you, in your perspective, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? Again, guys, don't worry. I am not asking for any definitive answers or exact to the point answers. Whatever comes to your mind, okay, whatever you think hacking is, please let me know. Anyone?
Prior to breaking the system.
Trying to breaking the system. Is that breaking right? I mean, did I get it right? Break into
To
the system
access
Yes, yes. Try to.
to access your personal things like computer, mobile.
oh, okay, trying to break into the
Uh,
system or access personal things,
Unauthorized access to the system or data.
unauthorized access to the system or data. That's a great answer. Again, all answers are perfectly right. There's nothing wrong with them. Perfectly correct answers. Anything else, guys? Does anyone else want to add anything to it? Hmm. Right, perfect. No worries, guys. Thank you so much for those answers. Those are exactly right. There is nothing wrong with them. Okay, but if I had to just add upon that hacking, that definition, I would add it as hacking is the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, these information systems could be anything. They could be from as small as a mobile phone to as big as a web application server or a database or the cloud organization as well. Okay, and this is done without the permission or without the consent and knowledge of the person owning those systems. Okay, so if those systems belong to a third party person, that person does not know that someone is trying to gain access to their information or the data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the systems, they can steal the data, destroy the data, or sell the data as well to other third party vendors. Okay. Now, depending on this definition, we easily understand that hacking is a malicious job. It is a criminalistic task. If it is such a bad thing to do, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is legal, which is allowed. And how can it stand beside the word hacking, which is completely contradictory? So to define ethical hacking, on the other hand, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay, a vulnerability is nothing but a flaw or a loophole in the information system. So usually manufacturers might make mistakes somewhere here or there in the coding of the application. Okay, so that gives rise to something known as weaknesses in the information system, or in technical terms, it is also called as vulnerabilities. Okay, and this vulnerability finding or the process of trying to find these vulnerabilities is done with the consent and permission of the organization. Okay, so this is done in order to report it back to the target, okay, or to the authority, so that they can apply the appropriate patch for it. And once a patch is applied, that vulnerability is closed. It closes the doorway for the hacker to cause any harm. So thereby, with ethical hacking, we're trying to increase the security of the organization rather than cause any harm. Okay, so that is the main difference, guys, between hacking and ethical hacking. Where in hacking, we are trying to find, again, the hacker tries to take advantage of those vulnerabilities and tries to get information access. But in ethical hacking, you're trying to find those vulnerabilities, you're trying to report them back to get them patched so that you can increase the security. Okay, so I hope these two definitions are clear, guys. Again, if you have any questions or if you have any queries, or if you want me to repeat something, please do not hesitate to let me know. Okay, feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Okay, so now, depending on these two definitions, guys, of hacking and ethical hacking, we can categorize the types of hackers. So basically, there's three types. There's someone known as a black hat hacker, a gray hat hacker, and a white hat hacker. A black hat hacker can also be termed as a cyber criminal who performs hacking for his own benefit, okay, or sometimes even just for fun, without asking for consent. On the other end of the scale, we have the white hat hacker. Okay, white hat hackers are also known as ethical hackers or penetration testers. These are the people who abide by the laws and policies of the organization, and they work hand in hand with them to find the vulnerabilities and report it back. They do that so that they can secure the infrastructure rather than causing any harm. Now, in between, there's a third category, also known as gray hat hackers. Now, from the name itself, you can figure out they have some qualities of the black hat hacker as well as the white hat hacker, hence a mixture. Okay, so like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities, but once they find the vulnerability, they report it back to the organization. Okay, and that is done in return for a bounty. A bounty is nothing which benefits them. It could be a financial reward or a reputational reward, anything which benefits them or their careers. Right. So all these three types of hackers, whether it be a black hat hacker or a gray hat hacker or a white hat hacker, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay. And those steps collectively are called as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay. Now let me list those steps out one by one so that you can have a clear picture of what the whole course is about, and then we'll briefly discuss about all of them. Okay, so you can ask your questions regarding those. Okay, so the first step that you perform in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain is known as information gathering. Now, certain organizations term this step in different names. They can also call it as reconnaissance or footprinting. Second step is known as scanning. It can also be referred to as enumeration. Third step is gaining access. Fourth step is maintaining access. And the last step is known as reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason I've specifically mentioned "or" in the last step over here is because that is where it makes all the difference between the white hat hackers and black hat hackers. If you're a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, you would perform the first 4 steps and then you would generate a report with all the vulnerabilities and the solutions for that and submit it to the organization. But if you're a black hat hacker, obviously you're not going to submit the vulnerabilities, but you're going to take advantage of them. You're going to attack the system, get access to the data, steal the data, and then remove all the evidences, which is nothing but clearing the traces or removing the footprints. Okay, so any questions or doubts, guys, up to this part before I proceed further into the technical part? Any queries or any confusion at the moment? Again, guys, I hope the audio and video is fine. Any issues with my audio or video?
Okay. What is this enumeration, sir?
Again, yeah, we'll be coming to that, guys. We'll discuss each of these steps one by one so you have a better understanding of what all of them are. Okay, at the moment, until now, here there are no questions, right? Because I guess there's some issues with the audio or video. Some people are exiting and rejoining again. Any issues, any technical issues with my audio or video at the moment? Okay, perfect.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Oh, my voice is breaking. 1 second, guys. Okay, hello, 1 2 3. Hello, 1 2 3.
Now it is
Guys,
okay.
it's okay, right? Right, perfect.
Clear, sir.
Right, let's proceed now, guys, and understand each of these steps one by one so you have a clear picture of what they are. So the first step is information gathering. Again, as the name itself suggests, this step involves the hacker or the ethical hacker to gather as much data as possible about your penetration testing target. Okay, and all this information is gained passively. What I mean by passively is that you get this information from other third-party sources rather than contacting the organization directly. Okay, so for example, if I have a target like Wipro.com, about Wipro.com, I'll start searching online for all the material for it, okay, all the data regarding Wipro.com servers. Okay, the main question is what kind of data are we talking about over here? And this is the information that we require. So firstly, we try to figure out all the IP addresses and the range of IPs used by the Wipro's main servers or the secondary servers. Then the whois records to understand who is hosting Wipro.com and since when has it been hosting itself. Then the DNS records to understand what information is stored in their DNS servers, domain name servers. Then employee details such as their contact numbers, their email addresses, their usernames and passwords which are leaked, and their home addresses if possible, and so on. So then the domains and the subdomains of Wipro's website, and the operating system information, like what OSs are being used by the servers that are linked with Wipro.com. Now, trust me, this guys, that all this information is available online to be gathered. So if I show you a very basic example, let's say if I wanted to find the DNS records for Wipro's organization, all I have to do is go to the browser, and in the browser, I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This website is available for free for anyone to access. You can click on the first link, and over here you can just search for Wipro.com, and you can click on search, and now this is going to fetch and give you all the information about the Wipro's DNS servers. So first things first, it tells you where the Wipro servers are being located on the geolocation map. So it tells us that there are 4 DNS servers for Wipro. As you can see, these are their host names, exact host names, and these are the exact public IPs. These IP addresses are very important for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed with the further steps of scanning and enumeration. Okay. After that, we can see that there's the host record. telling us what are the Wipro servers IP addresses and subdomains IP addresses. So this is the main wipro.com server, which is being hosted on the IP 66.7.148.227. Again, this information is very relevant for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed further. Further down, you can also see it also gives us the complete network topology. So this is how Wipro servers are connected to one another, and we have the whole network topology with the host names and their IP addresses. Okay, so this is basically whole Wipro's organization main server data. So again, this data is readily available, guys, for anyone to be accessed. That is not the vulnerability. Wipro themselves manually give out this data so that everyone around the world can access their servers. If this information is not given out, not many people will be able to access Wipro services and the website. Okay, the giving out of information is not wrong over here, but not checking if the information that you're giving is secure or not is the vulnerability. Okay, so we have to see that whatever Wipro is disclosing, all these servers one by one are completely secure. Okay, after information gathering is done, then we go to the next phase, which is known as scanning or enumeration. Now, one of you asked me what scanning or enumeration is. This is nothing but trying to get some extra information about the target by making active connections. What I mean by active connections is that you will directly connect to Wipro servers, and from them you will try to fetch the information. Okay, similarly, when we talk about enumeration, that is about gathering as much information as possible about all the services that are running on the target organization. So in a Wipro's organization, you might have DNS service, DHCP service, SNMP service, Telnet service, SSH service. These are the multiple servers, multiple web servers, or multiple other organizational servers. So about each of that server, you need to get information, like what version of services are they running and what applications are they running. So enumeration is trying to gather information about all the servers one by one by making active connections with them. Okay, so you're directly going to ping those servers and you try to fetch the information from them directly rather than contacting any third-party organization. Now, when we talk about scanning or enumeration, there are three types of them. There's something known as network scanning, then port scanning, and then finally vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we can try to figure out on the target network what all devices are active. Okay, so what operating systems are they using, what servers are available, what client operating systems are there. So trying to understand what all devices are they using, IDS, IPS, routers, switches, what all devices are there. On those devices, then you perform port scanning. Port scanning is where you try to figure out what ports are open, and on those ports, what services are there running. Okay, what applications are there running. Then finally, you perform vulnerability scanning to figure out on those services, are there any vulnerabilities? Are there any weaknesses that you can attack on? So during this phase, we'll be using two important tools called Nmap and Nessus. So if I just search for enable Nessus over here, this is the tool that is used in organizations as well. So if I click on the first link, as you can see, this Nessus Professional. If I click on buy, it's around $4,000 for 1 year subscription. Okay, quite an expensive tool, and this is the same tool that is used in real-time scenarios. So we'll be working on the same tool in our classes as well. We'll try to understand how to use this tool and how to run or perform vulnerability scanning. The reason why I'm showing you all this is just to make you understand that we will be using real-time scenario tools. Okay, whatever is used in organizations at the moment, we are up to date with those tools. Okay, after if I show you example, as you can see, I have the Nessus installed on my system over here. I'll show you how you can install on your system as well, and you can see you can perform various types of scans, and once you scan a system, it shows all the vulnerabilities one by one, the critical vulnerabilities or medium vulnerabilities, information based vulnerabilities. Again, don't get too confused, guys. We'll again learn how to understand this report. What are these vulnerabilities? What are these different levels of vulnerabilities? We'll understand all that. Okay, but basically Nessus is a tool which can perform network scanning or port scanning and try to understand what vulnerabilities are there on each and every system. So this is an automated tool. We'll learn how to perform automated testing and get a report from it. Once you get a report, you need to perform manual testing also. Okay, and that is nothing but our next phase, which is gaining access. Okay, so this is a huge concept. It covers a vast variety of topics, guys. We'll discuss them one by one. Okay, so the first topic that we'll be learning in gaining access is system hacking. So in system hacking, we'll understand how we can crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So if you have Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, does not matter. Okay, whatever operating system you have, how do we crack that operating system? How do we get the information about their passwords? If you are unable to get the passwords, how can we bypass authentication and get access to the internal files? Is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malwares are nothing but, in short, malicious softwares. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares, whether it be viruses or worms or trojans, spyware, whatever it be. We'll understand how malwares are generated and how we can protect our system from malwares. Or if there is a malware already installed, how can we detect that malware and prevent it from running further or causing any further harm? Okay, then there's a bonus topic called malware advanced. This is again not included in the CH curriculum. We have just added it as a bonus topic for students to have better understanding about malwares. In this, we'll be sharing the resources to understand how you can create your own malwares by using Python program. So just in case if you know Python, well and good. If not, also not an issue. We'll be sharing the resources as extra material to understand. So if you are interested in malware development or so, this is a very important bonus topic for you. After that comes network penetration testing. In this, we'll learn all the common network attacks. So in a network, you have multiple, again, devices, IDS, IPS, multiple different types of servers, like mail server or DNS servers, DHCP servers, SNMP servers, and so on. So we'll understand how to check for vulnerabilities on each of these servers. Along with that, we can perform a few attacks as well. Sniffing attack, man in the middle attack, denial of service attack, or distributed denial of service attacks, DDoS. Okay, and hacking Wi-Fi routers, trying to crack the password of Wi-Fi routers and getting access to those routers. All this comes under network penetration testing. Okay, all the common attacks that we can perform in a local network. After that comes social engineering, where we learn how hackers create fake websites. Okay, whether it be Facebook.com, Instagram.com, Twitter.com, or Flipkart.com. How are hackers creating fake login pages? And from those fake login pages, how are they getting the passwords, credentials? So we learn what phishing attacks are, what are the other social engineering attacks through which hackers manipulate victims into getting their passwords. Okay, so we'll learn all that, and we'll also understand how to prevent these attacks, how to distinguish between a fake page and an original page, and so. After that, we have web application pen testing. In this, we learn all the common vulnerabilities that exist on websites. So again, websites also have some weaknesses, okay, on which attackers can exploit and try to get access to the internal web server data or the internal database data, and so on. So to list out a few, there's vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability. Now, might sound very technical, guys, but these are the weaknesses using which hackers can get access to your information, to your passwords and usernames. Okay. After that, finally comes hacking mobile phones, where we learn how we can hack an Android phone and get access to that Android phone remotely. After gaining access is done, then we have maintaining access and clearing, again, maintaining access, reporting and clearing traces, where we learn how we can maintain persistent connections. So if the target is restarting his system or shutting it down and starting after a very long time, how do we get access to that data? How do we still stay connected to the victim machine? Is what we learn in maintaining access. After that comes reporting or clearing traces, where I'll show you how you can generate a report and submit to your client or submit to your organization, or how do you remove the evidences. So this course is designed in such a way where we learn both the perspectives of a black hat hacker as well as a white hat hacker. Okay, and it's designed in a completely practical way, no theoretical nonsense. Every day we'll have a class for 1 hour, where the first 20 minutes we'll discuss the theoretical part, understanding what that attack is or how to prevent that attack, and then the remaining 40 minutes we'll discuss the practical part of it, okay, with real-time scenario tools. To list out a few tools, we'll be using this tool such as Nessus, we'll be using Nmap, we'll be using Burpsuit, we'll be using the whole main Kali operating system, okay, which I have over here, as you can see. Okay, before that, let me show the course content as well, guys, very quickly. So yeah, this is over here, the course content for the whole course. Okay, and the course is for a duration of 35 days, where we learn from the very basics itself. So most of the students ask this as a question, like, sir, are there any prerequisites? Do we need to learn something else separately? No, this course is designed in such a way where even a 10th standard student can come and learn the course for, without any trouble. Okay, because all the prerequisites are included in the course itself. So before we dive into the advanced concepts, there's a few prerequisites which we will cover. The first few introductory classes. First things first, we learn about networking basics. We learn what IP addresses are, what are IPv4 addresses, what are IPv6 addresses, what is a DNS server, what is DHCP server, all the important protocols, what is TCP protocol, what is UDP protocol. We'll discuss all that in networking basics. Then we'll jump into virtualization. Okay, virtualization, because as you can see over here, I'm running my Windows 11 operating system. On top of this, I'm running my Kali OS. Kali is a Linux-based operating system. Okay, and we need to install this. The reason being, this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. So for information gathering, web application attacks, password attack, Wi-Fi attack, all these tools are available in Kali Linux. These are not available for you in Windows. So that is why we need to understand how to install this Kali operating system. Okay, and for that we need a tool such as VMware. VMware is a virtualization software. This allows you to install multiple operating systems on the same machine. So I have my Kali OS, I have my Windows 7 OS. All of these are running on my Windows 11 operating system, as you can see. Okay, so on my Windows 11, I can run my Kali, Windows 7, whatnot, as many operating systems as I want. After that is done, then we learn basic Linux and Windows commands, because as I've mentioned, we'll be using Kali Linux. So we need to know how to operate that OS. Okay, so we'll understand what the basic Kali commands are. We'll get familiar or comfortable with the Linux environment, and then we'll dive into the advanced concepts. Okay, so there's a few extra concepts there mentioned as well, as you can see over here: cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security. These are not mentioned in the presentation for us, but these are all the topics that we'll be covering. Okay, the whole course duration is around 1 month, guys, 30 to 35 days, and we'll have a class from Monday to Friday onwards for every day for 1 hour. Okay, and the timings will be same. We'll have timings at 8 p.m. Every class will be recorded, and you'll be getting the recordings as well online, which we will have permanent access to. So just in case if you're missing out any class, you can access the recordings whenever you want. Okay, if needed, we can take backup classes as well on Saturdays and Sundays, just in case if there's a lot of absence. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. A quick introduction on what the course is and how long the duration of the course is. If you have any questions, you can shoot at me right now. Please let me know, guys. Any queries, anything that you want me to repeat or so.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Sir, why we use that websites that you show before this PPT?
Sorry, Yogesh, I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat?
Sir, we as you said that we use some websites for ethical hacking. So that website that you opened before this PPT, I'm asking about that
Yeah,
website.
the DNS dumpster website, as you can see over here. This is for information gathering, trying to gather information about any certain client. So before we perform hacking, it's very necessary that we know all the data about that organization or the data about that target. So in order to get that data, we have to visit these third-party websites. Okay, sometimes your organization might not give you that data sufficient for us. Okay, that is why we need to gather that information from other third-party sources, websites like DNS dumpster and so on. Okay, the more the data you have, the more possibilities you have to attack the system. Okay, the more attack vectors you can find or possible paths you can find to attack the system. Okay, so that is why it is necessary to access these websites and get the data about our target from these websites.
Okay, okay, sir, understood.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, which type of penetration testing we are going to learn here?
Again, CEH is a very comprehensive course, guys. We're not going to be going into any advanced level penetration testing, but we will learn all the kinds of, whether it be web application pen testing or network penetration testing or system hacking or Android pen testing. We'll be covering the basics of all of them. This is a course designed for people who are completely new to cybersecurity, and we can't leave out any endpoint. So we need to understand how to perform network security testing. We need to perform web security testing, Android security testing as well, and Windows or Linux security testing as well. So we'll be learning all of them one by one. Okay, we'll be covering each and every endpoint that is left, as you can see over here in the course content. Okay, but as I've mentioned, we won't be going in depth of all of them. We'll learn how to check for security vulnerabilities, basic vulnerabilities, and how to remediate them, how to remove those vulnerabilities. Okay, if you want to learn about any advanced after CEX is done, then you can go with advanced courses such as web application pen testing for bug bounty. This course is specifically designed only for website security testing. So in this, we'll be going with OWASP top 10. Okay, this is an organization which gives you the list of necessary vulnerabilities that you have to test for, and this course only focuses on web applications, nothing else. Okay, so after CEX is done, then you can choose a specific domain, and depending on your interest, you can choose your specialization. Okay, whether it be website security or Android security or network security or cloud security, and so on. So
Okay, sir. Thank you.
right. Any other questions, guys?
No, sir.
Right. Okay.
After
So
course completion, certification provided.
yes, if anyone is interested in writing the CEF certification as well, we provide support for that also. There's complete pass guarantee. So I usually handle the certifications myself. So if you're planning on writing a
So this is
certification,
job guarantee.
this is what? Sorry.
Job guarantees.
Sorry, I didn't get you guys. Can you please repeat that? Hello.
After this course, his job is.
He's asking a
Oh yeah,
placement assistance.
job assistance. Again, guys, at Durgasoft, you're not going to be providing any confirm guarantee that we'll be placing you in an organization, but we'll be sharing your resume once you forward it to our consultancies. Okay, so in the price of 8,000 rupees, we are only including the course content with the course completion certificate. And if you're planning on writing a certification, we will give you certification support as well. Okay, so at that price of 8,000 rupees, we are not in contact with the complete job placement facility, but we do have few consultancies where we can give you your resumes too. Okay, once you're done with the resume preparation, I'll be helping you out in understanding how to create a resume as well, depending on a cyber security profile. I'll be also sharing the common interview questions, and I have a few references as well to whom I can forward your resumes. Okay, and again, we will be giving you the interview calls, and you can start attending interviews over there. Okay, again, it depends on your skill set and your practice on how well you do the interview. So we don't guarantee anything, but we will definitely show you where you can start applying. If it's necessary, I can just give you one source now itself. You can, after your course is done, this is the common website that I usually suggest for students, jobs.null.community. This is a website only specifically for cybersecurity job roles. Okay, nothing else. As you can see, null jobs. This is the website. Okay, and these are all the different domains, and you can start searching over here. So if you're a complete fresher, just click on freshers or internships, and these are at the moment these are the available placements. Okay, so for internships, okay, if you're not into internships, you want a specific job role, you can start applying for VAPT, vulnerability assessment and pen testing. These are the ones at the moment for cybersecurity. After the course is done, you can start applying over here also. So this is one website that I suggest to most of the students once the course is done, so start applying for jobs. Okay, so again, how well you do, it depends on your skill set and your practicing, guys. Okay, and this website is specifically only for cybersecurity jobs, nothing else. Okay, any other questions, guys?
No, sir. Thank you.
Right, again, if you practice properly and if you're done with the course, guys, and if you're thorough with all the concepts, getting a job in these portals is not that tough. Okay, there's a lot of students from our previous batches as well who have searched for jobs in this nulls.job.co.in, and they found their internships and their jobs. Okay, so again, as I've mentioned, once you sit for the interview, it's all on you. Okay, so it depends on your preparation of how well or bad you do. So we can't guarantee anything, okay, because that's on your skill set, but we can at least show you where you can start applying for jobs. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further for our session today. And yeah, if you have any queries, again, over here is my number, just in case if you have any queries, technical queries, you can let me know. This is the number over here, 7680069.
Hello.
768.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Prabin, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know. Actually, I'm a working professional. I'm
Right.
I'm working on the front end side, but wanted to move into this domain. So, what suggestions could you, give me on that side?
Again, same, I would recommend if you're completely new to this domain, go with Certified Ethical Hacking, CH version 11. This is a foundational
Okay.
course for people completely new so you'll be learning everything from scratch. After that is done, if possible, if time and financial permits you, you can write the certification as well from EC Council. So there will be a CH examination for 125 questions. Okay. And if you give 75% of them right, you get certified from EC Council. You get a certificate from the US organization. Okay. So that adds edge to your resume. If not, if you are not, again, certification is quite costly. It's around $500. So if you're not planning on writing the certification, I would recommend doing some extra advanced courses as well after CH is done, and then add that at least to the resume to build some edge again. Okay.
Okay. And is there any coding involved here, or is it into completely into, the
No,
security part?
not at all. In CEH, you don't have any requirement for coding level language. But if you're planning on going for some advanced courses like web application pen testing or profile security testing, there you might need to have some basic knowledge. Okay. So when we talk about web application, it is necessary that you have basic knowledge on HTML and JavaScript. Okay. But when we talk about CEH, the foundational course, for this we have no requirement for any coding level language knowledge.
Okay. And what kind of roles we can apply after the completion of this course? Like someone is if having 5 years of experience and he has transited into this particular cyber security. What kind of roles would be available?
Again, as you can see over here, these are the roles that you can start applying for. VAPT assurance lead, or VAPT senior security analyst, cyber security consultant. These are all the job roles. Penetration tester, security analyst, or monitoring job roles, and so on. Vulnerability
Okay.
assessment tester. These are the job roles you can start applying for.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Right. Any other questions, guys? Right. Assuming there's no more questions, guys. So yeah, that's that for a session. Nothing further. Again, we'll be starting the course from Monday onwards, guys. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we'll be having the same demo. So just in case if you have joined late also, you can join tomorrow as well at the same time. And if not, you can directly join the course on Monday. Okay. If you have any further technical queries, guys, here's my contact number as I've mentioned already. Although if you have any queries regarding the course date or again course fees regarding that, you can contact the institute. Okay. So yeah, that's that, guys. Sure. So I'm gonna be exiting, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the demo. And yeah, if there's any queries, please do let us know how we can help you. Okay. Have a good day, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Hello, guys. Can you hear me now? Biswajit Singh, Rakesh, Ravikiran, Maman, Shiva, Sujata. I hope I'm audible now, guys. Yeah, Biswajit. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Right, perfect. So let's just wait for 2 more minutes, guys, for the other people to join as well. And then we'll be starting the session. Until then, if you have any queries or if you have any questions before we start the session, you could please let me know.
So
Yes, I
Excuse
can
me,
hear
sir.
you.
Yeah. So is this the same demo was on Sunday?
Yes, the same demo itself, guys.
Oh, okay. I have attended on Sunday, so I thought it would be some different or what.
No,
Okay.
no, no. It's the same demo, guys. A shorter version of that same demo. Again, we'll be starting the live classes, or for the course is going to start from Monday onwards. So just in case we're planning on joining the course, you can join from Monday. The first class will be on networking concepts.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Tomorrow as well, we'll have one last demo. So Thursday and Friday, today and tomorrow will be the last demo sessions, just in case if students have missed out the previous demos, they can join. That's one last chance for them. And then from Monday, we'll be starting the course itself. Yeah, okay. So just in case, guys, if there's anyone who has already attended this demo session, again, just a heads up, this is going to be the same demo. It's not going to be any different from the previous ones. Okay, this is just backup sessions or backup demos for people who could not join earlier. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Sir, it means I can directly join on Monday because yesterday I was also present.
Yeah, sure, guys. Again, as I've mentioned, it's the same demo. It's not gonna be any different. So this is only for people who are completely new to it, who have not attended the previous demo sessions. So if you have already attended the demo session, guys, you can join back on Monday itself directly.
Okay, and the timing will be same at 8 p.m.
Same time, 8 o'clock in the night.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, guys, so let's get started without any further ado. Before I get started, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Mohammed Shoaib. I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and one of the courses that it provides for people who are completely new to this domain is Certified Ethical Hacking version 11. This is the latest version of the course that is running at the moment, and this is a course designed in such a way for people who are completely new to this domain. So if you have no knowledge about what cybersecurity is or what hacking or ethical hacking is, this is the course to get started with. Okay. So before I proceed further, this is a common question that I usually ask all the students just to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, let's keep the session a bit interactive and fun. So my first question to you is to understand what your perspective is on hacking. So again, not asking for exact definitive answers, guys, but just to understand your view on it. Okay, so whatever comes to your mind, please do let me know. In your terms, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? There's Biswajit, there's Maman, Rakesh, who else? Shafiuddin, Shiva.
Hello,
Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
sir. Actually, according to me, hacking means to hack the information of organization or any
Okay.
systems.
Right. Yeah, hacking information or getting access to the information of organization systems. That's a good answer, Biswajit. Anyone else, guys, who wants to add anything to that? That's a perfectly right answer. There's nothing wrong in it at all. Perfectly all right. Any other additions to that, guys? Anyone who wants to append anything to that answer? Okay, no worries. Shiva, you were about to say something? Your mic was unmuted for a while. Did you have an answer? Okay, no worries, guys. So let me just add on with Biswajit's answer. So if I had to define hacking on, depending on using on his words itself, hacking is nothing but the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, now these information systems could be anything. They could be as small as a mobile phone to as big as a database or a web application server or cloud organization itself. Okay, and this gain access to these devices is done without the permission and the consent of the person owning those systems. Okay, so the organization who owns those systems has no clue that someone is trying to gain access to their data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the data, they can steal it, they can destroy it, or sell it on the dark web to other third party vendors. Now, if hacking seems such a malicious job, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is completely legal. And how could hacking become legal now? That's the main question. So when we talk about ethical hacking, on the other hand, guys, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay. A vulnerability, in simple terms, can also be called as a weakness or a loophole in the information system. And using these weaknesses only, hackers try to get access to the target informations, again, target information systems data. Okay, so your job as an ethical hacker would be to find these vulnerabilities before a hacker does, and this is done with the consent and permission of the organization. So once you find these vulnerabilities, you have to report it back to the organization so that they can apply the patch for it. And once a patch is applied, you're thereby increasing the security of infrastructure and preventing hackers from causing any further harm. So with ethical hacking, you're trying to increase the security and make the infrastructure much more secure and stronger compared to what hacking is. Okay, where you're trying to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, so are these two definitions clear, guys? Like what is hacking and what is ethical hacking, and how are they different from one another? Because most of the students have a misconception that both these terms are one and the same. No, guys, you're not going to be performing hacking. We'll be learning ethical hacking in the course. Okay, we won't be exploiting the vulnerabilities, but we'll see how to search for them, how to find them in an organization's systems, and how to report them back to the organization. Okay, so that we can prevent hacking from happening. Now, depending on these two terms, guys, we can categorize the different types of hackers as well. So we have someone known as a black hat hacker, then we have someone known as a white hat hacker, and in between there's someone known as a gray hat hacker. Okay, so firstly, the first category is black hat hackers. These people are also commonly referred to as cyber criminals. Okay, these are people who perform hacking for their own benefit, and they do this by asking no consent at all. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the white hat hackers, who are also termed as ethical hackers or penetration testers. Now, these people perform ethical hacking, or in simple terms, penetration testing, to find all the vulnerabilities in the organization. And they do this by asking for consent and by following all the laws and policies set by the organization. So they do not cross any line, they do not perform exploitation of any vulnerabilities, they only work to increase the security of the organization. Now, in between white hat hackers and black hat hackers, there's someone else known as a gray hat hacker. Now, as the name itself suggests, these people have both the qualities of black hat as well as a white hat hacker. Like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities. But once they do, once they find the vulnerability, like a white hat hacker, they report it back to the organization. Okay, they don't take advantage of it, they don't exploit it and try to attack the system, but they report it back so that they can help the organization. But it's a give and take relationship, so it's a there's kind of a bargain over here. Okay, the catch is that these gray hat hackers ask for a bounty in return. Okay, a bounty is anything which benefits them, so they could ask for some prize reward, or they could ask for some reputational reward, anything which benefits their career and profile. Okay, and that is why in simple terms they are also known as bug bounty hunters. They find bugs in return for a bounty. Okay, so they are hunting for bugs. Okay, now all these three types of hackers, whether we take black hat hackers, gray hat hackers, or white hat hackers, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay, and they follow a procedure, a systematic procedure. That systematic procedure is known in simple terms as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay, various organizations categorize these steps into various numbers, but if I had to summarize it up, there are 5 important steps in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Whether you take a black hat hacker or a white hat hacker or any kind of a hacker, he needs to follow the same procedures as well. Okay. Now let me list them out first, and then we'll discuss in detail about each of them, so you have a clear picture of what the whole course is about. Okay, so the first step is known as information gathering. It can sometimes also be referred to as reconnaissance or footprinting. So they are one and the same term, guys. Don't get confused. Various organizations use various terminologies, but whether you hear information gathering or reconnaissance or footprinting, all the 3 terms are one and the same. After that, you have scanning, which can also be referred to as enumeration. Then you have gaining access, then you have maintaining access, and then finally there's a reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason why I've mentioned or over here in the last step in capitals is because to make it a note to understand that this is the only step where you have a difference between black hat hackers and white hat hackers. Now, whether you are any kind of a hacker, whether it be black, white, or gray, the first 4 procedures are to be followed mandatorily. So you have to follow those first 4 procedures in the same order. After that, in the end, what changes is the last thing that you do. Okay, if you're a white hat hacker, you would definitely report all the vulnerabilities that you have found with the remediations, with the solutions to remove those vulnerabilities. If you're a black hat hacker, definitely you're not going to be giving any solutions, and obviously you won't be reporting it, but you will try to remove all the evidences. So whatever harm you have caused, whatever data you have stolen, you might leave some footprints here and there. Okay, so that is why it's very necessary that you remove or clear those footprints so that you cannot be traced out and you stay anonymous. So that is known as clearing traces in simple terms. And in our course, we'll be learning both the perspectives, how we can generate a report and submit to the organization, or how hackers clear the traces and remove all the evidences. Okay, now let's briefly discuss about each of these one by one, guys, so you have a better idea on the whole course. But before that, any questions, guys, for anyone? Again, please feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Do not hesitate to ask a question. Please let
Hello,
me know. Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
sir. Is this class is getting recorded?
Yeah, this will be recorded, definitely. Every single class that we take will be recorded and it will be uploaded to the Google Drive. So even once we
Sir,
start our course as well, the whole duration of the course, every single day we'll take a 1 hour class, and each class will be recorded and uploaded to the Google Drive. So that
okay,
just
sir.
in case if you're missing out, if you're absent for a session, you can access the recordings whenever you want to.
Okay, okay, sir. Actually, from the starting, you told about hacking and ethical hacking. So,
Mhm.
could you please briefly tell me? Hacking means like you're hacking the particular some credential information, like something personal information you are hacking. But ethical hacking was that I did not get it properly.
Good question. Again, Biswajit, when we talk about hacking, this is something that cyber criminals perform. Okay, hacking is where you're trying to get access to information devices. Okay, and using those information, what you do with that information defines what kind of hacking you do. Okay, so in ethical hacking, we are trying to understand how hackers are hacking that information. So what are the procedures are they following, and how are they actually finding that vulnerability, and how are they checking for those vulnerabilities on the systems? Okay, so
Okay,
we as ethical hackers try to find those same vulnerabilities that hackers use, and we try to rectify those vulnerabilities. We try to apply the patches for them. Okay, so just
that
like how
that means
hackers do it, we are going to do it
that
in an
means
ethical manner. Yeah,
okay, that means, sir, if a hacker is trying to hack some particular information, and the ethical hackers are there to prevent that through their coding or whatever the algorithms. I think.
exactly. Again, in simpler terms, it's not about algorithms and stuff, but it's about the source code actually. Okay, so whatever it is known as a vulnerability. A vulnerability is a weakness or a misconfiguration of the system. So ethical hackers do the job of finding those vulnerabilities before a hacker can cause any harm. Okay, and once the vulnerability is found, they disclose it to the organization, and organization will remove that vulnerability so that your systems are secure.
Okay, okay, okay. Sir, then although you told about the black hat hackers,
Mhm,
red hat, and gray. So what are the
mhm.
what are the job responsible of the three hackers?
Again, yeah, I'll be coming to that as well, Biswajit. So when we talk about ethical hackers, we have a certain few job roles that we can apply for. I'll be discussing that at the end of the class. Okay. Until this part, any questions or doubts?
Okay, okay, hacking cycle. And you information gathering, scanning, in innovation. You will tell detail about this apple, I think.
Right now, yeah, that's the main thing to do right now. I'll be doing that now.
Okay, okay, okay. Sir, you continue.
Sure. Right. Anyone else, guys, who has any other confusion or any issues with the clarity? Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Right. Okay. Now let's briefly discuss about each of these terms, guys, one by one, so that you have a better picture of what we are going to be discussing in the course as well. Okay. So the first step is information gathering. Okay. As the name itself says, information gathering is nothing but trying to gather as much data as possible about the target organization. So if we take a client, for example, Wipro.com, for the time being, we need to gather information about Wipro servers. Okay. Now the main question is, what kind of information are we talking about over here? And this is the information as follows. Okay, so we try to gather information such as the IP addresses or the range of IPs used by the Wipro servers, then the whois records to understand who is hosting Wipro's website, and since when it has been hosted, when was it last updated, when will it expire, then the DNS records to understand what data is stored in the DNS servers, then employee details such as the contact numbers, email addresses, usernames and publicly leaked passwords, and domain names of the wipro.com, subdomains of wipro.com, and operating systems. So what OSs are they using in their organization? So if I give you a very basic example, I can just go to my browser, and in the browser I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This is a common website that I usually show in the demo sessions. So if I search for DNS Dumpster, I get the first link. Now this is an example of information gathering. So you're trying to gather information about wipro.com from other third-party sources. So right now in this step, we are gaining information passively. What I mean by passively is that we are not contacting wipro.com directly, but we're trying to gather information about wipro.com from other third-party sources, such as DNS Dumpster. Now when I click on search, I can notice this gives me all the information about Wipro's DNS servers. Okay, so at the moment Wipro has 4 DNS servers with these host names and these exact public IPs. So these IP addresses are very important for a hacker or for an ethical hacker to proceed further in the further steps of hacking. Okay, after this information is given out, we can see the mail servers, we can see the DNS servers, we can see all the host records, which are nothing but the main servers of Wipro.com, the main domain name and the other subdomains, and their exact public IPs. Scroll down much further, and you can see the whole complete network topology. So this is how Wipro's servers are connected to one another. Okay, so these are all the servers of Wipro. Okay, the main domain and all the subdomains, and the mail servers also, mail or DNS servers. Okay, so this gives us complete information of all the endpoints that you have to test for complete security of Wipro. Okay, now this information is given out by Wipro itself. It needs to be given out. It is mandated so that people can access their services. Okay, what that is not the vulnerability, guys. Giving out the information is not the vulnerability, but not checking if each of these endpoints are secure or not is the vulnerability. So a pen tester or an ethical hacker needs to check for each and every endpoint and see to that that on each of these servers there are no unnecessary ports running or unnecessary services running which are having vulnerabilities. Okay, so now next comes the scanning phase. So after you gather information like this about a target organization, then we go with the scanning phase. Okay, scanning is where we get some extra information by directly contacting the servers. Okay, so to gather more information by making active connections with the direct target. So in this phase, we'll be using 3 types of scanning. There's network scanning, port scanning, and vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we try to figure out on the target network, on the target organization, what all devices are being used. So if we take Wipro, for example, in Wipro's company or in Wipro's office, what all devices are being used? What servers are they using? What firewalls are they using? What IDS, intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems are they using? And what all services are they using? DNS, DHCP, and so on and so. Okay, once we know that, then we perform port scanning to figure out all the services as well and their version details. So if they're using DNS service, what version of DNS are they using? If they're using mail services, what mail services are they using and what versions are they? Okay. Finally, perform vulnerability scanning to find the weaknesses on those servers. So if there's any application with an inbuilt weakness, or if there are any misconfigurations like weak password or default unnecessary ports open, all that comes under vulnerabilities. So we scan for vulnerabilities by using some automated tools. Okay. So if I go to the browser now, I can show you one of the very important tools, which is Tenable Nessus. So this is the same tool that is used in organizations, guys. As you can see over here, quite an expensive tool as well. If you click on buy, you can see it's around $4,000 or so for 1 year subscription. And we shall be using the same tool in our lab setup, in our classes. So let me show you how the tool looks like. Admin password. Yes. So again, default password, default credentials, policies, scan templates. So this is how your Nessus tool looks like, guys. So this is capable of performing your network scan or port scan or vulnerability scan and gives you the list of vulnerabilities. So once you perform a scan, it shows you in your network whatever devices are there, what vulnerabilities are there on those devices. So it categorizes the weaknesses on the system in 5 levels: information, low, medium, high, and critical. So if a company has any critical vulnerabilities, it means hackers can easily get access to their servers. Okay, so we'll understand how to perform vulnerability scanning, how to know if a system has any vulnerabilities, and if hackers can hack their organization so easily. Okay, if they can hack, how do we provide the solutions is also what we learn. Okay, after scanning is done, then we go with the next phase, which is gaining access. This is a huge concept, guys. Covers a lot variety of topics, and these are the topics as follows. Before I proceed further, any questions or doubts up to this part, guys, in information gathering or scanning? Biswajit, Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Please do not hesitate, guys. If you want me to repeat something, I will definitely do.
Sir,
Yeah.
Sir, please repeat that first part.
Which one?
Like before gaining access, you told us some gathering information. Like I understood that what if their system in vulnerability in the system, so hackers are easily hack that system. So I understood somehow.
Oh yeah, in information gathering again, Biswajit, as I've mentioned, we try to gather information from other third-party websites. So there's websites like DNS Dumpster, Hunter.io. So from other third-party sites, we gather information about the target. After that, then we perform scanning. So we directly get access to target servers or whatever target it is, whether it is Wipro.com or so and so. Okay. And in their target organization, we perform the scanning to figure out in their network what devices have what vulnerabilities. So in my local network, I have scanned for 3 devices. And in each of these devices, I can see the weaknesses on each system. Okay. Tells you what the weakness is. Okay. If there's an unsupported OS, what is the solution to remove that vulnerability, and what can be performed with that vulnerability. So this scanning tool gives you that up-to-date information. Okay, so this is all this all comes under automated vulnerability scanning. Okay, so this is something that you always perform in an organization to test for vulnerabilities on different systems.
Okay, it is software.
Yeah, it is a software. This is the Nessus tool. The Nessus tool is nothing but a software that we have.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right, so this is the same tool that is used, the same software that is used in organizations as well. Okay, and we'll be running in real-time scenario. Whatever tools that are being used, we work on them in real time. Okay. So yeah, now proceeding further, after all this is done, then we go with the gaining access phase. This is where we try to perform various kinds of attacks to get access to the systems. Okay, once we perform the scanning, once we know that these are the vulnerabilities on which you can attack on, next part is nothing but to attack directly, which is nothing but penetration testing. So in this, as I've mentioned, there's a huge set of topics. Okay, so let me discuss them one by one. So first topic that we'll be discussing is system hacking. So in system hacking, we learn how we can hack or crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So whether it be Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, doesn't matter. How do we crack or how do we bypass the password is what we learn in system hacking. So if your system is password protected, how can you crack and understand what the password is in clear text? Or if you're unable to crack it, if it is too tough to crack, how can you bypass that password and still get access to the internal files is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malware is in simple terms are nothing but malicious softwares, and we'll practically know how to create each of these malwares. So people think that viruses are on the only malicious software available on internet, but that's a misconception. We have multiple malicious softwares. We have viruses, we have worms, trojans, backdoors, spyware, rootkit, whatnot. There's tons and tons of malwares, and there's thousands and thousands of malwares added every single day. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares and how to prevent our system from getting attacked by these malwares, or how to detect for malwares on our system. Then comes network penetration testing. Okay, in network pen testing, we learn all the common network vulnerabilities. Okay, so in an organization, in a local network, there are multiple services. There's DNS service, telnet service, SMTP service, DHCP service. These are all the services or protocols used in a common organization. So we learn how to test for weaknesses on each of these servers. And after that, we'll also learn how to perform network attacks like sniffing attack, man in the middle attack, DOS attacks, or hacking Wi-Fi routers and cracking Wi-Fi router passwords. All this comes under network pen testing. Then comes social engineering, where we learn how to crack passwords from websites. Okay, so how do hackers make fake login pages, Facebook page, Instagram page, or a Flipkart login page, bank login pages? How do hackers get your passwords from these pages? Okay, how can they create fake login pages and send them to the victims and perform phishing attacks? All this comes under social engineering. Then finally comes web application pen testing, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Okay, is this useful for SOC analyst role? Yeah, Shafiuddin, we'll be discussing a very basic tool called Splunk as well. That is very important for your SOC analysis role. Okay, SOC is nothing but Security Operations Center, guys, just in case if anyone is confused. Okay, in SOC job roles, we usually see how to monitor and detect threats. Okay, threats are nothing but attacks. Okay, so for that we'll be discussing a very basic tool, a very important tool actually, but the very common tool used in SOC, which is Splunk. So this course was helpful for that as well. Shafiuddin. Okay, now after that, coming back to our topic, guys, as I've mentioned, we'll be discussing web application vulnerabilities, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Now again, this might sound a bit technical, guys, okay, but these are a few common weaknesses that exist, such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability, and so on. So these are the weaknesses that hackers use to get access to the web server, okay, or the databases in the backend. Okay, after that, we have hacking mobile phones, where we learn how to hack or crack an Android application phone. Okay, so how do we use Trojan attacks and get access to the Android phone remotely? Okay, after this is done, then we have two small topics, which are maintaining access and reporting or clearing traces. So this is the most important concept, guys, gaining access. After that, we need to know how to maintain persistent connections. So how do hackers maintain a connection even if the system restarts? Okay, is what is known as maintaining persistent connections. After that, we have reporting or clearing traces, where we'll see how to generate a report and submit to the organization. Or if you're a black hat hacker, how do they remove all the evidences? How do they clear the traces? Okay. Now, since not everyone is from a technical background or might not be from a technical background, we will discuss a few prerequisites as well. Okay. So the course is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from outside. So if you're, this is in a way to even a 10th standard student to understand this course in a simple and sufficient manner. Okay, so before we dive into all the advanced concepts, we'll be discussing these 4 prerequisites or 4 to 5 prerequisites. So first we'll learn basically what ethical hacking is, or what, how is it different from hacking. Then we learn virtualization. Okay. The reason why we need to learn about virtualization is because we'll be using a tool called VMware. So as you can see on my desktop, this is my Windows 11 operating system, and on this I have my VMware application. Okay, this VMware allows me to run multiple operating systems on one single machine. Okay, so as you can see, I can run my Kali OS, I can run my Windows 7 OS, Ubuntu OS, and so on and so. Okay, the reason why we need virtualization is because we need to run something known as Kali Linux. This is a Linux operating system, guys. Okay, and this is very important for us because this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. Okay, for hacking tools or ethical hacking tools. As you can see over here, there's information gathering tools, there's web application testing tools, there's password attacking tools, Wi-Fi attacking tools, and so on. So these are the tools that specifically come only with Linux OS. Okay, they're not available in your Windows operating system. So that is why we need to know how to install this operating system and how to use this out. Okay, again, one good thing is this is completely free and open source. Anyone can download this operating system from the official website kali.org. Kali.org. Okay, so how to download this and how to install this is what we learn in the virtualization class. After that is done, then we will go with basic Linux and Windows commands. So as I've mentioned, Kali is a Linux OS. So we need to understand how to use a Linux operating system. What are the basic commands in Linux and how is it different from Windows operating system? After that, we learn basic Windows server configuration, how to configure a DNS server, how to configure a web server in Linux, in Windows OS. Okay, and after all that is done, then we go with the important concepts. Okay, information gathering, scanning, enumeration, then gaining access, maintaining access, all that comes after that. Okay, so until these concepts are done, then you'll be ready for all the advanced concepts. So this is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from anywhere else. Okay, so after that, again, there's a few bonus concepts as well, guys, such as cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security, Splunk. So these are not included in other institutes. Okay, these are a few concepts that we have specifically designed in such a way so that you can proceed further and learn advanced courses as well if you're interested. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Again, one last thing, the whole course is for a duration of 1 month, where you'll have classes from Monday to Friday every day for 1 hour. Okay, and every class will be recorded and it will be uploaded to Google Drive. So just in case if you're missing out any classes, you can access the recordings as well. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Any questions on your end? Yeah, Biswajit, you were asking me one question, asking about the job roles, I guess. So once you're done with the course, you can start applying for job roles like SOC analyst, vulnerability assessment tester, or penetration tester, or again, security engineer, and so on. So, okay. So these are the job roles that you can apply for. once you're done with the course?
Actually, I have taken this course on. I was just learning this course just to get a job in that ethical hacking, like information security, and in any IT company. So actually, sir, as I came to know that, sir, is there any like coding algorithm required to just like to do such kind of activity in
Good
ethical
question.
hacking?
Great question. This is a very common question that is frequently asked by students, that do we need any coding knowledge required for this course? Definitely not. So, sir, in CEH we will be discussing again. We will be primarily focusing on Linux operating systems. So we need to know how to use a Linux OS properly. Okay, so that is the only requirement which we will be learning throughout the course. Okay. Other than that, you do not require any coding level language knowledge at all. Okay, so coding or development knowledge is not at all necessary. Wherever it is, we will be discussing that basic necessity of it. Okay, so there are certain topics where we have a topic called malwares. So in this we learn how to create malwares. Okay, so in that one topic will require basic coding language knowledge, but again, that itself I will myself be teaching it. Okay, so you don't need to learn anything separately from anywhere else. And other than that, this one topic malware, we won't be using coding language at all anywhere.
Mhm. So Ajay, so actually I am doing job in Linux support, like technical support.
That's great. This is going to be a lot easier for you then.
Mm. So actually that's why I want to change my career, change my like next job into information security on the doing ethical hacking courses. Yes, I one more thing that, sir, is there is it necessary to get the certification on ethical hacking, like you have done something
Right. Again, it gives an edge, Biswajit. It's better to have a certification. If you're not going with certification, I would recommend you learn a few extra courses as well. Okay. After certified ethical hacking is done, then go with one advanced course, one specialization course like network security or web application security or so and so. So that will add you some much more value to your certification. Okay. So into your resume actually. Okay. So it's better to have certification. But if you're not having certification, just to increase or broaden your skill set, learn an extra course after CH in cybersecurity itself. Okay, there's many streams. Okay, we provide web application security as well, testing. So you can join this course as well, just in case if you're not doing a certification. Okay.
Okay. So after that, web application security is another course.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so in this syllabus, sir, what we will learn totally, overally, what we learn, how much we can work in a company.
Again, as I've mentioned, CH is the foundational course, so you'll be learning about all the endpoints. So you won't be focusing on one of them, but all the comprehensively all endpoints. So we'll learn network security also, we'll learn wireless security also, we'll learn Windows and Linux hacking also, we'll learn Android security also, and we'll learn web application security also. But in CH, one thing is you are going to be like a master of, jack of all trades, master of none. So you're not going in deep, you're not specializing in any one of the fields, you're learning about all the fields. After that, you can choose one specialization and you can focus on that. You can either go towards web security or cloud security or network security. Depends on your interest.
Okay. Understood, sir.
Right.
Then that will the final and long-term career.
Long term, yes. Okay. To get started first, usually in cybersecurity, you usually get monitoring job roles for a few months. Okay. After that,
Okay.
then you can go into deeper course. Mamun, are you going to teach all security courses? Yeah, I'm the same tutor, Mamun. So after CEs is done, if you're planning on going with cloud security or web application security, we provide those as well. At the moment, mobile and network is not included, but just in case, since there's a huge boom, there's a huge requirement for web application. So that also I provide.
Okay. Sir.
You can go with 1 year experience, Shafiuddin, not more than that with CEH. But if you like add a few more courses after that, like after CH, if you do web application and also, you can add a couple years experience, like 2 or 3 years of experience as well. Okay, because you need to know more tools with such years, which that huge years of experience. They will ask you what tools you have worked on. Okay, so it's better you have a few knowledge on those tools. So with more the courses, you get more experience with different tools.
Okay, sir. So will you please help with practically all the things?
Again, the whole course. Oh, is it back-to-back training? Yeah, Mamun. Again, after the CH is done, I usually take separate classes for web application students as well who are interested to join that. Okay, so that will be a back-to-back session directly. Again, yeah, coming back to you, Biswajit, you were asking me something. What was the question again? I forgot.
No, no, actually, I was asking, sir, what, sir? Forget. Anyway,
I forgot as well. But let me try to
yes.
recollect. Does anyone else remember, right, guys, what Biswajit was asking? Practical, yeah, good question. So again, the whole course is designed in such a way where it is 20-40 ratio, guys. So out of all the 60 minutes that we have every single day, the first 15 to 20 minutes will discuss the theoretical part. The remaining 40 minutes will discuss the practical part itself with real-time scenario examples. I'm not going to be boring you with theoretical knowledge. Only in the demo class and only in the first few introductory classes we'll discuss theoretical concepts. Once we start from the information gathering, everything is going to be completely practical based, okay, with
Sir,
tools
sir,
that are used
sir,
in real-time scenario.
sir, are you teaching cloud security?
Yes, I teach cloud security as well, Biswajit. Okay, but again, as I've mentioned, that is usually taken up after CH is done. Okay, so we'll discuss on AWS security and again, mostly on AWS itself.
Actually, I wanna make my career into that like cloud security part. That's why I was thinking how much practical you will teach here and how much we can be skilled enough in this course so that we can be confident enough while attending the interview. So, are you will you please discuss on about the some like mock interview questions and resume building?
Definitely, I will help you. I will send you sample resumes as well to understand how to create a resume for a cyber security profile. Okay, and along with that, I'll also share the commonly asked in interview questions. So I have a PDF document prepared for that specifically, which I share with all the students after the course is done for all the cyber security related interview questions. Okay, so I'll be sharing
Suppose
all that as well.
okay, sir. No, because I have planned after completion of this course, I have planned to move on cloud security by practicing those questions and all the practical things.
Definitely. Again, if necessary, I'll be sharing the resources as well, Biswajit, separately for you regarding your
Okay,
cloud security content. Okay. So if
okay,
you're planning on
okay,
doing a course after CS is done, then you can contact me for that. We can do that course separately.
okay, 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 sir.
Okay, it's
Thank you.
not included with Durga Soft at the moment, but again, yeah,
Mm. Okay, sir.
sure. Any other questions, guys, at the moment? Okay, assuming there's no questions, guys, I'll be ending the session over here. And yeah, that was great interacting with you guys all, Biswajit, especially with you because you have asked a lot of questions. So I hope everything is clear and you have no more unresolved queries.
Okay,
And
now
yeah,
I understood. I will follow that like recording also. If I got any doubts and demo sessions, I will ask you in the next class.
definitely, sure, definitely. Again, guys, if necessary, here's my contact number as well, 76800697768. If you have any technical queries, you can contact me over here. If you have any queries, what other technology we should know? Again, Mohammed, as I've mentioned, it's better to have Linux knowledge, Linux commands knowledge, and how to use a Linux operating system, and basic
Mhm.
networking knowledge. What are IP addresses? What are IPv4? What are IPv6 addresses? If you do not know these also, as I've mentioned, all these are included in the course itself. So these are the prerequisites which are required. But again, I have included them in the course just in case if you're not familiar with them. Okay. So there's no prerequisite for joining the course. All you need is a good laptop to run the practicals. Okay. Minimum requirement would be at least an i3 processor, oldest to oldest i3 processor, and minimum to minimum 6 GB or 4 GB RAM. If you have 8 GB, that is recommendable. Okay. Recommended. But if you have minimum 4, it might hang a bit, but it will work. Okay, so one
Okay,
important requirement is you need a laptop or a device for practicing because we have a lot of practicals in the course. Okay, so other than that, nothing else is required. Okay, just
okay,
interested mindset and a device to practice on. Those are the only two requirements for this course. Nothing more.
okay.
Right. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further for the session today. If you're interested to join the course, you can join this from Monday. We'll be having the first class on Monday for networking concepts. Okay. And after that, yeah, tomorrow as well, there's another demo session. So just in case if anyone is planning to join a demo again, you can join it tomorrow at the same time. If not, we'll be starting the course from Monday itself directly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Good day. Thank you for joining the session. It was great interacting with you. And I'll see you soon, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you, guys. Good night. Guys, can you see the screen now?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Yes, sir.
With the
Yes, it's visible.
Sujata, Somat.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Right, perfect. Thanks. Okay, how many people are there? Vikiran, Rakesh, Biswajit, Prashant, Shiva, Somat. Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, let's get started with the session without any further ado. I am already a bit delayed in starting the session, so sorry for that, guys. I was stuck in a work. There was an issue with a security vulnerability actually with one of the organizations, so I was stuck with that. But anyways, let's get started with our class today. With our first session today will be on basic networking concepts. Before I get started, any issue with my audio or video? Anyone? Is everything fine? Can I proceed with
Yes,
the
sir.
class?
No, actually, we are getting some like noise.
A kind
Oh,
of
there's some
issue.
background.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
we can call it
not
as a kind of issue.
not clear, sir.
1 second. Thank you. 1 second. I'll just change my microphone. Just give me a second for that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. How does it sound now, guys?
It is audible now.
Yes, now it is
It's
clear.
audible. Background disturbance, no kind of issues.
Yes, yes.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, guys. So let's get started without any further ado. So as I've mentioned, in today's class, we'll be going with basic networking concepts. We'll discuss what IPv4 addresses are. Okay. So before diving into IPv4 addresses, let's try to understand what a network is and what a host is. Now, these are very two simple words that you keep coming across every single day. Okay. A host is nothing but an information device. Okay. Any information device which is capable of communicating with other devices is known as a host. Okay. It could be a mobile phone, it could be a router, it could be a laptop, a personal computer, or any other device, an information device. Okay, which is capable of communicating with other devices. Now, when you have such devices connected to each other, okay, which can communicate with one another, that forms a network. Okay, so a network is a collection of hosts which can communicate with each other and transmit data. Now, just like how we humans communicate with one another, we have our respective names. Okay, I can address you by your name. You can call me by mine. Okay, and we can communicate with one another. We have our unique identities. Okay. Similarly, these information devices as well have their unique identities. Okay. So when they communicate from one device, when it wants to send packet to another device, it has a unique address for each device. Okay. And on that address, they communicate with one another. And that address is known as the IP address, guys. IP stands for Internet Protocol. This was built by the US military late in the 1950s or 1960s. Okay, and there was IP version 1, IP version 2, IP version 3. All these were unsuccessful attempts. They were you could say experimental. What successfully worked out was the IP version 4, and we are still using that in today's world also. IP version 4 in simple terms is Internet Protocol version 4. Okay, and that is what we'll be discussing about in today's class. Okay, anyone here who already knows about IPv4 addresses and who's familiar with these networking concepts?
No, sir.
Anyone?
I'm not familiar, but I know the any some like whenever I was doing programming, networking programming in college days. So since C networking, I know how to join the socket networking programming. I know some networking IP address, and also I've studied through MCA curriculum. So
Right. Okay, perfect. No worries, guys. Just in case, even if you don't have any idea, we'll be going from the very basics, okay, from the binary itself, okay, to understand what these IP addresses are. Just as a information question, I just wanted to know if anyone was familiar. If not, also don't worry at all. Okay. So I hope you know why we need IP addresses, guys. IP addresses are nothing but acting as an identity for each device. Just like how we have our names, you can address me by mine, I can call you by yours. Similarly, devices communicate with one another depending on IP address. Okay. Now, how does this IP address look like? Okay. Our names have alphabets in them: SHO, AIB, SIVA, Shiva, and so on. So, but IP addresses are completely numeric based. Okay. Specifically IPv4. Okay. IPv4 are completely numerical or decimal addresses. Okay. It's a 32-bit address, first property. Now, what is a bit? A bit is nothing but the smallest data format. Okay. It comprises of either 0 or 1. Okay. And your IPv4 address is a 32-bit address. What I mean by 32 is that it contains 32 zeros and ones like these consecutively. Okay. And these 32 zeros and ones are divided into 4 equal parts. Each part is known as a octet. Okay. Octa in the sense 8 bits. Okay. So you have 4 parts, it's 8 bits each. Okay. And each of this is known as a octet. In simple terms, it can also be called as a byte. Okay, and each octet or each byte is separated by a dot symbol. This is how computers know IP addresses to be like. Okay, this language is known as the binary language of zeros and ones, and your computers or information devices all communicate on binary language only. But for us humans, it's quite tough to understand binary. Okay, so we can calculate it now. If you're quite familiar, if you have some experience, you can calculate binary in your mind itself. But looking at it and understanding it's quite tough. Okay, so in today's class, we'll understand how we can convert any binary number to a human readable format, to a decimal number. Okay, decimal numbers are from 0 to 9. Okay, these are human readable, what we use regularly from day-to-day life. Okay, what computers communicate on is binary data. Okay, so today we'll understand how to convert binary data to decimal data and how we can range the IP addresses. Okay, before that, a quick introduction on data formats. As I've mentioned, one bit is nothing but a value of 0 or 1. When you combine 8 such bits, that becomes a byte. Okay, in simple terms, it can also be called as an octet. When you combine 1024 bytes, that becomes a kilobyte. Your textpad files, your contact applications, and all these are in kilobytes of data. Okay, when you combine 1024 kilobytes, that becomes a megabyte. Okay, your PDF documents or your music files are in megabytes of data. 1024 megabytes becomes a gigabyte. Okay, your movie files or larger softwares are in gigabytes. 1024 gigabytes becomes a terabyte. Your hard disk is in terabyte storage data, and 1024 terabytes becomes a petabyte. We have never used petabytes until now. This petabyte data is usually used by cloud organizations. Okay, OneDrive, Google Cloud, blah blah blah. Okay, now let's understand how to convert this bit data or binary data into decimal data. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken down this first octet over here, 10101010, and I've written it down over here, as you can see, in an expanded format. Now to convert this, there are two simple methods. Method number one is there's two simple steps to it, not methods, sorry. Okay, there's one method only, okay, and with two simple steps. Okay, step number one is you write down the values from 2 to the power 0 all the way up to 2 to the power 7 from right to left. Okay, why specifically 2 to the power? Because this is binary data. You have only two possibilities, either a 1 or a 0. So first 2 power 0, then 2 power 1, then 2 power 2, then 2 power 3, then 2 power 4, then 2 power 5, 2 power 6, and 2 power 7. Let's write down the values for that. 2 power 0 is nothing but 1. Anything to the power 0 is always equal to 1. Okay, that is a mathematical rule. 2 power 1 is equal to 2. 2 power 2 is nothing but 2 into 2, which is 4. 2 power 3 is 2 into 2 into 2, that is 8. 2 power 4 is 16. 2 power 5 is 32. 2 power 6 is 64. And 2 power 7 is 128. Okay, now to convert this number, all you have to do is, just a second guys, let me open up Zoom so that I can draw on the screen. Give me a second. Right, perfect. So when you want to convert any number from binary to decimal, first things first, you have to write down these numbers. Then you multiply the lower number with the top one and add with the next one. As simple as that. Multiply, add, multiply, add, multiply, add. This goes on till the last step. Okay. So firstly, 2 power 0 into 0. Anything into 0 is 0 itself. So I've written 0 over here. Then 2 power 1 into 1. That is 2 power 1 is 2. As you can see, I've written the value over here. Into 1 is the value itself, 2. 2 power 2 is 4. 4 into 0 again, we have 0. 2 power 3 is 8. 8 into 1, 8 again. 2 power 4 into 0, 0. 2 power 5 into 1, 32. 2 power 6 into 0, 0. And 2 power 7 into 1, that's 128. Now when I add all this up, 128 plus 32 plus 8 plus 2, that becomes 170. So when we humans read the number 170, the computer does not understand it like 170. It understands it like 10101010, something like on signal, off signal, on signal, off signal, on signal, off signal, on, off, like that 4 times. Okay. So is this clear, guys? Any questions or doubts up to this part? Like how we have converted this binary number to a decimal number? How we know that 170 is equal to 10101010? Any questions for anyone? Again, guys, if you have any questions or doubts, please feel free to raise your hand or let me know. You can interrupt me at any certain point. Okay, no issues at all. If you want me to repeat a concept also, please do let me know. I will repeat it as many times as you want. Okay. So guys, any questions up to this part? How we have converted this binary number to a decimal number? Shiva, Sujata, Bharati, Tripti, Vidyadhar. Who else is there?
Hello,
Biswajit, Chaudhary, Prasad.
hello,
Yeah, Biswajit.
sir. Sir, you spoke about binary to decimal conversion.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, decimal to binary conversion. Am I right?
No, binary to decimal. I've converted
Binary.
this number 10101010 to a
So
decimal number 170.
all the numbers was converted into binary as a sorry decimal. All the binary number is converted into decimal 170.
Right. This specific number 10101010. Okay.
Okay.
How did we do that?
Okay.
We wrote down these numbers 2 power 0 all the way up to 2 power 7. Multiply the lower number with the top one and add with the next one. Multiply and add, multiply and add, multiply and add. And that's how I got the final result as 170. So this 170 in binary is equal to 10101010. Right. Is this clear, Biswajit?
Yes, I am clear. I know and I clear.
Perfect. If everyone has understood this, guys, I have another number over here, as you can see, 01011010. Can everyone convert this value and give me the answer for that? Take your time. You have the table over here as well. Okay. And as I've mentioned, you need to multiply the lower number with the top one and just go with the next. Multiply and add, multiply and add. Okay. Take your time, guys, and let me know.
Is it 90? Yes, it will be 90.
Correct answer, guys. 90 is the correct answer. Anyone else?
Sir, are you going to provide us this text file also, or like we have to take notes in the, means handwritten notes?
Definitely. I'm gonna give this file at the end of the class. I'll take down all your email addresses, and on your email, I'll send this document directly. You don't need to take any separate notes, guys. I'm gonna send this document file. Just in case, as the class goes on, if you want to take down any running notes, to note down any important points also, you can. Okay, but all these documents, all these notepad files will be given to you directly. Okay, so yeah, guys, I've received a correct answer from a lot of people over here. Again, as I've mentioned, just multiply the lower number with the top one and go on till the last. So this will be 2 power 0 into 0 plus 2 power 1 into 1 plus 2 power 2 into 0 plus 2 power 3 into 1, like that till the end, 2 power 7 into 0. Okay, to anywhere you have 0 over there, 2 power 0 into 0, just put that 0. 2 power 1 into 1, that's 2. 2 power 2 into 0, that's 0. 2 power 3 into 1, that's 8. 2 power 4 into 1, that's 16. 2 power 5 into 0, that's 0 again. 2 power 6 into 1, 64. And 2 power 7 into 0, 0. When you add all that up, 64 plus 16 plus 8 plus 2, you get the number 90. Anyone over here who has not got the number 90, guys, please do not feel shy. Again, if you're getting all the right answers, you're doing much great than me. In my first day, I could not solve this at all. Okay, I was a very dumb guy. So please, no shame in that. Okay, it's completely fine. Okay, because you need to get this concept very right in order to proceed with the further concepts. If you're failing at this one, it's gonna get a bit complex further down the lane. Okay, so any questions on this part, please do not hesitate to let me know. Okay, assuming everyone has got this right. With the other, yeah, exactly. The reason I'm showing you all this is to understand the range of IP addresses now. That's a great question. I was about to ask you. Again, I tell you myself, like in a real-time scenario, you would never have a necessity to convert a binary number to decimal or vice versa. But the reason why I'm showing you this is so that we can understand the whole range. So if you remember, I've told you, IPv4 addresses are 32-bit address. Okay, so in that 32-bit address, if I wanted to get the first IP address, all I have to do is put all zeros everywhere. Okay, now when you put all zeros everywhere, when you convert that, you get the final IP address as 0.0.0.0. Okay, but if you want to get the last IP now, you have to put all ones everywhere. Okay, in all the octets I've put all ones. So when I convert that, now there will be 2 power 0 into 1 plus 2 power 1 into 1 plus 2 power 2 into 1 all the way up to 2 power 7 into 1. So that would be 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128. So that is how you get the number 255. Okay, so the last IP in the IPv4 range will be 255.255.255.255. You will never have a number above 255. The reason being, now you know, because when you convert from binary to decimal, the maximum number you can get is 255 only. So you can never have an IP address like 300.250 or 700.150, something like that. Okay, that's an invalid IP. Okay, whatever IP addresses you have, those numbers will always range between 0 and 255. Okay, is this clear, guys? Everyone, why only specifically 255?
Yes, yes.
Any questions to this part? Perfect.
No, this is
Now
the maximum. Maximum.
Yeah, guys, was someone asking a question?
No, I just asked you. This is the maximum IP address to be connected, and maximum host to be connected.
Yeah, that's the last IP address you could get in the IPv4 range, Biswajit.
No, this is the like from 0 to 255 hosts should be connected, I think.
Not necessarily. When we talk about IP addresses now from 0000 to 255, 255, 255, 255, we have around 4.3 billion IP addresses in total. Okay, what you're referring to is classes, guys. Class A, B, C. In class C, you can connect only 255 hosts. That is a much ahead concept. We'll reach there tomorrow. Okay, that's class C. Yeah, with the other, exactly. Okay, so we have not come up to there, guys. So let's not jump ahead. That might confuse the other students. Okay, so we'll go in a very slow pace. Okay, we'll go step by step. Okay, let's try to now we know the range of IPs. We know what IPv4 addresses are, how they look like. Okay, and what are the total like numbers, where are they starting from, and what maximum number can they hold. Okay, we know they start at 0000 and they end at 255, 255, 255, 255. Now in between these two numbers, how many addresses do we have is the main question. Okay, how many IPs are there? Okay, so for that, let's try to understand the sequence of sequence of IP addresses. Okay, and again, to understand sequence of IP, there are two simple rules. Rule number one is always start with the rightmost value. So if this is the first IP, 0000, Next IP will be 0001. Next IP 0002. Next IP 0003. Next IP 0004. This will go on up to 000255. Okay. After that, can I have an IP like 000256? Is this possible?
No.
Yes, this is not possible because 255th is the last IP that you can get in any octet. You cannot get a number above 255, guys. It is a very golden rule that you have to remember. Okay. Now, once this octet has reached the maximum value, there comes the rule number 2. Only after the rightmost octet has been completely filled, then go to the left value. Okay. And after going to the left value, reset the rightmost value back to 0. Okay. What I mean by that is now this is completely filled. So now this left value 0 changes to 1. Okay. And the rightmost value 255 again resets back to 0. Okay. So next IP after 000255, next is 0010. Now don't directly jump from 0010 to 0020. That is wrong again. Okay. Rule number 1, always go with the rightmost value first. So after 0010, you have 11, then 12, then 13, then 14. This goes up to 1255. Okay. After that 20, then 21, then 22, then 23, then you have 2255, then 30, 31, 32, 33, then 3255. Like that it will repeat again and again and again, and somewhere you'll have 2550, 2551, 2552, 2553, 255255. Now both these octets are filled, guys, as you can see. Okay. Again, rule number 2, once the
Sir,
rightmost octets are filled,
what it signifies?
those are the IP addresses, guys. Okay. So those are the IPs that devices can get in total.
Okay, sir, continue.
Right. Again, doesn't signify anything. I'm just showing the sequence of IPs. Okay. How do IP addresses progress from one another, one after the other, one after the other? Okay. Like after number 1, you have number 2, number 3, number 4. Like that, I'm showing you how IP addresses cycle one after the other. Okay. After 255, 255. Yeah.
Is this class C or class B?
This is the whole range of IP addresses. We have not come to classes, so forget that classes exist for the time being. Okay, I have not discussed what classes are. Okay, I have not discussed. I have not brought up the word class. Okay, so for the time being, just forget the word called class. When I come into it, then get reminded of it again. Okay, Biswajit, do not confuse yourself. I am right now just telling you how IP addresses progress from one after the other. Okay. So I'm just telling you what is the first IP. After that, what is the next IP? After that, what is the next IP? After that, what is the next IP? As simple as that. Okay. So after 00255, now this is completely filled. This is also completely filled. So now this 0 changes to 1. So after that 0100, 0101, 0102, 0103. Then you have 10255. Then after that, this 255 becomes 0 and this 0 changes to 1. So 110, 111, 112, 113, 11255. Like that, the cycle repeats again and again and again. And somewhere you'll get 01, 255, 255. Just like how we had 00255, 255, you have 01, 255, 255. Then after that, from 0200 to 02, 255, 255. 0300 to 03, 255, 255. Like that, 0255000 to 0255, 255, 255. Now, whatever cycle repeated from the first IP 0000 till the IP 0255, 255, 255, same cycle again repeats from 1000 to 1255, 255, 255. Same repeats from 2000 to 2255, 255, 255. Same from 3000 to 3255, 255, 255. Finally, from 255000 to the last IP 255, 255, 255, 255. Okay, so all I'm showing you is the progression of IPs. How do IPs change from one after the other? What is the consecutiveness of IPs? Okay, so if you wanted to get the total number of IP addresses, you from 0000 till 255, 255, 255, 255, it would be 255 to the power 4 because each cycle is repeating 255 times. So the total number of IP addresses would be 4.3 billion IPs. Okay, which is the number equal to 255 to the power 4. So with the other, yeah, the correct number of IP addresses would be 255 to the power 4. Hello, is that clear?
Yes, sir. I understood something.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Until this point, any questions, guys, for anyone? Again, do not get confused, guys. This is just to show you the sequence of IP addresses. In a real-time scenario, you would not need that anywhere. I'm just going very theoretically to get you familiar with the foundational concepts, like how IP addresses are built, how do they look like, what is the sequence of IP addresses, and so on. Going very basic. Okay.
Sir,
So,
sir, you told. Hello.
yeah, Biswajit.
Sir, you told that 4.3 billion IP addresses. That means, sir, I did not get it actually.
That, yeah, again, how many IP addresses are there, Biswajit? If you remember, each octet is cycling 255 times. Okay, so this first octet, rightmost one, is going from 0 to 255. Okay, after that from 10 to 1255, again 255 times. So like that, each octet is cycling 255 times. So there are 4 octets now. So 4 octets in the sense 255 into 255 into 255 into 255. Basic permutations and combinations. Okay, and when you calculate that 255 to the power 4, you get the number 4.3 billion. Okay, so that is how we got that number. Is that clear, guys?
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understood.
Right. Perfect, guys. Now, my question to you guys is, in today's world, in the era of 2022, are 4.3 billion IPs sufficient?
No.
No, sir. No, sir.
Definitely. Right, correct. Because the population itself is around 8 billion people, right? Close to 8 billion or 8.5 billion. 4.3 billion IPs are nowhere sufficient at all. Okay. Again, each person might use multiple devices in the network also. Okay. So that is why, to come up as a solution, they made these IPs into 2 different parts. Okay. Solution number 1 was they divided these IPv4 addresses into again 2 categories. One, something is known as public IPs, and there's another category called private IPs. Okay. This categorization, okay, or division of IPv4 into public and private IPs is known as NATing, network address translation. Okay, when they knew that this solution is also not working out, this might also still cause the IPs to go extinct, then they came up with another set of IP addresses known as the IPv6 address, guys. Okay, so not just IPv4, there's another version as well called IPv6 address, and these are 128-bit addresses. What we are seeing until now is just a 32-bit address. 128 in the sense 4 times the size, bit length size of IPv4. Okay, but in that you have trillions and trillions of IPs. Okay, not billions, but trillions. Okay, so we'll discuss IPv6 on a later date. Okay, but in today's class, we'll end it with public and private IPs. So let's try to understand what these public IPs are and private IPs are. Okay, so public IPs are the IPs given to you by your internet service provider. So in our home, we might have different broadband connections. You could be using Act FiberNet or Airtel or Tata Docomo or BSNL. All these people are providing you the service of internet. Hence, they are known as ISP, internet service providers. Okay, they give you access to the internet by giving you a public IP. Okay, so to your home, you might have a router. Okay, that router might be getting a wire from the outside. Okay, that outside wire, that cable is nothing but giving you the public IP. Okay, so if you want to check your public IP, you could just go to the browser, and in the browser you could just search, what is my IP? What is my IP? And from that you can find, you get an IP address over here. If I click on the first link in the browser, you can see I'm getting my FiberNet from Act Fiber Beam. My location is Pedda Voltaire, Andhra Pradesh, Vishakhapatnam. Okay, so this is my public IP. This is the IP I'm using from my ISP to access the internet or to take the Zoom session. Okay, locally in my network, now I have multiple devices. I have my phone, I have my laptop, I have my smart TV, I have my smartwatch, and so on. So these devices internally or locally also need IP addresses. what they use in a local network, in an intranet, is known as a private IP. So private IPs are the IP addresses provided locally in a network. Okay, so this can be given manually by you, by the network admin, or they can be given automatically as well from a DHCP server. Now, don't worry what this DHCP server is. We'll discuss about it in tomorrow's class. But one important thing to note is public IPs are used for connecting to internet. Private IPs are used in a local intranet. Intra is nothing but a local network, a small indigenous your house network or home network. Okay, so if I just draw this out to show you much clearly, let's say over here, this is my ISP. I hope the drawings are visible, guys. This could be my ISP, internet service provider. Okay, and I have my house over here in Vishakhapatnam somewhere. Okay, in my house I have multiple devices. I have my phone, I have my laptop, I have my smart TV, and I have my Wi-Fi router also. Okay, this router is getting a connection from the ISP outside externally. Okay, this is nothing but my public IP. Okay, this is the public IP part. Oh, sorry, public IP. Okay, on the intranet locally, now these devices, every device will be connected to the router internally. Okay, by giving the correct Wi-Fi router password. Okay, and these devices will get the private IPs. Okay, my phone will get one private IP, my laptop will get a different private IP, and my smart TV could be getting a different private IP. Each of them will be unique in a local network. Okay, so this is where public IPs come into play, and this is where private IPs are used in a local network. Is this clear, guys? Any questions up to this part theoretically? Hello?
Public ISP, private. Okay, sir.
Any
Just
questions, guys?
sir, actually, internet, just
Yeah, internet is what you connect to the World Wide Web. Okay, whenever you're opening up your browser and connecting to any public website, okay, that public website is nothing but the internet facing site. Okay, so google.com or your yahoo.com, youtube.com, all these are public addresses. Okay, private IPs are the local IPs. So your inside home network is a private IP network, and that private network is known as the intranet. Okay, and this is the intranet, INTRANET. Okay, intra is nothing but local network, and this is the internet. Okay, is this clear, guys?
Sir,
Any
I
questions
have
or
a
doubts up to this?
question.
Yes, please go ahead, guys.
Sir, why they have been given private IPs, like they are also connected with internet somewhere around.
Okay.
So like why they have been given private IPs? They should be public, right?
Which ones? I didn't get your point. Who's
Like
asking the question, guys?
the devices which are in the home, they are in private IP, right? So somewhere
Yeah.
around they are also in connection with the ISP. So they should be
Okay.
public, you know. They should also be public.
Yeah. So good question, Tripti, I guess. So whenever now let's notice over here. Let's say I have one phone over here and I have my laptop over here. Okay. Let's say my brother's using my phone at the moment. Let's say this is my phone. I'm browsing Facebook from my phone. My brother is using his laptop and he's also browsing Facebook. Okay. Now each of them, when they want to connect to the internet, okay, they will use the public IP. One, let's say this public IP is something like let me draw this out. Yeah, annotate. Let's say over here, my public IP is something like 1.2.3.4. Okay. Now, whenever we want to connect to facebook.com, we will use our public IP that we are getting from our ISP 1234. And using that IP, we will go and contact Facebook. And from Facebook, we will load our pages, internet or our Facebook feed or whatever it is. Okay. Now, let's say I am also browsing Facebook. My brother is also browsing Facebook from the same public IP. Now, how does Facebook know how to send my data to my phone exactly and my brother's data to the laptop or computer he is using? Okay, up to public IP, it will reach a router. But from the router, how does the router know which is the device which is holding my phone and which is the device which is holding my brother's laptop? That is where private IPs come into play. Okay, because my phone has a unique private IP where I have my account and my brother's laptop has his own unique private IP where that system has its own private unique address again. Okay, so private IPs are used to identify a device in a local network and send the packets exactly to that device. Are you getting the point, Tripti?
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay, so public IP is used to give you access to public services on the internet. Okay, but let's say in a local network, so when you're connecting to your Wi-Fi router to access facebook.com, your packet from your phone will always reach router first. From the router, so sorry for that, from the router it goes to Facebook server, public server. But when it is coming, when the response is coming back, it comes to router with the public IP. From that public IP, how does it know where to go? How does it know which device to connect? Because in your same Wi-Fi network, there can be many devices, multiple devices at the same time, right? For that local network connection, there is where we'll be using the private IPs, importantly, in a local network to give identity to each device in a local intranet private network. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sir, I have a
Perfect.
question.
Yes.
Sir, can we change a private IP address by ourselves?
Yes, you can. Private IPs are in completely your control, and you can modify them according to your choice. There was another question in the chat. But why you be subnetting? Again, Vidyadhar, subnetting is only a concept to reduce the wastage of private IPs. Again, others who don't know what subnetting is, guys, do not get confused. This is a very advanced concept. We don't need to go into that depth of networking. Okay, but subnetting is where you can divide one class into multiple classes. So Vidyadhar, just to give you this answer, okay, others, just ignore this. Okay, this is you could say gibberish for you for the time being. Okay, so Vidyadhar, let's say I have 50 devices in my network, but I'm using class C. Okay, so now if I have my let's say in my organization there are two departments, one is accounting and one is sales. Okay, accounting needs 50 IPs, sales needs 50 IPs. Okay, the smallest class I can use is class C address, but in class C we can connect 255 devices. So if I remove 50 IPs from that, remaining 150 how many remaining 205 IPs are going wasted over there. So what I can do is I can break that class C into much more smaller subnets. Okay, so I can make it into two subnets where in each subnet I have again 122 devices. Okay, if I want, I can break that into 4 subnets again, where each will have again 64 IP addresses. Okay, so subnetting is just use when you want to break down smaller classes and see to it that you're not wasting IP addresses. Okay, so what I can do is I can break this class C into 4 subnets. Okay, with each 62 devices each. Yeah, with the other.
Sir, actually, I have a question that it is not correct or that we are saying that we are wasting IP addresses or anything else, because sir, we are
Sorry.
we have many IPs. We can use it.
You can, you definitely can. Okay, but just to
So then
not
why
get confused, let's say,
IP address are wasting?
sorry. Well, let's say
Sir,
you
we
have
can.
you have
Yes, sir.
255 different networks, guys. Okay, okay, you have
Yes, sir.
255 departments. Okay, so for each department you have allotted each network 192.168.0, 192.168.1, 192.168.2. Okay, like that, and in each network you're only using 50 IPs there. Okay, now let's say you wanted another department, 256th department there. Okay, now can you use any of the previous networks? Because all of them are already used up from 190 to 168 zeroth network till the 256th network. Now, if you want to add the 256th network with another 50 IPs or 100 IPs extra, then what will you do? Is my question.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just like that, it's not like you're spending money or anything, or no, you're not what do you say, giving any charges for the IPs that you're wasting. Okay, but just so that you have more IPs, free IPs left out, which you can allot for future services or future uses. That's what I'm talking about, not wasting IPs. Okay, I guess this is Vidyadhar only who's asking the question.
Sir, Tarzan here, sir.
Oh, okay, Tarzan, sure. I hope this is clear.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, guys. Biswajit.
Sir, actually, I'm unable to get the concept of private and public, because public you are connecting to a public server like Facebook. You all are connecting to Facebook. So
Okay.
and they
One
are
second.
trying to they are
One second,
trying to
Biswajit.
access. Uh,
Stay on hold. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm so sorry for that. Biswajit, just give me a minute. Guys, can you hear me now? I'm so sorry, guys. The Vinayaka Chaturthi thing. But anyways, yeah, Biswajit, to come back to your point again, as I've mentioned, just remember one key point to note is that public IPs are used to access the internet. So when you want to connect to google.com from your laptop, okay, your laptop needs to get a public IP for that. Okay, that public IP is provided to you by your ISP, Internet Service Provider. As simple as that. Private IPs are used for a local communication. Okay, so let's say you want to share files from your laptop to your phone, okay, or from your phone to another phone in the local.
okay, understood.
So yeah, now when we come to private IPs, guys, again, I guess I was muted over there. As I've mentioned, if you have multiple devices in a local network, now if you want to share files or anything from one device to the other device, if you want to share files from your phone to your laptop or from your laptop to another phone or so,
Like,
okay, you don't need public IP, you just need private IPs over there.
look, I understood. So means like uh, some one there is one IP that is public to all, and but for that against to public IP there is also private IP to work internally for the
Internally,
uh,
exactly. For
yeah.
internal communications, you have the private IP. Okay, for external, for connecting to a public service, there you would need a public IP. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Right, perfect. Sure. So yeah, again, that's that for today's class, guys. Nothing further to discuss. Okay,
Hello,
we're already
hello.
past our. Yeah, Prasad.
Yeah, sir, sorry to ask you like this, sir. I have joined, I mean, half an hour late to the class, so I want to know the index.
No worries, Prasad. I actually myself started the class 20 minutes late today, so I'm pretty sure you haven't missed much. Okay, but let me share the index as well, just since you have asked. I have shared this in the demo session a couple times earlier. I hope you have attended the demos as well. If not,
No,
once.
no.
Okay, no worries. You can access that from Durgasoft's official YouTube page as well. This is the course content, guys. Okay, so we'll have a few introductory classes first, basic networking concepts, Linux and Windows commands, Windows Server configuration, virtualization, how to install Kali Linux. After all these introductory concepts are done, then we'll go into the advanced concepts. Okay, gaining access, malware attacks, network penetration testing, web application pen testing, basic cloud security, all that. Okay, so if time permits, Prasad, please go through the YouTube demo tutorial so that you have a much better picture. In the demo, I've explained what are topics I'll be discussing in the course, what we'll be learning out throughout the course. So it's much better if you go through the demo once time permits.
Okay, thanks for sharing information.
Sure, definitely, guys. Again, guys, I'm gonna end the session over here for now. Before I end, I want all your email addresses. Can you please drop it in the chat box so that I can share this notepad file with you? You can go through the notepad file when time permits. Okay. And in tomorrow's class, again, I'm gonna be starting the class sharp at 8 o'clock tomorrow, guys. So sorry for the delay today, but tomorrow there won't be any delay at all. And
Sir,
yeah, someone asked me.
sir, I sent the my email ID.
Yeah, sure. I've seen that, guys. So please just drop your email in the chat box over here, and from there I can just add the notepad file.
Chat box.
Mm.
Sir, organize the chat box. I have already sent my email ID.
Sure thing, sure thing. Nice. Hmm, mm, mm, mm.
Can we drop your call or
Can we what, sorry?
can we drop your call or we have to wait?
No. Once you have dropped your email, you can leave, guys. Not an issue. Okay. Once you have
Thank you.
once you've dropped your email in the chat box, you can leave. You can join back tomorrow at the same time, guys.
Sir, are you gonna send that class from the starting demo session to now, or you will send from the today only?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
No. I asked you. So the today classes lecture you will send by mail, or you are gonna send from the starting demo sessions?
Are you talking about the recording specifically, Biswajit?
Huh.
Or are you talking about just the notepad files?
This is the only notepad for two days only, na?
Yeah, only today's notepad. Okay, demo.
Okay.
I don't have a notepad file for the demo. It's just a presentation.
Okay.
You have the demo already on your YouTube. Okay, but you will be getting the recordings for these classes in a few days, guys. We still need to receive the payments and all. So once all the payments have been confirmed, the link is going to change. So if you have not made any payments yet, please initiate payments. And after that, we'll be sharing you the recordings as well. Until then, you'll only be getting the notepad files. Okay, sure. So I've got over here 1, 2,
What is the
3.
course fee?
It's 8,000 rupees, guys.
Oh,
Okay.
Sir,
Okay, I've received 4 emails, guys, over here. Okay, sure. So yeah, that's it, guys. I'm going to send the notepad file, right?
Sorry. Sir, actually, I'm not getting the chat bot. I'm sorry to ask. Where exactly it is?
You have access this from the browser, right, Ravikiran? From the link. On the
From
top
the
right
link, but
corner, you can see there's
I'm
yeah.
accessing it from the application, so that's why I'm not getting that. I think.
Okay. On the top right corner, do you see some blurred space or blank or dots or something? Top right corner or top left corner? Anywhere?
Sorry. Just a second. Let
Or
me.
do one thing, Ravikiran. Just spell out your email. I'll note it down. I'll write it down.
Yes,
Spell it out.
Deshmukh. Deshmukh.
1 second.
Yes. Screen is
Deshmukh.
visible. RGD. R for rabbit. G for goat. And D. J. G for goat.
G. Okay. G for goat.
D.
Okay. D. Yeah.
@gmail.com.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Right. So yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further. I've received 5 emails, and on those 5 emails, I've sent the notepad file. You can access them. And tomorrow's class will continue from where we left off. We'll discuss much more in detail about these private and public IPs. We'll discuss what these classes are, class A, B, C, D, and E. And I promise we'll discuss what DNS and DHCP servers are. Okay. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further. I'll exit the session, and I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Okay, at 8 o'clock. Okay, sure. Bye, guys. That's it. Bye, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night. Okay, guys, can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, sir.
Right, perfect. Let's do one thing. Let's just wait for 2 more minutes for the other people to join as well, and then we'll start the session.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Very good.
Sure. Anyone who's viewing or joining the session today, fresh without joining yesterday? Anyone from Such. Okay. I hope everyone has joined yesterday as well. Oh, Anand, this is your first class. Acha, acha. Okay, Anand, I'll do one thing. I'll just take a quick recap of whatever we discussed yesterday. In the meanwhile, okay, there's Biswajit, Mamoon, Ravikiran. Ravikiran, did you call me in the evening, Ravikiran? I was a bit out. I was a bit busy. I'm so sorry you couldn't attend to your call. I thought of calling.
Yes, sir. Actually,
It
I
slipped my
called you
mind.
because I had one query. So,
Acha.
so I will call you. Means I will ask you on a telephone call only.
Sure, sure, sure. Again, I have a class till 10 o'clock after your batch also. So give me a call after 10. Okay.
Okay, sir. No problem. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Sabyuddin, Shiva, Sujata, Tripti. Okay. Tripti, I have received your email as well. I'll be sharing the notepad file today. I'm so sorry I couldn't do it yesterday.
Okay, so no problem.
Sure. Okay. So a quick recap, guys, on yesterday's class. We were discussing basic networking concepts. Let me open up my networking document. Yes. So again, we are in the first prerequisite concept, guys. We're understanding what basic networking concepts are. So Anand, what we discussed yesterday was basically IPv4 addresses. Okay. So every device has a unique identity to it, and that address is known as a IPv4 address. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and this is the fourth version of it. Okay, the ones which is successfully working even in today's world. It's a 32-bit address basically. What I mean by 32-bit is that it contains 32 zeros and ones consecutively. Okay, and then it is divided into 4 octets, each of 8 bits. Okay. So this is how the address looks like in the binary format. The binary is nothing but the language that computers understand, the 0 or 1 language. Okay. But this is not that human readable. We don't understand it that easily. What we understand is the decimal numbers from 0 to 9. Okay. So what we did, or what we learned yesterday, was how to convert any binary number to a decimal number. Again, quite a bit lengthy. I won't be going through that. If time permits, go through the recordings. We'll be uploading all the recordings once the payments are confirmed. Okay. So once you're joining and once you make the payment, you can access the recording for yesterday's session as well. Okay. So we have understood how to convert binary numbers to decimal numbers, and from that we got the range of IP addresses. First IP being 0000, and the last IP being 255.255.255.255. These are the IPv4 address range. Okay. And then we learned what is the consecutiveness. So what is the sequence of IP addresses? What are the 2 important rules for that? And then we have seen how many IPs are there in total, 4.3 billion IPs. So where we ended the class yesterday was we learned that these 4.3 billion IPs are divided into 2 categories, public IPs and private IPs. Okay, so this is where we worked up to, guys, in the last class. Okay, so we have to continue from here onwards in today's. So yeah, this is the new thing. Okay, so let's get started, guys, without any further ado. So if you remember yesterday, as I've mentioned, there are 2 categories, public and private. Okay, public IPs are the IPs given to you from the ISP, internet service provider. Okay, whatever ISP you have at your home, Act FiberNet or Airtel or Tata Docomo or BSNL, these all companies are known as internet service providers. They provide you, or they give you, the service of internet. Okay, so whenever you want to access a website, okay, which is on the internet facing side, you always need a public IP on your system. Private IPs, on the other hand, are for intranet, for local communications. Okay, so in your device, in your network, if you have your phone, your laptop, your smart TV, your smartwatch, and so and so, if each of these devices want to communicate with one another, they have to have their own unique identities. Okay, and that local unique identity is known as a private. Okay, now if you remember, I've told you that there are 2 categories only, but there's one more categorization. All these 4.3 billion IP are again categorized into 5 classes. Okay, why classes? I'll explain that very shortly. Okay, but just to understand, as I've mentioned, there are 5 classes. Let me draw it out and show you. Just a second, guys.
Shall we write something, or you?
No, again, if you want a running notes, you can write side by side, guys. Okay, as I'm teaching. But if not, as I've mentioned, just like yesterday, I'll be sharing the same recording notepad file. So I've already shared the notepad file with a lot of students, whoever gave me their email addresses yesterday. If not, I'll share again. Okay. So yeah, I was telling about 5 classes as I've mentioned. So this is how your classes are categorized. So if I take this whole big box over here, I hope the drawings are visible, guys. Let's say this whole huge box is my IPv4 addresses, the whole IPv4 range. Addresses. How many addresses do we have in total? 4.3 billion addresses. Okay. Now these 4.3 billion addresses are divided into 5 categories. Okay. So let me draw some smaller boxes. So this is the first class, class A. Then you have class B, and then class C, and class D, and class E. So these are the 5 boxes. Okay. So this is class A, as I've mentioned. Then there is class B. Then there is C, D, and E finally. Now each of these classes again are categorized into public and private IPs. We have already seen this yesterday. So this has some public and private IPs. This has some public and private IPs again, class B. Class C also has some public and private IPs. Class D and class C, there are no private IPs. All of them are directly public. So class A has a few public IPs and a few private IPs. Okay. Similarly, class B also public and private. Class C also public and private. But class D and class E, they have no private IPs. All of them are public IPs only directly. Okay. So if you want to take a screenshot or anything, guys, you can take a screenshot of this image of like a classification of IP addresses, a very simple diagram. Okay. So from this diagram, you can remember which classes have what type of IPs. Okay. So can I clear the drawings, guys? If you're done.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's try to understand the range of each of these classes now, one by one. So as I've mentioned, the first IP starts at 0000. Last IP ends at 255, 255, 255, 255. These are my 5 classes. And guys, you have to memorize these values. Okay, these 5 lines of data. So class A starts at 0000 and this ends at 127, 255, 255, 255. Since this is ending at 127 and all these 3 octets are filled, 255s, then the next number starts at 128. So class B, that is why, starts at 128,000 and ends at 191, 255, 255, 255. Since this is ending at 191, class C starts at 192,000. And this goes all the way up to 223, 255, 255, 255. Since this is ending at 223, class D starts at 224 and ends all the way up to 239, 255, 255, 255. And finally, since this is at 239, class C starts at 240. So all you have to remember is 4 numbers, guys. This 127, 191, 223, and 239. Easy ways to remember. On left side, you have all even numbers. Right side, you have all odd numbers. Okay, 0 to 127, 128 to 191, 192 to 223, 224 to 239, 240 to 255. Okay, on the left side, you have all zeros. On the right side, you have all 255s and 3 octets. Okay, now these are the classes, class A, B, C, D, and E. Again, in each class, if you remember, I've told you they are public and private IPs. So in class A, between 0000 and 127, there's a range 10,000 to 10,255, 255, 255. These are the public, private IPs in class A. Any IP outside this range by default is a public IP. That is a key important rule to remember. Okay, any IP between this range is a private IP. Any IP outside this range in class A is a public IP. Okay, similarly in class B also, between 128 and 191, there's a small range, 172 1600 to 172 31 255 255. This is the private IP range in class B. Any IP inside this is a private IP. Any IP outside this range is a public IP. Similarly in class C also, between 192 and 223, 190 to 16800 to 190 to 168 255 255. Any IP inside this range is a private IP. Any IP outside this is a public IP. Okay, so just to practice out these ranges, guys, I'm going to write down 10 IPs as examples, and you have to look at these numbers. Okay, you have to look at these 8 lines of data and tell me which IP is belonging to which class and whether they are public or private IP. Okay, let me quickly write down a few IP addresses, guys, over here. Okay, one last time just to make you understand. If you take a class A example, so between 0000 and 127.255.255.255. So this is the whole class A range, guys, as you can see, between 0000 and 127.255.255.255. So in between this, there's a small range, 10.000 to 10.255.255.255. This is the private IP range. Okay, any IP inside this range is a private IP. Any IP outside that, so from 0000 to 9.255.255.255, these are public IPs. Again, after 10, you have 11.000 to 127.255.255.255. These are also public IPs. Okay, so in the whole range, you have in between private IPs, and outside that you have public IPs. Is this clear, guys? Any question or doubt up to this part?
No, I understood.
Anyone? Right. Everyone? Anyone who has not, please do not hesitate, guys. Please let me know. If you want, I will explain again. Anyone who wants me to explain this again, guys, who has not understood this? Perfect. Okay, guys. I hope you're not being shy or anything. Please do not hesitate, guys. It's going to be your loss. If you want me to explain, I'll try to explain in much better formats as many times as you want. Okay. The main objective is that you do not get confused here. Okay, because these are very important foundational concepts. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to write down 10 random IPs. You have to look at these ranges and tell me which IPs, which class, and whether they're public or private. So let me quickly write them down. Sorry. Okay, so I have 10 IPs over here, guys. Look at the first IP, 10, 20, 30, 40. Now tell me which class it belongs to first.
Class A.
Class A, perfect answer.
Class A.
Why class A? Sorry?
Class
Yeah, guys,
A.
right, perfect. Why class A? Because this is 10 dot something, and 10 is falling between 0 and 127. So that is why this is a class A address. Perfect answer. And which IP is it? Is it a public IP or a private IP?
Private IP.
Private IP. Perfect answer. Why specifically private? Because now you told me that this is class A, and class A private IP starts from 10.000 and up to 10.255.255.255. Okay, so the first octet is matching 10. After that, the remaining 3 octets, it can be any number between 000 and 255.255.255. So this is a private IP. Okay, next IP, guys.
Class C.
Sorry, class B. B for Batman.
C.
C. Okay, C for cat. How many of you say this is class C, guys? Everyone, or any other answers?
No, the
Class
190
C.
class C.
Right, class C. Correct answer, guys, everyone. Sujata, was that you who answered first, or Tripti, was that you?
Yes, sir.
Sujata, okay, right. Okay. After that, now can you tell me which IP it is, whether it's a public IP or a private IP?
192, 168. It's a public.
It's a public
Mine
IP.
is private.
Okay, I have what do you say, conflicting answers over here. Some of you are saying public IP, some of you are saying private IPs. How many
Yes,
of
sir.
you are voting for public IP?
Yes, sir. Public.
No, sir, private. The private, because you have written here 192 private IP class C.
Okay,
But
192.
it is from 168. It is 165. So it should be
192,
private.
168.
It's public IP address.
The
Yes,
private
correct.
IP. So you have mentioned over
No.
OB.
Yeah, Biswajit, point is right. Okay, if you take the first octet, 192 is matching, well and good. Okay, but if you observe the remaining 3 octets also, this is 165. Okay, and in private IP, it's starting from 168.00 to 168.255.255. Okay, number is 165, which is outside that range. So therefore, this is a public IP. Okay, so you answered correct first time, and then you changed your answer later on. So again, no confusion. So in class A, it should be between 10 and 10. Remaining 3 octets, doesn't matter what they are. In class B, it should be between 170 to 16 and 170 to 31. Okay, doesn't matter what the remaining 2 octets are. In class C, it should be between 190 to 168.00 and 190 to 162.255.255. So these two should match first 2 octets. Remaining 2 doesn't matter what they are. These 00.255.255 doesn't matter. Okay. Next IP 172.16.01. Which class?
Class B.
Class B, private IP.
Class. Perfect.
Private.
Public or
Yeah.
Private.
private IP. Perfect answer. Next one, guys.
Class
Class
D.
E.
Public.
Class D.
D. Okay, D. Public or private?
The public, there is no private in class D, right?
Right. Correct answer. So in class D and class C, there are no private IPs, guys. There are only public IPs. So therefore, this is a public IP. Next one.
Class A. Public.
Class A. Class A
Class
public.
public. Are you sure this is public, guys?
Class A public.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right, correct. Public IP, because this is 11 dot network and 11 is outside the private IP range. Perfect answer. Next one, 192.168.1.5.
Class
Class
C.
C.
Class C private.
Class C, private. Correct answer. Class C and then private. Next one,
Class B.
Class B.
Class B
Private.
public.
public. Perfect. Why specifically public? Because this is 172.45. Okay. Private is from 172.16 and 172.31. And this is 45 inside the range. So that is why this is a public IP. Next one.
Class B public.
Class B. Public.
Class B, public. Perfect. Next one.
Class D. Public.
Class D.
Class
D.
Public.
D.
Public.
Correct answer.
D.
D.
Public. Okay. Last IP.
Class C public.
Class C, public. Correct answer. Okay. So what you have done over here is a great job, guys, by looking, again, all the answers are right. No issues anywhere. Initially, a couple people stumbled here and there, but no worries. You have got this concept right. I hope everyone has participated in this and answered it. If you have not participated as well, I hope you are getting it in your mind right at least. Anyone who has not understood anything out of these, is it still gibberish for anyone who is not able to make out like what is happening over here? Anyone as such? Please do not hesitate to answer, guys. This is a completely new concept. Okay. So even if you're not getting it, that's completely normal. I sucked a lot more. You're doing great. Okay. So yeah, that's that. This is a great concept. Again, what we have done over here is, guys, we have taken the help of these 8 lines. I would recommend you, if time permits, please memorize this at the earliest. As soon as you look at an IP, you have to figure out just by looking at it which class it belongs to and whether it's a public or a private IP. It's very important for us in the coming concepts. Okay. So over here, if I go to my browser and if I check for my IP, that's my browser. If I search for what is my IP, can you tell me what IP will I be getting over here?
You will get public.
Public.
Public IP. As you can see, it's mentioned over here. This is my public IP. 49, 204, 238, 146. Can anyone tell me which class it belongs to? It is a public IP for sure. But which class?
Class
Sorry?
in
Okay, there's
notes
some confusion. Open this notepad file. Yeah.
49. It's I think
Class
Class
A.
A.
Class A.
Yeah.
Class A.
204, 49 is public. Yes, perfect. Class A and public IPs. Okay, so whenever you check in the browser, guys, it will always show you your public IP. If you want to check a private IP, for your local
Sir, I have a
machine. Yeah, Biswajit.
Sir, in each time, whenever if someone is typing what is my IP, so every time it will show you only class A IP address.
Not necessarily. You can get it from class A, B, or C. Any class.
Okay, means it
Okay.
is varying.
You will never get. Sorry.
It is varying or what?
Yeah, it will vary. Definitely, it will keep on changing. So you can get a class A public IP, class B, or class C. You will never get class D or class C. I'll explain why. But it can vary between class A, B, and C. Okay, it can alternate. Okay. Now, if you want to check your private IP, guys, I hope that is
How it
clear.
is?
How? So you it depends on your ISP. ISPs have their own set of IP addresses, and from that set, they will allot one IP to your system or to your network. Okay. So whatever IPs they purchase from the various organizations, that IPs they can add. Okay, and they will purchase IPs from any range, class
Sir,
A, B, or C.
in total, all over and in like India, all this is called everyone have select systems. So whenever they are accessing the internet, so what they are the ISP or providing their IP to this machine public IP. Is that are you
Yeah,
saying?
that's what. Yeah, exactly. So wherever you're accessing internet from, every internet connection needs definitely compulsorily a public IP. Okay, so in my network, if I have 100 devices, all of these 100 devices will have the same public IP because they're connected to the same router in my home. Okay, because the router is where from where the ISP is giving me a line, and in that line I get the public IP. So these 100
No, like
devices will have different private IPs,
no,
but the same public IP.
so actually, sir, my question is like I am using the internet through my mobile. My mobile have Geo internet or Airtel internet, so I'm accessing through my internet from my mobile. So Airtel, so like my mobile have also IP address. So so that I was get
Def-
just little confused. That
Definitely, your mobile will also, when you're using the Airtel SIM card, that SIM card is where you'll be getting from that SIM card a public IP. Right? That SIM card is in direct connection with your ISP over the wireless network.
okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
right. Okay, so those also get public IPs. Whenever you want to connect to the internet, whether it be a SIM card or whether it be a home broadband connection, any of them will always get a public IP. Now, don't get confused if you get sometimes a very long IP. So that would be IPv6 addresses. Okay, sometimes you see a number IP like this. This is IPv4, and sometimes you see alphabets also when you search for what is my IP. A very long number that is IPv6, guys. Okay, usually SIM cards get IPv6 public IPs. Okay, so do not get confused with that. We have not come to IPv6 yet. We'll discuss that later on. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions up to this part, guys, for the time being?
What is the role of these classes here?
Good question. I'll be coming to that shortly. Tripti, right? Tripti?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tripti, I'll be coming to that. Good question. It is very important that we need to understand why we have these separate classes. Why not a single class? Why are we making it complicated? Okay. So yeah, we'll be coming to that very shortly. So next topic is understanding that only. Okay. So, but before that, one quick review. I've shown you how to see a public IP, but I've not shown you how to check a private IP. So if you want to check your private IP, guys, you have to open up your command prompt. And in the command prompt, you have to search for a command ipconfig. And this ipconfig command will give you the private IP. So right now, if you notice, I'm connected with my Wi-Fi network over here. Okay. So for that Wi-Fi, I'll be seeing over here the wireless interface, as you can see, wireless LAN. And that shows me my private IP over here, 192.168.0.5. Now, can you look at this IP and tell me which class it belongs to? 192.168.0.5.
C. C.
Right? Class C.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, 192.168.0.5. And can you tell me if it is surely a private IP or a public IP? 192.168.0.5 over here. Right. Okay. As you can see, it is falling
Private.
between this. So that is why, therefore, it's a private IP. Okay. Now, coming to the next part, why do we need these classes? Okay, what is the necessity? Why not one single class? Okay, so for that, we need to understand something called network portions and host portions. So I'll write down what these network and host portions are, and then we'll understand these portions one by one. Class A has one network portion and 3 host portions. Class B has 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. Class D and Class E have no host portions. All of them are network only. So as you're progressing down, you can see the network portions are increasing one by one. There's only one network portion. Class B has 2 network portions. 1 second, I'm receiving an audio back. Guys, I'm going to mute everyone. Okay, if you have any queries, please feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, because there's some background disturbance. Or you can mute yourself, guys, as well. Yeah, thank you. If you have a question, please feel free to unmute at any certain point. Okay, right. So again, Class A has 1 network portion, Class B has 2, Class C has 3, Class D and Class E all are network portions only. There are no host portions. Now, what are these network portions and host portions? Class C, we'll take the example first to let us understand. So Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. And the first private IP starts at 192.168.0.0. That is the same thing which I've written over here, as you can see. Okay, so if this is the first IP, 192.168.0.0, the first 3 portions are the network portion. Last portion is the host portion. Okay, so if this is the first IP, next IP will be 192.168.0.1. Next IP 0.2. Next IP 0.3. Next IP 0.4. This goes on up to the last number 0.255. Okay, can you have an IP like 192.168.0.256? Is this possible? No. Right, again 255 is the maximum number you can get in any octet. So 256 is not possible. So once an octet reaches the maximum value, the next left octet will change. So this 0 now becomes 1 and this 255 becomes 0 again. This is what we saw in yesterday's class, cycling. Okay, so the 0 becomes 1 and this 255 becomes 0. Then you have 1 0, 1 1, 1 2, 1 3, 1 4 up to 1 2 5 5. After that 2 0, 2 1, 2 2, 2 3 up to 2 2 5 5, 3 0, 3 1, 3 2, like that till the end, 2 5 5 0, 2 5 5, 2 5 5. Okay, now what I mean by this network portions and host portions is that as long as the network portions are same, all these devices or all these IPs will belong to the same network. Okay, and these are just individual hosts. Okay, so this could be my router, this could be my laptop, this could be my smartphone, this could be my smart TV, my smartwatch. All these are different devices in the same network. They can communicate with each other, they can share files, they can talk to one another. But as soon as the network portion changes, so the network portion for this is 192.168.0. So as soon as this is changing from 0 to 1, the network is dividing over there. Okay, so even if you bring a device with this IP and connect it with a LAN cable to the same router, they will still not be able to communicate in the same network. Okay, because this is an IP from a different network portion. Okay, so these are a different network altogether, and these IPs belong to a different network. Okay, so what network and host portion signify is that how many hosts you can connect in each network of that. Okay, so over here in Class C, since there are 3 network portions, the first 3 are going to act as the network ID for us, 192.168.0.network. Okay, last octet is going to act as the host number. So this is the first device, the second device, the third device, fourth device, fifth device. Like that, you can connect 255 devices in each Class C network. Okay, so this is a completely different network with 255 devices. This is another completely different network with 255 devices, and they can't communicate with one another because their network portions are different. If you want them to communicate, you have to put a router in between. A router is a device which is capable of transferring data from one network to the other network. Okay, if you have a switch is capable of connecting multiple devices in the same network. Okay, so with a switch we can connect all these devices. With a router we can make communication possible between 2 different networks. Okay, so that's a differently again, that's altogether a complete different concept, guys. But what you have to understand from this is that in Class C, which has 3 network portions and 1 host portion, we can, all the first 3 are the network portion bits. Okay, and that is also known as the network ID. Okay, and the last portion is the host value. Okay, so 192.168.0.0, this is the first IP, then the second IP, then the third IP, then the fourth IP. Like that, you have 255 IPs. After 255, the next network starts. Okay, is this clear, Tripti? What is this network portion and host portion? Everyone else as well? I guess Tripti asked the question, why do we need these classes? So in class C,
Yes, sir.
we can connect only 255 devices. Now, when I take the example of class B, in class B, there are 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So if I take the first private IP, 172.16.0.0, this is the first private IP, guys, as you can see. That's the same thing which I have written over here. Okay, so in class B, if this is the first IP, 00, after that next IP, 01, next IP, 02, next IP, 03, next one, 04. This goes on all the way up to 0255. After 0255, then you have 10, 11, 12, 13, up to 1255. Then 20, 21, 22, 23, up to 2255. Like that, the cycle repeats again and again and again. And finally, you reach somewhere 255, 255. Now, once these both octets are filled, this 16 now will change to 70. Same concept. As long as the network portions are same, okay, 172.16, as long as this number is same, all these are different devices in the same network. But as soon as the 16 changes to 17, the network will divide over there. Okay, now these are a completely different network IPs. These are a completely different network IPs. And this is also a completely different network again. Now, how many devices can we connect in each network of class B? From 172.16.0.0 till 172.16.255.255, we can connect a total of 255 into 255 devices, which is 65525 hosts. In class C, we could only connect 255. In class B, we can connect 65,000 devices. Is this clear, guys? Any question up to this part? Each class has its own network and host portions. Class A has only 1 network portion, class B has 2 network portions, class C has 3 network portions. What I mean by these 3 network portions are that in class C, if I take the first private IP, 192.168.0.0, so from this 00 IP till 0255, okay, so this last octet is the host portion. What is host?
Yes.
Host is nothing but an individual device. Okay, your laptop, your phone, your router, your smart TV, smartwatch, whatever appliances there or whatever device is there, that is a host. So each of these is a different device. Okay, now if I connect my phone now with a different IP, 1.1 IP or 1.0 IP, and if I bring it in this network, it will still not be able to communicate because these IPs belong to a different network, 1 dot network. These are the 0 dot network. Okay, so in class C, like that, in each network, you can connect maximum 255 devices only. If I take class B next, there are 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So that is why from 16.00 till 16.255.255, all these are in the same network. So that is why you can connect maximum 255 into 255 devices. That is 65,525. Is this clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Anand, might be a bit confusing if you're completely new to networking concepts. I hope you're getting along.
Yes, sir, I'm getting, but there is a question in class is I think you have said that we need a different router to connect between those 2 networks.
Yeah, definitely. Again, whenever you have 2 different networks and you want communication possible between 2 different networks, you would need a router in between. For a same network communication, we need a switch. Okay.
Sir, can you explain that again? I didn't get that. How
Yeah,
like
sure.
we need a
Let me show
different
you. Again,
router.
basically, if I show you how a switch looks like, networking switch. This is your switch, Anand. Okay. So this is what you use in companies. Okay, and you can see this is a 32 port switch. So you can connect 32 devices. Okay, so I can connect 32 systems over here. Okay, so a switch is a device that is used for same network communication. Okay, if you have 32 computers, you can connect a LAN cable from each computer to the switch, and they will be able to communicate with one another. Okay, well, again, condition being each of them is getting an IP in the same network. Okay, so all of them should belong to the same network IP. Okay, if I bring a device with 1.1 network and if I put and connect it to the switch in this network, and if I put the LAN cable also, it will still not be able to communicate. Although it is physically connected, logically it is getting a different IP from a different network. so it won't be able to communicate. Now, when you come to routers, so networking routers. Okay, this is how routers look like. Okay, might be a bit similar to switch though, as you can see, but somewhat different. Okay, a router is capable of connecting two different networks altogether. Okay, so let's say I have switch A and switch B. To each switch there are 32 devices. If I want these two different networks, okay, let's say switch A is a 0 dot network, switch B is 1 dot network. Now if I want them to communicate together, I have to connect these both switches to a router in between, and then through the router they can transfer packets. Okay,
Okay.
this is clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Right, in our home network also that is the same thing that happens. Okay, this is how our home router looks like, the Wi-Fi router, and that router is communicating between two different networks. What are the two different networks there? One is the internet, the other is my local network, local LAN network, Wi-Fi LAN. Okay, my phone, my smart TV, all these are getting private IPs. So when these private IPs want to communicate with the public IP, you have a router in between, communication between two different networks. I hope this clarifies more.
Yes.
Right, perfect. Any other questions, guys, up to this part before I go with class A example now? Okay, now when we take class A, if you remember, I've told you class A has one network portion and three host portions. So first IP is 10.0.0.0. So from 10.0.0.0 all the way up to 10.255.255.255, all these IPs belong to the same network because the first network portion is constant. Okay, doesn't matter what the host portions are. Okay, they can be anything and they will still belong to the same network. As soon as this 10 changes to 11, there the network divides again. Okay, so from the first IP 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, we can connect a total of, again, 255 to the power 3. Okay, those many devices. Okay, so in class A we could only connect 255 devices. In class in class C we could connect only 255 devices. In class B we could connect 255 into 255 devices, and in class A we can connect 255 into 255 into 255 devices. So that is the main difference between the classes, guys. Okay, each class has its own what you could say limitations. Okay, each class is connecting a certain number of hosts only. Okay, if you want to connect less than 250 devices, you can go with class C for small networks. If it is a multinational company where you have more than 255 devices, then you can go with class B or class A. Class D and class E are special IPs, guys. We do not use them. They are not given to the general public. They are used for other services such as military services, government portals, news broadcast, or weather telecast. All these research and development, all these various organizations use class D and class E. Okay, they are not given to the general public. Is this clear, guys? Any questions or doubts up to this part? Anyone? Anand, Biswajit, Mamun, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Shiva, Sujata, Tripti.
No, sir.
Right.
Okay, sir.
Tripti, I hope it is clear for you now, like why we have different classes. This was your question, basically.
It
Yes,
is
sir.
clear.
Yeah, I guess Tripti was the person who asked. I hope it is clear for her.
Yeah, it's clear.
Right. Okay. Again, yes, we have a few more topics to discuss, guys, actually. But one thing, I guess there's a couple more students also who are supposed to be joining. Okay, again, there's no confirmation on the fees as well. A couple of you have confirmed the payment and a couple of you have not yet. Okay, so that is why what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the session over here for now. Okay, we have 15 minutes left out. So if you have any questions or doubts, you can let me know. If not, I'll share the document now. So please share your email addresses, guys, if you have not shared yesterday, so that I can share this notepad file again. So I'm going to be sharing the same file which I shared yesterday. 1 second. So yesterday I got 5 email addresses. One second.
Sir, my email address Shafiuddin
Sayed70@gmail.com.
Oh, yeah, 1 second, Shafiuddin. Just a minute. Shafiuddin.
SHAFI
Yeah,
UDDIN
UDDIN,
UDDIN SYED
SYED
70
70
@gmail.com.
@gmail.com. Okay. Any other
So
email
clear the
IDs you
yesterday's file also.
Yeah,
Sir,
same
my
file. No difference. Same file itself.
sir, my email ID. Happy is Anand.
Okay, I got it. Any other emails, guys, which I've missed out?
Yeah, my one, I think you message.
Sir, can I get yesterday notepad also if it's available?
Yeah, same file, guys. I have not changed the notepad file. It is the same notepad file as yesterday itself. Okay, so it's the same notes, no difference. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Hi, sir. Can you write down my email?
Yes, please. You could let me know your email.
Yeah, Mamun, MAMUN.
MAMUM.
No, N. Last N.
Oh, N.
CHY.
CHY.
72@gmail.com. 72.
72@gmail.com. Right. Guys, please check your email addresses. If any mistakes, if any typos are there, please let me know. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. I've attached the textpad file. It is the same notepad file as yesterday, as I've mentioned. Okay, and I've sent it.
So there is class tomorrow.
Good question. Yeah, again, guys, tomorrow there is no question, no class. I forgot to inform that. Tomorrow is a festival, Ganesh Chaturthi. So wishing everyone a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. Tomorrow we have no class, guys. We'll have the next class the day after tomorrow. Again, please make the payments, guys. If you have not, I'm taking a short session today just to again confirm on the payments. So the institute will give me the payment list by day after tomorrow, and depending on that, the link might change soon. Okay, so only to the people who have paid or made the fees, you will be getting the new link, guys, to continue the sessions. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further for our session today. I'll exit and I'll see you day after tomorrow.
Hi.
Tomorrow there's no
Yeah.
session, guys.
I have a question. If you are not Raj, can you? I know you started the program. Sorry, the training program. The ethical hacking, right? This one.
Yes.
This is ethical hacking. So what's your total plan? How you will proceed one by one? That's what I want to know. Your plan.
Oh yeah, after CH is done, if anyone is interested, we can go with the next advanced course, which is web application pen testing. So I teach that as well separately. So once you're done with CEH, there's another course, web application pen testing for bug bounty, which primarily focuses on website security. Okay, how do you check for vulnerabilities on websites? What vulnerabilities really exist? For example, such as SQL injections, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, CSRF, cross-site request forgery. These are the vulnerabilities that pen testers need to test for. Okay. The reason why I teach that course specifically is because that is the main booming field in India at the moment, website security, because there's a lot of companies that are coming online. Every business is shifting online. So with the rise in websites, there is a necessity for a rise in website fraudulent activities as well. So after CH is done, you can join that course, web application security.
So actually, what the course fees of web application security?
Same, that is also 8,000 rupees.
Okay, and cloud security same.
Cloud security is a bit different. That is around 12,000, guys. But again, I am setting up the lab for it at the moment. So at the moment, it is on hold because my AWS plan is completed. So I have to refresh that again. I have to renew that. Okay, and then start it up. At the moment, there is no cloud security, guys. It might take a while. It might take a month or so.
Yes, sir, actually,
So,
I wanted to like after completion of this course and learning all the things, practicing, then I was thinking to learn cloud security.
Sure. Again, as I've mentioned, I'm going to be providing the resources for that in the meanwhile, if you're planning on specifically focusing on cloud security. And once I start a live batch, you can join that batch as well.
No, actually, I wanna like join cloud security as well as web application security both.
Sure. Again, after CH is done, I'll right away start web application security. After that, again, we can take cloud security separate. Okay. Mamun, you have
So
raised your hand if you
yeah,
have any question.
so basically you will focus first to one is the ethical hacking, and once it's done, then you will focus on web
Yeah,
applications. This
exactly.
is the main
Because
course you are focusing, right?
yes. So this is the foundational course, Mamun. Again, there's some
Yeah,
background
that's what
disturbance.
I want. Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Only after this course is done, I would recommend you go with the other courses. If you don't go with this one first, those might seem a bit confusing because we won't be going with any basics at all. We directly dive into the advanced concepts. And if you're a complete fresher to the cyber security domain, doing that would be quite troublesome, you could say.
I got you.
Right. Yeah, Anand, you have raised your hand.
Sir, we are going to learn ethical hacking over here in 8,000 for 45 days, right, sir?
Yes.
And sir, if after that, if we want to attend cloud security or web application, then we have to pay more, like 12,000 or something, right?
For web application, it is 8,000. For cloud security, that's 12,000. Again, cloud at the moment, as I've mentioned, is not running. There's no upcoming batch because usually people never go for cloud security. I don't have a formation of a batch for that. Usually students go with CH and web application and they start applying for jobs. So, but if that's the case, we're planning, have to take a separate one-on-one session for that.
Sir, my next question is, can I have the course contents, like what we are going to cover in ethical hacking?
Yes, sure. Let me attach that over here itself. Yesterday also someone asked. Let me do that. 1 second. Yes. I've
And sir,
sent that also, which contains
thank you, sir.
course.
And my next question is, sir, after like completing this course, after 45 days, are you going to help us to get a job or to build our resume, something like that?
I definitely will help you with your resume building. I'll show you a sample resume. I'll show you how to create your own resume. I'll give you the sample interview questions as well. And I will also give you, again, I provide usually this website at the end of the course. This is a website specifically for cybersecurity job roles, jobs.null.community. So you can access this website and start applying for jobs. This is only and only specifically for cybersecurity job roles, nothing else. Okay. So this is
To
the
access website, like we have to pay or it's free?
No. You don't have to pay anything at all. This is completely free. You can access, you can see the job listings and you can see what their requirements are. Okay, and you can start applying.
Because like I don't know like where to apply, like I don't know it. So that's why I'm asking like if Durga Software is going to help us in getting a job or
Durga Soft does not have any consultant as of yet, as I've mentioned. But again, we help students directly in assisting. Like this is how we could assist. We'll show you where you can apply for jobs. We'll show you how to prepare for those, what are the interview questions, and we'll give you the training for it. I'll just provide a document which contains the common questions, cybersecurity questions required. Okay, I'll give you your resume support. I'll help you build your resume, and then you have to apply on your own and give your shot.
okay. So my next question is like as a fresher, what kind of package we are going to get after doing this course?
If you're a complete fresher, then I would assume you would be getting around 40 or 35 to
35 or 40, like okay. Okay. So that's it. I'm done.
Is this website for international or only for India?
Hello?
Is this website that you are showing, is it for all over the US, so all over the India or
all over India, not for US, only for India, guys.
okay, great.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, on day after tomorrow, we are going to start a fresh class, or there will be a demo.
No demo, no. We'll continue from where we left off. Same.
Oh,
Okay, so we'll be continuing exactly from where we left off, and I won't be starting fresh again. But again, if you've missed out one of the previous classes, you'll be getting the recording once you've made the payment. And if you have any questions from that, you can just let me know. We can take a separate backup session for that over the weekend or so.
okay, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? Please do not hesitate to ask.
Sir, can I have one? Like, I want to ask one more question. Sir, is it possible to get a job without having a certificate
Yeah,
in a
definitely.
but
Again, as
in
of mentioned,
Mhm.
yeah, cyber. In one thing about cybersecurity domain is certification is not a criteria. Your skill set is. So my recommendation to students who are not planning on doing a certification or so is to learn as many courses as possible. So go with say CH first, then go with web application security, and start applying your knowledge in freelancing websites. So you have bug bounty programs online where you can start searching for bugs for companies directly and report it to them. And those reports you can include in your resume just to show that you have skill sets required for joining that company. Even if you're not certified, you have performed bug bounty programs, you have assisted companies in resolving bugs and vulnerabilities. So that adds a credibility to your resume without a certificate.
Okay, so then you are also going to teach a bug bounty, how to
Yeah,
find
that's a
bug.
different. After CH, if you're interested, if you are planning to do, you can do the web application security course. That is the bug bounty program.
Okay. Oh, in web application, bug bounty is coming in that portion.
Yes. We'll be discussing basics of web application CH also. Okay, but not in depth. If you want to learn in depth, that's a completely different course.
And sir, if I want to move in a government sector, if I want to get a job in government sector, uh, like as a ethical hacker, then
In
what
government
I have to do?
sector, they usually go for forensics, Anand. So if you're going with cybercrime departments and all, they usually handle cybercrime frauds and stuff. So for that, they would request forensics course. Okay. So again, we are not providing forensics at the moment, but that's a suggestion. If you're planning on going with the government sector, web application also is fine. Finding vulnerabilities for websites from the government. Okay. If not, if you're going into the cybercrime department, they would request or recommend as a requirement for cyber forensics, understanding how to retrieve a hard disk data, or understanding where a packet has come from, or where the attack initiated. All it comes under cyber forensics.
So, sir, there is only one job in government sector, like forensic.
Most of again, I had one of the students who was specifically planning for government sector, and he got the job in cyber forensics. So from that experience, I'm talking.
Okay. And so in YouTube, in several videos, I saw that people are talking about if you want to make a career in cybersecurity in government sector, then you have to give SSC exams and then like CBI or IB or UPSC. Then from there they are selecting as a cybersecurity officer, something like that. So is it true or false?
Necessarily, my student which I trained, he did not have any UPSC examination or anything. He just took the course up. He tried to learn a few basic tools from the internet for cybersecurity, forensics, and he started applying for internships in government sector. And he got the job in complete job. Hello,
Yes, sir.
guys, can you hear me?
So like voice was broke for a few seconds.
Oh, 1 second. I guess it's due to my battery. Let me connect my charger. guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Guys, am I audible? Yeah. As I've mentioned, Anand, my student who did the course early, he did not have to write any UPSC exams also. All he did was he applied internship first. So every state has its own cybercrime department. In that cybercrime department, you have job listing postings as well, sometimes for internships also. So you can start applying there, and from there you can proceed further.
Okay. So it's not necessary to go in a CBI department or IB department. You we can do certification courses and we can apply for internship in government cybersecurity. Then we can have job over there.
Right, exactly. That's a much easier path to follow rather than writing UPSC and all, which is quite tough and competitive, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sorry, we have to make payment in like one time, or we can split that payment.
Oh, that you have to ask Institute, Anand. I do not handle the payment part, only the teaching department. So payments and all, you'll have to contact Durga Soft directly, please.
Okay.
Any other questions, guys?
So can I have your email ID? If
Yeah, I've sent you the notepad file, right? That's the same email, cybersecwise@gmail.com. Okay, and then I've also shared a browser that contains the WhatsApp number also. So if you have any questions or queries, you can contact me on WhatsApp. So once the batch is finalized, once all the students are finalized with the payments and all, I'll create a WhatsApp group also. So if you have any questions or so after every session, if you have any doubts or so, you can post your questions in that, and I'll keep
so
replying.
any WhatsApp number?
Yeah, as I've mentioned, it is there already in the email which I've sent.
Oh, in the email. Okay.
In the email, in the browser. In the browser, you have my contact number as well.
Okay, sir. It's your or it's a Durga Soft?
No, my number itself.
Okay, sir. I will get that.
Sure. Any other questions, guys? Okay, assuming there are no questions anymore. Anand, Ravikiran, then Sujata. Right.
No, sir.
Okay, guys. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further for our session today. Again, as I've mentioned, no class tomorrow, guys. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi. And I hope it is tomorrow. I'm not wrong with the dates and all. So sorry if I am. So yeah, wishing everyone a happy Ganesh Chaturthi.
Same to you, sir.
And yeah, tomorrow is Ganesh. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi, right, guys? Is the festival tomorrow itself?
Tomorrow. Yes,
Tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. Thanks. Okay, I'm wishing everyone a happy Ganesh Chaturthi, guys. And I'll see you day
Same.
after tomorrow. We'll resume day after. Same time, guys, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, right. Sure. Bye-bye, guys. Have a good day tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then. So let's get started with our session without any further ado. Let's continue from where we left off. Okay. So let me quickly open up my notepad file as well. Yes. So in the last class, we discussed up to the classes of IP addresses, class A, B, C, D, and E. And we tried to understand what the main difference is between each of these classes, right? So now in today's class, we're going with the next topic, which is subnet mask. Okay. So we know what a public IP is, we know what a private IP is, we know what are the different classes and what are the range of these classes, okay, and how they are different. Okay. Now, when we talk about the classes, we know class A has 1 network portion and 3 host portions. Class B has 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So we can see this graphically, and we can define it depending on the alphabets N and H. But how does it understand which IP belongs to which class? Okay. So for that, for the computer to understand it, for the computer to know which IP belongs to which class, it has something known as a subnet mask. Okay. Subnet mask is wherever there's a network portion, the computer assigns the value 1, which means it is constant, it is not going to change, it's a higher value. Okay. Wherever there's a host, it assigns the value as 0 over there. Okay. Which means it doesn't matter if it changes or not. Is there someone asking a question? There's some background disturbance. Okay, I guess it's from, yeah, okay, anyways. So as I've mentioned, wherever there's a network portion, I'm going to put the, all the octets as 1. And wherever there's a host portion, I'm going to put those octets as 0s. Now when I convert this from binary to decimal, the value becomes, for all ones, you have 255. And for all zeros, you get 000. Okay. When we take class B, you can see there's 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Okay. So therefore, all ones in the first 2 portions, all zeros in the last 2 portions. And when you convert that, that becomes 255.255.0.0. Okay. And when we talk about class C, finally, 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So all ones in the first 3 portions and all zeros in the last portion. Hence the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Okay. Now where do you check this? You can see this in the same command IP config. So if I open up my command prompt and if I check for IP config, you can see over here I have 192.168.0.5. This is my IP address. You all must be knowing by now that this is a class C address and a private address. And just below that you can see subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Reason being, this IP address is a class C address. Okay. Now the main question is, where do we set this or where do we modify this value? Okay. So this is a private IP. Yeah.
Sir, sir, there is a doubt.
There is a what?
Sir, I have a doubt.
Oh yeah. Ask. Go ahead, this with you. What is your doubt?
Actually, whenever you are just classifying the networks and like class A, class B, class C, so different network portions like class C have most of the host, three portions are a host and 1 is a network. So means like what? Yeah, which basis they are categorized? Like class C is the one person is network ID and other are 3 host ID. Like in class
Yeah,
B,
that is how
2
they are
are.
set. We discussed that in the last class. Remember, Biswachi? That is how they are different. We'll discuss why classes are different, how class A, B, C, and D, E are different from one another. They are different because they have been set that way with certain network portions and host portions. Class A has only 1 network portion. Class B has 2 network portions. Class C has 3 network portions. Class D and Class E have all network portions. We have discussed this in the
So
last class. This was set by the people who invented IP addresses, and they're going to be constant like that.
no, I understood, but in which basis like they have categorized? Like means like network means like in whenever you are using class C connections, so there you are as of most of the numbers of host you can be connected. But as of like when if you're changing to class B, then less number of I think those hosts will be connected. So like in which basis they have categorized? I mean, like I'm getting confused.
Were you there for the last class?
Yes, I was in the last class, sir.
Yeah, then you remember, right? In class C, how many IPs we can connect? Since it has 1 host portion, it means we can only connect from 1 to 255 devices. In class
Hmm.
B, 2 host portions. 2 host portions in the sense 2 outlets are being used for the host part. So from 00 to 255, you can connect those many hosts. So how many hosts can you connect in class? 255 into 255. That is 65535. I mean 25 hosts. So what you're telling me is the exact opposite of what I taught you in the last class. You're telling me that class B has less hosts, class C has more, which is not which is exactly the opposite, which I showed you in the last class. Class C has 255 hosts because it has only 1 host portion. Class B has 255 into 255 hosts, which is 65,525. And class A, since there are 3 network, sorry, 1 network portion and 3 host portion, you can connect from 10,000 to 10,255,255,255. This whole thing is one singular network. Okay, so you can connect 255 into 255 into 255 hosts. Therefore, class C can be used for small networks, class B and class A can be used for multinational companies. Class D and E do not have any private IPs at all. They're used for military research and development, government portals, broadcasting services, and so and so. This is what we thought, this is what we saw in the last class. Please do not forget those concepts. I have sent you the notepad file as well. Have you not gone through it?
No, sir. I understood now, but I still okay. I will ask you later.
Okay, what is your confusion? Clarify.
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't get your.
Confusion is then I said, like my doubt is that like they have categorized. I understood. You also made me understood that the class A has this is the class A, this is the class B, and this is the class C. So in class A, you can connect more number of hosts, and
Okay.
class C you can less number of hosts. Class B
Okay.
middle. So that means what? From that point of view, what you understood that like network and host, how they are related.
I didn't get your point. Does anyone else understand what the question is, guys? Because I don't seem to quite make it out. What do you mean the relation between network and host, Biswajit? Network is a collection of hosts. Host is an individual device. When I say classic can connect 255 hosts, it means that you can connect 255 devices and they can communicate with one another in a singular network. When we talk about class B, you can connect 255 into 255, which means like you can connect 65,000 devices in a singular network. Okay, they can communicate with one another, they can share files, they can transfer data, so and so.
Okay, but there is there is two network person. That is my point. If there is two network person, that means what? How they are arranging. Like in class C, many number of hosts are there. One network ID is there. So how they are
Oh, yeah.
arranging?
Why don't you get this point? When you take three network portions, this is the whole network ID, 192.168.0. So all these are different hosts belonging to the same network. After that, this is the next network. This is the 0th network, then this is the first network, then this is the second network, 2.0 to 255, then this 3.0 to 3.255. These are each and every single networks, one after the other. So from 190 to 168.0.0 till 190 to 168.255.0. How many networks do you have? 255 networks. And in each of those 255 networks, you can connect a total of 255 devices individually. Right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
I don't know. Again, Biswajit, I think you're going somewhere very foundationally. Something is.
I think
Yeah?
No.
I think just 1 minute. I think you are asking and when in what time we will use one network, three hosts, two network, two hosts. That's what he's asking. Maybe that's what I understand from his question. Three network, one host. In which situation we will use? I think that is your question, right?
Somehow, yeah.
Sorry.
In what scenario? He's asking in what scenario we will use class C, class D, class E.
As I've mentioned over here.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
was
I've been.
your question.
Class C is used for small networks. So in your home or on your home purposes, the Wi-Fi routers that you use at your homes or small offices, you use the Class C network. Class B and
Sir,
Class A, you need more than 255 devices in each single network. So in multinational companies, or you use Class B and Class A.
Sir, is it possible that in a small area network, like when we are knowing that we have small devices, like a small number of hosts are there, but can we make it arrange into class B also?
Yeah, definitely. If you want, you can still use Class B and Class A also. There's no one who's going to stop you because private IPs are in your control. You can use any IP you want in your local network, not an issue at all. It's just that you'll be wasting a lot of IPs. Okay, so if you have only 10 devices, why would you use a Class A address where you can connect 255 into 255 into 255 devices? Okay, so Class A, you can have for 10 devices, you can just go with Class C address. where you can connect maximum of 255 devices. That's optimal enough for it, right?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay. So in any network, again, in your home Wi-Fi network, on your own local home network, LAN network, you can use any class you want, class A, B, or C, any choice. Okay, that's your preference. Okay, but again, my basic thumb rule is that you go with a smaller class depending on your requirement. Okay, if you have like 10, 20, 30, 50, or 200 devices or so, always go with class C. If you have more than 250 devices, if you have like 300, 400, 500 devices, go with class B or class A, any one of them. As simple as that.
Okay, sir.
Anyone else who has a question like this, Mamun or Ravikiran or Shafiuddin? Again, because please let me know, guys, because again, you're asking me a question where you are foundationally not getting the concept of IP address. Okay, so you have not understood what a network portion is or what the host portion is. If anyone else has such a confusion, I would like to repeat the whole concept again. Okay, because if you don't understand this now, it's going to get a bit complicated later on. So is there anyone who wants me to repeat these network portions, host portions, the basic classes and all again? Anyone? Please do not hesitate to let me know, guys. We can just take a quick refresh of that. We can go through it again. So does anyone want me to repeat that? Maman, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Supriya, oh no, sorry, Sujata, Tripti, anyone? Okay, assuming no one has any questions regarding that. Right. So now coming back to our topic, guys, as I've mentioned, so we have seen what subnet mask is. Subnet mask is for us to understand, I mean, for the computer to understand which class an IP address belongs to. Okay. So wherever there's a network portion, you assign the value 1. Wherever there's a host portion, you assign the value 0. Okay. And depending on that, when you convert it from binary to decimal, you get the corresponding values as subnet masks. Okay. Now we have seen the same subnet mask in our command prompt, but where do we actually use it? Where do we assign it is the main question. Okay. So this is used when you want to assign your own private IP. So there are two techniques, guys, to assign your own private IP. One is an automatic method from a DHCP server. One is a manual method, okay, where you yourself, when you're the network admin, you can assign it to your device. Okay, so we'll first see the manual method, and then we'll go with the automatic method. Okay, so let's say how to change the IP address of our system manually. So first things first, you need to go to the control panel. So search for control panel. Yes. And in control panel, go to network and internet. In network and internet, go to network and sharing. In network and sharing, go to change adapter settings. Over here, you can see these are all the different adapters on your device. You have your Bluetooth adapter, you have your Ethernet adapter for LAN connections, you have your VMware adapters for virtual machines, and you have your Wi-Fi adapter for wireless connections. Right now, I'm connected through my Wi-Fi adapter. If I right click and go to properties, you can say I have IPv4 settings. Okay. Now there is another shortcut also, guys. If you want to come to this page, let me show the shortcut also. You can just run Windows R, which is run, and in this you can type the command ncpa.cpl, and when you hit enter, you get the same page. From this page now, you can right click on Wi-Fi, go to properties. In properties, you can go to IPv4. Since we want to change the IPv4 address for our system, click on properties again. Okay, and as you can see over here, we have two options. One is to get an IP address automatically, which means you're getting an IP from DHCP server. Now, we have not discussed what that is. We'll be discussing very shortly. Okay, we'll go with the second method now. Okay, so firstly, click on use the following IP. Right now, my machine is getting the IP 192.168.0.5. Let's say I want to change this to another IP, 192.168.0. Let's say 100. Okay, if I click on subnet mask, you can notice automatically it gave me the subnet mask as 255.255.255.0. Why? Because this is a class C address. What if I give a class B address? Can anyone tell me a class B address from the private IP range? Anyone? You have seen the ranges, guys. I hope you have memorized that. I have sent the notepad file in the last class.
Sir, I did not get it.
I want a private IP from class B.
So 172.16.0.0.
Exactly. 172.16. Oh, sorry, 16.0. Let's say. Okay. Now when I click on subnet mask, can you observe it has changed now? It says 255.255.00 now. Okay. Only 2 octets are 255 and the remaining 2 octets are 0.0. If I give a class A address, can anyone tell me a class A private IP?
10. So
Sorry?
10 zeros.
Oh,
10.
10, yeah, 10, 0, 0, 1, let's say. Okay. Now when I click on subnet mask again, you can see it's now 255.0.0.0. So all the remaining 3 octets are zeros. Only the first octet is 255. Okay. Now I'll just come back and I'll give my class C IP only. I'll give something like 192.168.0.100. I'll click on subnet mask. I get the default subnet mask. Default gateway. Default gateway is nothing but your router. Okay. A router is also known as a default gateway because it is acting as a gateway between your internet and your intranet. Right. So therefore, default gateway is always going to be the first IP in the network. And I'm going to give that IP itself over here. 192.168.0.1. Never use the 0th IP, guys. The first IP will always be the 1th IP. Okay. So again, 0.0 is known as network ID. You never use that IP for any device. Okay. Prefer DNS server. Now we have not discussed what DNS server is. Don't worry about this, guys. We'll discuss this in a later class. But for the time being, if you don't know what to enter over here, just go to the browser. And in the browser, search for Google DNS server IP. And you will see 2 IP addresses. One is 8.8.8.8 and the other one is 8.8.4.4. Okay, so you can give any IP of that. So yeah, I usually give 8.8.4.4. And when I click on OK, and we might get disconnected for a while, guys, because my IP address is changing. So can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if I check IP config now, you can notice my IP address has changed now. Earlier it was 192.168.0.5. Now it shows us 192.168.0.100. Okay. So this is how you can manually change your private IP for your device. Okay. So in your network, you can assign any IP from that range, 192.168.0.100. If you give a completely different class, you might not be able to connect to the internet, guys, because your router is configured in such a way for a certain network. So if you want to give a different class IP, you have to go to the router settings and change the class over there. So for the time being, if you want to change your private IP, you have to only change it in an existing class, in the class C, okay, or whatever class you are assigned in your network. Okay. Any questions or doubts up to here, guys? Shall I show this again? Okay, just a quick recap, just to show it to everyone. I'm going to go to my Windows R, ncpa.cpl, click on Wi-Fi properties, go to IPv4, again properties, and give any IP of your choice, 192.168.0.50, let's say. Subnet mask, again, it will automatically set the subnet mask. Okay, so if I give 50 or something, and if I click on subnet mask, you can see it automatically set that. Default gateway is my router IP. Router IP gets the first IP always. DNS server 8.8.4.4, or you can also give 8.8.8.8, anything. Okay, click on OK and click on close. And now you can see if I check the IP address, it has changed to 0.50 now. Okay, so this is how you can manually assign your public IP, sorry, private IP for your device. If you want to get it automatically, you can right click on this, go to properties, go to IPv4, properties, and select the first option. And when I do that, you can notice over here, I got my original IP back, 0.5. Okay. So the main question now over here is, how are we getting this IP 192.168.0.5? Okay. Who is providing this IP and how are we automatically getting it? So this is happening with the help of something known as a DHCP server. Okay. DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay. So basically, in every network, you always have a DHCP server to automatically assign an IP. If it is not there, you have to manually assign an IP to each and every device. Okay. So let's say at the moment, I have this device over here, and right now this is my DHCP server. Okay. In our home networks, our router, Wi-Fi router itself, acts as the DHCP server. But in organizations, they can have a separate device for it. Okay. And basically what a DHCP server does is it has a pool of IP addresses. Okay. And these IP addresses, again, you can assign the range. So basically it has from 192.168.0.2 because 0.1 is used for router to 192.168.0.254, let's say. Okay. And this DHCP server is 192.168.0.1. Okay. So whenever you connect a new device in the network, okay, and when you select that option, obtain an IP address automatically, okay, what happens is this device starts sending a packet. So if there are other devices also in the network, okay, so let's say this device has an IP like 192.168.0.2 and this is 192.168.0.3, let's say. Okay, if any device gets assigned an IP, that IP gets removed from here. Okay, so this is not from 0.2 anymore. This will be from 0.4 onwards. So this will be from 192.168.0.4 to 192.168.0.254. Okay. Now, whenever I connect a new device like this in the network, this device starts sending a broadcast signal. So it sends it to this device, it sends it to this device, it sends it to this device also. Broadcast is nothing but from one device to all devices. Okay. And this signal is known as the discover signal. Okay. So it is asking every device, are you the DHCP server? Are you the DHCP server? Are you the DHCP server? So when the other devices receive it and when they are not the actual DHCP server, they will just drop that packet. Okay. So they say, no, we are not DHCP server. We do not have any link with it. Guys, is anyone asking a question? Hello. Guys, does anyone have a question? I could hear some voice.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, what you are trying to make us understand from this concept?
What is DHCP? How we are getting an IP address automatically?
Okay.
Okay. So we have seen how to assign an IP address manually, right? How we can assign our own IP address. But there's another option also, obtain an IP address automatically. So when you're selecting that, how are we getting this IP is what I'm trying to show you.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So as I've mentioned, whenever you connect a new device and when you select that option, obtain an IP address automatically, what happens is your device starts sending a broadcast signal everywhere. It sends a discover packet asking what is the exact DHCP server. Okay. Now in return, when it reaches the correct DHCP server, the DHCP server will offer us an IP address. So it sends an offer packet back saying that, hi, I am the DHCP server and I can offer you this IP 0.4 or 0.5. When this offer is sent, our device again sends a request. Okay. So it sends a request saying that, hi, thank you for offering me that IP address. I request you to remove that IP from your pool of IP addresses so that you do not assign it to another device. Okay, because if two devices have the same IP, that will be a conflict. Okay, so it sends a request saying that please remove this IP from your pool of requests and assign that IP to me. And in return, finally, an acknowledgement is sent. Okay, so these are the packets that of exchange that happen between a device and between the DHCP server. And all this happens in fractions of seconds. Okay, so after the acknowledgement is done, this this machine gets the IP now, 192.168.0.4, and that thing gets removed from the pool. So now the pool changes to 192.168.0.5. Okay, and this is how your device automatically gets an IP from the DHCP server. Okay, so now all this happens, as I've mentioned again, in fractions of seconds. Okay, so you might have observed this also in a real time. Whenever you connect your phone, how many of you have observed this? So when you connect your phone to a new Wi-Fi router, when you enter the correct password, you will be seeing a message saying that obtaining IP address. Has anyone ever observed this?
Yes, sir.
So when you see that message obtaining IP address, this is what is happening in the background. Okay, so your phone is sending the discover packet to all the devices, finding out where the DHCP server is. Once it finds, it asks for an IP, and it is offered an IP, then a request is sent to allot that IP, and finally an acknowledgement. So all this happens in that fractions of seconds. And this whole process, in simple terms, is known as the DORA process. DORA. Why specifically DORA process? Because that is what is happening. D for discover, O for offer, R for request, A for acknowledgement. DORA. Okay, so this is what happens every single time you select that button, obtain it, obtain an IP address automatically. So if you want to take a screenshot or anything, guys, please take a screenshot. Okay, because I'll be clearing the screen now. Okay. So yeah, again, nothing further for our class, guys. I'm taking short sessions. I have been advised to take short sessions for today and tomorrow. So we'll be finalizing the classes, guys, by tomorrow. Tomorrow we will end the networking part. We'll discuss what are DNS servers, and we'll discuss what IPv6 addresses are, a much more advanced class of addresses. Okay. So tomorrow will be the last class for networking, and from Monday we'll be continuing the classes with installation, lab setup installation. Okay. So from Monday onwards, we'll have a 1 hour session every day without fail. But for today, this is it. So any questions or doubts, guys? Can I clear the drawings, guys? Has everyone taken a screenshot for the time being?
Yes, sir.
This is quite important, guys. A very basic but important concept. You might get asked about this in interviews and all. Like, what is DORA process? How does it happen? What are the different packets of exchange that happen between the client and the server? Okay, so if I show you right now, as I've mentioned, my router, my Wi-Fi router itself starts acting as a DHCP server. So if I show you, if I log into my router is getting the IP 192.168.0.1. So let me log into this. As you can see, this is my Wi-Fi router TP-Link. And if I go to wireless settings, advanced settings. Not sure exactly where I saw it last time. Network LAN settings. Yeah, over here, as you can see in network LAN settings, I can see my Wi-Fi router itself is acting as a DHCP server. Okay, my DHCP server's IP is 0.1. My router and DHCP server are one and the same. And IP pool address, as you can see, the pool is starting from 0.2 and ending at 191. Oh, sorry, 199. Okay, so I'm not connecting all the 254 devices. I'm connecting only up to 199 devices in my network. Okay, so whenever I connect a new device in the network, that device will perform the DORA process and get an IP between this pool 0.2 and 199. At the moment in my network, these are all the existing hosts. Okay, I have 0.5 connected, 0.8 connected, 6 connected, 2 connected, 3 connected. So whenever I connect a new device, these are the exhausted IPs. They can't be used again. What they can use a different IP. Okay, and every IP has a lease time. Okay, so this IP will only be allotted for so and so minutes, only for 1440 minutes. Okay, this is like 24 hours. After 24 hours, again, the DORA process will happen again. If the same IP is free, same IP gets allotted. If that IP is not free, it gets allotted to a different system. This is to see to it that IPs don't get wasted, guys. So if you have allotted an IP to a system, and if that system goes shut down, okay, that IP gets wasted. So that does not happen, there is a lease time. After 24 hours, that IP goes back to the DHCP server. It goes back to the pool. Okay. So this is all about DHCP server, guys. As I've mentioned, in a home network, our router itself acts as a DHCP server. In offices or in organizations, you can have a separate device for that with all this configuration. Okay. Any questions, guys, or doubts up to this part? Shiva, this might seem a bit new to you because you might have missed the previous classes. I'll share those recordings with you. Okay. So that could be a bit helpful.
Okay.
Right. Others, guys, any other questions or doubts up to this part? Biswajit, Maman, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Sujata, Tripti.
Yes, sir. Actually, so I understood, but actually I have some doubt. Like I am getting little bit like what mix up.
Oh, okay. No worries, Biswajit. What is your first query? We'll go step by step, step by step. Tell me what your first doubt is.
Like sir, last part you just discussed on how Dora process was working. I literally I did not gone went through it.
Oh, you did not understand the DORA process, right?
Yes.
Again, as I've mentioned, the DORA process is nothing but whenever you're selecting this option over here, if I go to my network configuration page and if I go to my Wi-Fi settings, you can notice over here, I have selected an option like obtain an IP address automatically. So my system is getting an IP address 0.5, this IP automatically. But how am I getting that IP automatically? Who is providing that IP to me? That IP is being provided to me by a DHCP server. Okay. And the DORA process is the exchange of packets between my client, my Windows system, my Windows client, and my router or my DHCP server. Okay. So whatever packets are exchanged, with those packets only, I get an IP address. So first, from my Windows client to my server, I send a discover packet saying that I want to find where the DHCP server is. Once that packet reaches DHCP server, it offers me an IP. OS for offer. Once I get offered an IP, my Windows system will again request for that IP, saying that please give that IP to me, assign that IP to me, do not give it to anyone else. Fix that IP for my device. Once that request is sent, finally a confirmation is sent. Okay, confirmation is nothing but acknowledgement. Okay, so the router DHCP server is saying, okay, yeah, I have assigned this IP to you. Yeah, IP to rakh le. That is like confirmation. Okay, and that whole thing is known as the DORA process. D for discover, O for offer, R for request, A for acknowledgement.
Okay.
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 Is that clear, Mr. Ji?
This is all how your DORA process works.
Yeah, exactly. Again, all this happens in the background. You don't see this usually. Okay. So this all happens in a fraction of a second. You can rarely notice it. So yeah.
Okay, sir. Previously, like you have also discussed 2-3 times, but like whenever you are distinguishing like your class C network to class B networks and class A networks, I'm little whenever I'm trying to make it understand, I'm understanding these things, but still I'm getting confused in between that. So could you please elaborate about this concept again?
Classes. Okay, sure. Let me do that. Let me clear this
Uh,
drawings first.
Actually, I have not got still now your video recording. That's why an audio recording. That's why I'm unable to make it more clarify. But whatever I'm trying to understand, looking at your notes, so that's why I
Okay,
asked.
sure. No worries. Let me give a very quick explanation again. So if you remember, Biswajit, I've told you there are 5 classes. There's class A
Yeah,
with 1 network portion, class B with 2
yeah,
network portions, class C with 3
yeah.
network portions. Ignore class
Yes,
D and
yes,
class E. They are not important at the moment for us.
yes, yes.
Class C will
Yes.
take first exam. There are 3 network portions. Network portion is nothing but like an ID for it. Okay. So this is just an ID telling that this is 192.168.0 network. Okay. In this 0 network, the first IP is 0.0. Next IP is 0.1. Next IP is 0.2. Next IP is
Okay.
0.3. Like that, you have
Okay.
255 IPs. Okay.
Okay.
In the network of 192.168.0. So in one singular network, this is the network ID. Okay. This is the identity for that network. Okay.
Okay.
In that network, each device is getting each IP one by one. Okay.
Okay.
When you take next network, after 0 network, you have one network, 192.168.1 dot network. This is the next identity. Okay. So this is the next network. This is next net. You can use any ID, any network of your choice. Whatever ID you use, you can connect maximum 255 devices only. Okay. When you take class
Okay.
B now, for example, that ID starts from 170 to 60. You won't take 3 octets now. You only take the first 2 octets. So only 170 to 60 is the ID. Okay. Remaining 2 are the hosts. Okay. So the first IP is 0.0, second IP is 0.1, third IP is 0.2, fourth IP is 0.3. After that 0.255, then 1.0. Okay. All these are IPs, different hosts in the same network. And for that network, the identity is 170 to 60. Okay.
Okay.
So like that, in class, you can connect from 0.0 to 255. So in total, you can connect 255 devices. Okay, which is
Okay.
equal to like 65525. In class A, you only have one network portion. So there's only one identity, 10 dot network. So from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, all these belong to the same network, the 10 dot network. Okay, 10 dot is the identity. Okay, remaining octets are the host devices. So that is what is meant by network portions and host portions.
Okay. Okay, sir, I got it.
Okay. Any other questions for anyone else, guys?
Sir, how why we are learning all these things? Just could you please say about this?
Again, when we talk about hacking of any device, that device needs to have an identity. So we hack the devices depending on IP addresses only. So that is why we need to learn what these IP addresses are, what are private IPs, what are public IPs, which class an IP belongs to, because that is the main identity for a device. Okay. So when you perform scanning or anything, you perform it on IPs only. So that is why it's very important for us.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Like,
So yeah.
like our course is like ethical hacking and cyber security. So before going through ethical hacking deeply, so first we need to understand the networking concept, as you said.
Concepts, exactly. Definitely.
Okay. So those who are doing like CCNA and CCNP deeply, like Cisco certified network. So how they are managing? Like, is it required to do CCNA, CCNP before going through cyber security?
Again, as I've mentioned, not at all required, Viswajit. Whatever I am teaching, that is more than sufficient regarding the networking part. Okay. From there, if you want to build up, you can just do your research from YouTube itself and learn more about the networking concepts. But going through a CCNA or CCNP, that much in depth is not necessary for cybersecurity. You just need to know what are IP addresses and how they work. That's it. And from there, you can
If someone is looking to make his career in purely security professional, does he needs to like understand like cryptography programming, algorithm, they need to know encryption, decryption, and also networking concepts. So that's why this questions arise in my mind. So networking concept purely required, or anything programming
Yes,
algorithm required?
is different. Encryption, decryption is different. Algorithms are different things. You have just listed out all different things to me. Those are not part of CCNA or CCNP. CCNA, CCNP courses will only teach you the different routing protocols like RIP, OS, what is that? OSF, some random routing protocols are there. So you don't need to know all these routing protocols and stuff. Okay. So again, whatever topics you have mentioned, those are important. We need to know what cryptography is. We need to know what networking concepts are. We need to know what encryption is, what decryption is. Okay. You don't need to have much knowledge on programming and algorithms. If you have basic knowledge, that is sufficient. Okay. But it is not a necessity. Okay. So doing a course like CCNA, CCNP is not at all a requirement. But whatever topics you have mentioned, those are actually included in the course. We'll learn about networking, we'll learn about cryptography, and so on.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Don't get
So,
confused. Don't get so stressed up. Whatever I'm teaching, just go through those notepad files. From Monday onwards, you'll get the recordings also. So it's going to be a lot easier as well. Okay.
yes, sir.
If
Actually,
possible,
sir,
I'll ask you to share over the
that's
weekend only. For whoever has
sir,
made this
that's
payment, I'll ask them to share the recordings over the weekend itself, on Saturday and Sunday itself. So that over the weekend, you can practice all this and keep the thorough.
okay, sir. So
Okay.
once I will get the recording, then I can follow before the joining the class.
Right. Sure. I'll just inform them, Suji. Again, I guess everyone has already made the payment. So I'll just inform them tomorrow to share the recordings at the earliest and not to wait until
Okay.
Monday. Okay.
Okay.
Sure. So yeah,
Thank
that's it, guys. Nothing further. I'll exit the
Thank you.
session
Good,
now. Sure. Thank you, guys. I'll see you again on
good.
tomorrow at the same time.
Okay, sir. Good night.
Okay, guys. Good night. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.
Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Right. Right. Good morning, guys. And one small notice to everybody. I think some students are attending from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch. Just I'm giving this notice to you. Then this is not the right time to attend for frameworks. Those who are in the core Java at evening time, evening 6 p.m. There even I have not started hoops concepts. I have not started even hoops concepts. Before hoops only we are discussing just language fundamentals. I'm discussing there like how to write for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So it is not the right time to attend for frameworks. I think some people have registered for uh, packages like complete Java and full stack Java. So this is not the right time for you. I will start separately. I'll start separately frameworks classes and advanced Java classes at evening time. But at present, for morning full stack Java students and some other students, we are taking these classes now. Okay. Then if any of you are coming from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch, then better not to attend for this class today onwards even, right? Today it's okay, it's a basic introduction part, then we can continue with that. But actual content is not required, then we'll plan for it separately. Okay. All right, sir. Now just give some time to me, then let me prepare some document and all. The classroom notes also we have to create. Right, sir. So let me create a separate folder for it. Now this is frameworks actually. Part of the framework here we are going to take like what there Spring 830. The location also we get specified clearly. So from now onwards, every work of our classes, I'm going to keep in like what there Spring 830. Then inside this, let me prepare a document. Right, sir. Now here I need to provide Spring 830. Right, sir. Today in the introduction part, I'm going to talk about you regarding this, what I'm planning there, then what I'm going to discuss with you, then all the things here we are going to understand effectively only one time. Then after that, we'll move forward into our introduction content. All right, sir. Okay. Then see this. Then first of all, today here I'm starting these classes with the Spring, but actually we are planning to start like what there Java frameworks. The total batch, no, it is like what there Java frameworks. All right, sir. In a Java frameworks, what exactly the content here we are including there? In Java frameworks, the content here what we are including there? Observe carefully. In a Java frameworks, the topics will be few topics like what there. 1 minute. The topics will be like what there? Spring, then Spring Boot. First one is like what there? Spring. Next one is a Spring Boot. Next one is a microservices. These are like what there? One set of concepts, no? Then after that, web services. Like this here we have to start. Then before that, I need to go for like what there? Like now here we need to understand. All right, sir. Now here, first of all, I need to take like what there? Hibernate. Then next one is like what there? Spring. These are overall the topic here, the topics here what we are having there. This is overall syllabus. That means content about like what there Java frameworks. Of course, you might be in complete Java package or you might be in full stack Java. Relate to Java, this set is nothing but what their frameworks part. Here we are planning there. Today Java frameworks is a batch we started. Then where we are planning to discuss about these concepts. You know already the schedule for all these concepts there. 2 slots here I'm going to take to complete these concepts. No, observe carefully. Now 7 to 8:30. 7 to 8:30. Here I'm going to utilize one slot. There, what I'm going to discuss there. Then another slot is also be existed here. What is that another slot here? Now this will be like what the today. Then now here at present here we are taking the class there 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here we are taking only one time. Let me confirm it. One time if I complete it, then I'll move on to our content here. Now, right? So at present here, today here I'm planning to start like what there Spring framework here now. Spring here I'm taking now. Okay, fine. Now it's going to be started. The Spring framework is going on here like this. I'm going to take the classes continuously about the Spring framework continuously like this. It's going to be started. Then after few days of time, actually servlets and JSPs are going on at 7 to 8:30. When I complete the servlets and JSPs, there I will start like what there Hibernate. There I will start what there Hibernate. So Hibernate still Spring is going to be happen. It's going on there. When I complete Spring at 8:30 to 10 now, here I will take like what there Spring Boot. The topic here I will start Spring Boot topic. Meanwhile, at 7 to 8:30, which topic is going to be happen there? No, Hibernate is going on there. So here we are planning to complete like what there Hibernate here. Right, sir. Hibernate is going on. When Hibernate is going on there, when Hibernate is completed, here I'm going to start like what there web services. Meanwhile, here what is going on here? No, Spring Boot is going on here at 8:30 to 10. So it's going to be happen. When the Spring Boot is completed, Spring Boot may take less time only, not too much time here. Then after that, I'll start like what there microservices. So at 8:30 to 10 now, at 8:30 to 10 now, continuously we are having the topics like what there Spring Boot, microservices. But after a few days of time, I'll start Hibernate at 7 to 8:30. Once Hibernate is completed, there I will start what there web services. This is actual schedule what I'm going to follow. Part of the frameworks and as well as like what there, then part of the all right, the total overall content here. Now try to recognize this clearly. All right, sir. Then after that, Let's come for this content here. Let's come for this Spring content here. If you have to this, in general, maybe then people are having some different opinion in outside. Even still, people are coming to me. They're asking one question to me frequently, but I don't know what is the reason why they are getting this type of question. But frequently, one question is coming. Sir, I selected for a company. They are given work on Spring Boot and microservices, but I don't know anything about Java. Especially at evening 6 o'clock, people are asked to me now. So I don't know anything about Java. So can I learn Spring Boot directly? Spring Boot and microservices directly? Is it possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices directly? Right. Anyway, answer for this question is no, not at all. Without having knowledge on Java, how it is possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices? No. Understand it clearly? No, not possible. Leave this. Second question, another question here. What about this another question? No. Sir, I have knowledge on only core Java. Only core Java I know. Apart from that, I don't have any knowledge there. So can I learn Spring Boot? No. Again, this is a question here. No. Again, I'm telling to you, no. Not possible. See, it will be possible up to some part of the Spring Boot microservices. But once we are in some web environment, then how it is possible to understand that without having knowledge on this servlets and JSPs? No. Then before that, one more point I'm telling that to learn a Spring Boot, definitely we need Spring knowledge. Without having knowledge on Spring, it is not possible to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Understand it clearly. So without having prior knowledge on Spring framework, not possible to understand what their Spring Boot and microservices. Please recognize this clearly. So because of that reason only, I'm taking the classes like what is Spring onwards. Of course, in outside environment already observed that people are announcing a separate batch for Spring and microservices, Spring Boot and microservices. There what trainers are also given, they are giving the information there. No need to understand the complete Spring framework. Just only basics of the Spring framework is sufficient to come for what their Spring Boot and microservices now. But again, I'm telling there, half of the knowledge only we are able to get if you follow that approach. Not complete knowledge. I'll give the clarity. Why complete knowledge we are not going to get with that only basis of Spring framework now. I'll give the reasons later on. Don't worry for it. But the point what I'm telling to you, if you know the Spring framework completely, then it is very easy to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Without having complete knowledge on Spring framework, we are able to understand little bit only in the Spring Boot and microservices. So because of that reason, we are going to use what there, we are going to understand effectively Spring framework. After that only, I'll plan for what there, Spring Boot and microservices. Don't hurry for it. Don't try to learn immediately Spring Boot and microservices. You are not going to understand complete internals. To understand internals of the technology, definitely we should have knowledge on what there, Spring Boot, complete Spring. Simple example. Tell me, by using Spring Boot, what type of applications we are going to prepare? You want to prepare only core Java programs? Only standalone applications you want to prepare? No. The Spring Boot application is like a core Java application, but it will activate web application internally. It will start server internally, it will deploy the application to the server, and it will expose like what their web application. Understand my point? That framework is designed in that way. So because of that reason, without having knowledge on Spring, we are unable to understand Spring Boot. That's the point I'm telling to you. Right? So that standard foundation is required in Spring framework also. For that purpose only, here today we are going to start what their Spring content. Again, I'm telling there, if any of you are expecting today directly Spring Boot, next to tomorrow microservice in the sense, forget about this course now, not required to attend for this course. The next complete Spring framework I have to discuss, then after that only I'll move on to what their Spring Boot and microservices. Again and again, I'm telling the same point. Now try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Now coming to the Spring framework, what we are going to discuss actually in a Spring framework, what exactly the concepts here I'm going to discuss there. What modules here I'm going to discuss. Let us understand one time clearly. In a Spring framework, first one, introduction part, very good introduction here. We are going to see what is framework, what is the requirement to come for frameworks, why we need a Spring framework. why it is very good when compared with other frameworks. This kind of environment we are going to understand. Here in the introduction part, majorly we are going to put much focus on what is a framework, what exactly the requirement of the frameworks. A simple question I'm asking there. To design web applications or enterprise applications, we have so many technologies. Servlets and JSPs are available, EJBC is available. Then apart from that, number of servers are available like Tomcat, WebLogic or something else. Then after that, IDs are available, Eclipse, NetBeans, maybe, and IntelliJ IDEA, so many. These many things are available to prepare and execute enterprise applications. Then still, what is the requirement to go for framework? What is the need of the framework? That solid introduction is required. That exact point we require. What is the requirement of the frameworks? That exact point is required. Then only we are able to understand the concepts now. After understanding the framework, requirement of the framework, so many frameworks are available in outside. So many frameworks are available. Then why we should go for Spring? What is the need of understanding the Spring? What are the specialties of the Spring that we have to understand? So all this roundup we are going to see inside this introduction part. Moreover, inside this introduction part, we are going to understand clearly how many versions of Spring is available, how many modules are available inside the Spring, what is the purpose of each and every module. Even that introductory content also we are going to understand inside the introduction part here. That is one point. Next one, after that, next immediately we are going to see steps to prepare Spring application. What are the basic steps? What elements we require if you want to prepare a basic Spring application? Of course, core module application only. But before going to start core module, we need to have awareness on it, how to prepare that basic Spring project. Just to display hello world and console, how we are going to prepare that. Right, sir. Third one is like what there, where I'm going to start what there, core module. Core module, Spring core module, where IOC containers topics are available. Like application context and bean factory, like different containers are available. What is the need of these containers? What is the life cycle of the containers? Then after that, what is the meaning of dependency injection? Like so many core concepts are available. Internationalization support in Spring core module. Data validation support in Spring core module. Property editors in Spring core module. Dependency injection. And my point here now. Like then after that, setter method dependency injection, constructor dependency injection, interfaces dependency injection. So many dependency injections that related topics are available. So many concepts are available. That core module is a heart for Spring framework. Core module is what their heart for Spring framework. Without having knowledge on core module, we are unable to understand anything in Spring framework. You know already core Java, right? In core Java, which topic is the heart in entire core Java? Object orientation. Without knowing object orientation, we can't do anything in the core Java. Once you are not having awareness on object orientation, no core Java, nothing about this Java. Similarly, in a Spring framework, the core module is available in that way. If you want to create a bean object and if you want to execute our business logic, container is required. The containers concepts will be covered inside like what their core module. If no container, no Spring framework. No container, no Spring framework. Answer my point here now. So because of that reason, core module is very important for us. Next one, after completion of this core module, we are going to start with what there Spring DAO JDBC module. DAO or JDBC, both are same here. DAO module is very small module only, but afterwards we will plan for what there JDBC module. All right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this JDBC module? Simple. For the sake of your awareness, I am talking there. Guys, can you tell me what steps we required to prepare JDBC program, normal JDBC program? What are the various steps we required to prepare normal JDBC programs? Can you tell me? First of all, load and register driver. Then what next one there? Establish connection. Then after that, after establish the connection, then what next one there? Create a statement or prepare a statement or a callable statement. Then after that, write and execute SQL queries. Then after that, what next one there? Close the resources care. Am I right or not? Right, sir. Now here, these many steps here we have to write. So this is somewhat like what their boilerplate code. In every JDBC program, the same steps we have to repeat. So we can say that what there, then boilerplate code, some duplicate code every time now. But if you use a Spring JDBC module, no need to write all these things, directly only one step. Write and execute SQL queries. Only one method where we can write that SQL query, finish. That query is going to be executed. Understand it clearly. So the JDBC module is available. Very good advantage is here we are able to get. Whatever the work, whatever the concepts we are able to learn in normal JDBC, all the concepts we are going to understand in a Spring JDBC module in a very simplified manner. In a very simplified manner, we are able to understand, we are able to perform all JDBC operations. What we have seen in normal JDBC, everything we are going to see inside what there, that is Spring JDBC. Support is available, but in a simplified manner. Observe carefully. Leave this one. Then after that, after completion of this, there we are going to understand like what there Spring AOP module, aspect oriented programming, aspect orientation. All right, sir. In the core Java introduction part, I given the intention of this aspect orientation, like unstructured programming languages, structured programming languages, object oriented programming languages. Then after that, I have discussed about like what I discussed there, no, aspect orientation, aspect oriented programming languages. That part I have discussed here. There I given some kind of introductory part for that. If you remember that, it's okay, fine, no problem. But no issues. That AOP, aspect oriented programming, is very much effective in the case of the Spring framework. Say for example, simple examples I'm telling to you how this AOP is going to be available, how it able to provide some services for us. No, try to understand it. Simple understanding, simple logic I'm telling to you, try to understand it now. Say for example, I have a bank application. Listen, all of you listen carefully. A bank application. Okay. Previously, I given a check, some post-dated check or maybe pre-dated check, whatever it may be, some check I've given to some customer, some person in outside. I given my check to somebody else. Then he dropped the check into a bank. Now the bank people wants to perform some transaction over the check. Then immediately what bank people are doing for us now? I have an account. In my account, maybe some 10 lakhs rupees is available. 5 lakhs check I have given to somebody else. Now he dropped the check in the bank now. He want to take that amount. He dropped that might be check in the account in the bank now. Then the check is coming for clearance to a particular bank. Then immediately what bank people are going to do? They have to do transaction or not? Then what is the amount, 5 lakhs amount? They have to do transaction. Means that they have to debit 5 lakhs rupees from my account. They have to credit that 5 lakhs rupees to what their customer account. Got it or not? This is what the bank people have to do now. Now immediately understand this. The date of clearance for the check is what there today. The date of clearing the check is what there today, for example. Then when the check is coming today, immediately that bank people will give a notification to me. What is that notification? There no one particular check, the check number is like this, is coming for clearance. Try to maintain the proper balance in our account. In the case if balance is not available in the account, what is going to be happen? The check bounce is going to be happen or not? It's the case actually. Understand my point now? So here I have to maintain the proper balance. Immediately bank people will send a notification for us. Today a check is coming for clearance, or maybe today or tomorrow we are going to perform, we are going to process the check. Please try to maintain the required amount in our account. Bank people are giving this notification to me, either through text message or through mail or maybe a call. Okay, I maintain the proper amount. That's okay. When they got confirmation I have the proper amount, immediately our bank people and will clear the check, will perform the required transaction. Okay, transaction is completed. When transaction is completed, then immediately what I'm able to get? No, I'm able to get again a notification or not? Again, we're able to get some notification or not? Answer my point clearly. So when I got a notification, how that notification is coming there? So some amount is debited from our account because of clearing the check, and its number is like this, some check number. Some amount is debited from our account. for the sake of processing this particular check. There we are getting some notification. Here overall 3 activities I am telling there. When check is coming to the bank for clearance, no, bank people are giving intimation to me. Point number 1. Second one is what there, when I maintain the proper balance, no, actual transaction is performed. Transaction is gone, completed. Number 3, after the transaction, about the amount debiting operation, I'm getting another notification. Got it or not? So now out of these 3 things, now tell me where actual business logic is going on. Out of these 3 things, no, 3 activities, no, giving notification about the check clearance. Second one is to perform the transaction, debit some 5 lakhs rupees from my account, no. Third one is like what there, giving information, giving notification about the amount debit. Out of these 3 activities, no, where actual business logic is going on. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Answer my point, guys. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Then first one and last one are what they're just giving notifications. It's not the part of business logic. Our actual business logic is what they're debiting some amount. Got it or not? Okay. But before debit amount, some activity we performed. After debit amount, some activity we performed here. I get my point or not? So to perform some activity before the business method execution, after the business method execution, we need some environment. That environment could be provided by what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming. In the form of some advices, before advice, after advice, something is available there. Around advice is available. To do some activity before the business method execution, to do some other activity after the business method execution. So something is going to be utilized there. The something is provided by what there? AOP module, aspect oriented programming. This is one simple example here I'm telling to you now. Like this, so many examples are available. Say for example, in my enterprise application, some logging support I required. Logging. What is the meaning of this logging there? Of course, then I forgot to specify that point here. Along with this web services here, along with all these things, the programming I'm going to prepare like with what there? Maven. So far we are not aware about this Maven, but application development is going on completely with Maven. 1 or 2 applications without Maven I can prepare. I will show without Maven what work we have to do. And then after completion of the basic programming, then I will start Maven. Then I will discuss about Maven. Then through Maven we are going to understand the remaining part here, the remaining course here. 95 to 97% of the course is going on with Maven only. Without Maven, we are not going to prepare the applications now. This is required. Next one is like what there? Log4j. I need to prepare Log4j. For the sake of logging purpose, I'm going to discuss these two. So with these two, I'm going to prepare the applications here now, as a part of the syllabus only. Right. Now let's move on to the point here. One more example here I'm telling there. My enterprise application required what there? Logging service. Logging service is required. What's the meaning of this logging service? No. What's the meaning of this logging service here? Say for example, logs generation, you might be aware about it. Or simple examples I'm telling to you. If we go for server side applications, I think might be you aware about WebLogic server. At morning 7 o'clock I shown some examples there. WebLogic server, JNDI, data source and WebLogic server. When I start WebLogic server, when a command prompt is opened, server prompt, server console, here in the server prompt, some text data is displaying continuously. At least you might be recognized. Server state is changed to running mode, something else, you are getting that messages now. What are these messages actually? All these are logs only, logs of the server. Logs of the server. Okay, even forget this one. If you go for any normal organizations, say for example, Durga Soft, best example I'm telling them. Durga Soft has some employees now. Durga Soft has some employees. What they are doing there? Maybe shifts wise, some employees are coming there. 7 to 2, one shift. 2 to 9 is another shift. For example, when an employee is coming inside the Durga Soft front office, no, then immediately, what is the first work my employees are doing there? At the entry level, there is a log book. In that log book, they have to enter startup time, start time. They have to give a signature. Then they have to write the time and they have to give a signature. When their shift is completed, then what they have to do? Log out to time, log in time, log out to time. Immediately they have to give some information or not. So that is what their log book. In that log book, logs are going to be entered. Similarly, we can apply the same thing even for servers also. When we start the server, immediately server has to provide server startup in this particular minutes of time. There is a log on the server console. When I shut down the server, immediately there is a message, no, server shut down in this particular time. Okay, I started the server, I deploy my web application there into the server. So application is deployed in this particular time. When I undeploy the application, again, we have a message, this application is undeployed in this particular time. I submitted some request to my application there, then request is coming in this particular time from the user. When a response is generated in this particular time. So they're nothing but what their logs. So the process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. The process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. To maintain that logs, to manage that logging, we need to go for one service. That service is nothing but what they're logging service. To inject this logging service in my enterprise application, we required some approach, especially in Spring Framework, one approach is required to inject this logging service into my application. There we have to go for like what there aspect orientation. Now here logging is an aspect. That aspect we are going to be injected into our enterprise application, where we are going to do with what there AOP, aspect oriented programming. Not only that, number of services are available outside. Logging service, maybe security service, transaction service, maybe so many services are available. Middleware services, no. All these middleware services, if you want to integrate with our enterprise application, where AOP model is providing very good support for us. That's one thing here we have to understand them. Nice. Then after that, after completion of this AOP module, there we are going to understand like what there Spring transaction module. What the next one can know? Spring transaction module. Observe carefully. For the sake of transactions, guys, so many things are available. First of all, we have to understand what is a transaction. After understanding the transaction, what exactly the asset properties of the transactions. Asset properties are available: atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Then we're out of all these things, the main important one is what there atomicity. How to achieve this atomicity? How to achieve like what there what next one? No, isolation. Some isolation levels are available. And some my point here. Then after that, some attributes are available. Some attribute behaviors are available. So all these concepts we are going to be implemented in our applications, in our enterprise applications. So to provide some support for the transactions in our enterprise applications, there we have to go for like what there Spring transactions module. That Spring transaction module is providing the complete support for what there transactions kernel. That we are going to understand anyway. Right, sir? Then in the transaction module, we are going to understand the content here. Then after that, after completion of these transactions kernel, after completion of these transactions, the next one is like what I'm telling there. I'll go for like what there Spring ORM. Spring ORM, object relational mapping. It's like what there integration of Hibernate. Integration of what there Hibernate. Okay, see, understand it clearly. I think some of you are not aware even that ORM. Don't worry, I'll explain clearly to you. It's somewhat related with Hibernate, but I'll give some basic content here. Try to understand it now. Listen, all of you listen carefully. To interact with the database from Java application, what technology we have to use as of now, as per your knowledge? To interact with the database from Java application, what we have to use? Come on, JDBC we have to use. Of course, the JDBC may be plain JDBC or Spring JDBC, that doesn't matter. JDBC we are going to use. Right. In the basic JDBC, in the plain JDBC, 5 to 6 steps we are using. Out of all the steps now, to perform database operations, what step we require now? Tell me. To perform database operations, what step here we have to perform? Write and execute SQL queries. Am I right or not? To write and execute SQL queries, how many methods we are using there now? Tell me. Right, sir. To write and execute SQL queries, overall, how many methods here we are using? 3 methods here we are using. Am I right or not? What are the 3 methods here we are using there? Execute query method, execute update method, and execute method. These 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Okay, good. Execute query, execute update, and execute method. 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Nice. If you take any of these methods, of course, you know, execute query method is for select SQL query. Execute update method is for what there, non-select SQL queries. Execute method is for the sake of what there, both the types of SQL queries. Already you're aware about it, clearly. But even if we take any of the method, there we have to write SQL queries or not. Select the star from EMP1, update SQL query, delete SQL query, drop SQL query, create SQL query, select SQL query. In all three methods, we have to write SQL queries or not. If you want to write SQL queries in a JDBC program, you should know you must have knowledge on Oracle database or not. We must have knowledge on SQL or not. So that is the JDBC environment. So final point is what there. If you want to work with JDBC, you must know SQL queries. So you must have SQL knowledge. Is it possible to prepare JDBC application without having SQL knowledge? You know, basically we have to write SQL queries or not. So you must have SQL knowledge. Got my point or not? But here my point is what there. I want to interact with the database and I want to perform all my database operations without using even a single SQL query. Without having any knowledge on single SQL query, I want to interact with my database. I want to perform the required database operations. In a JDBC, execute query method with the select SQL query. Then only we are getting the data. Result set object is coming. From the result set object, we are reading the data by using while rs.next method, by using sys.out.println of rs.get xxx methods. Got it or not? But what is the alternative I'm expecting there? Basically, myself is a Java developer, but I don't have any knowledge on SQL. I don't know anything about SQL, but still I want to perform database operations now. Then in my alternative, what I want to do there, I want to prepare a Java bean object. Java bean class, Java bean object, I'm going to prepare employee bean. I'll create employee object. Inside this employee object, I will keep data, ENO, ENAME, ECL, EAD data. Directly, I'm going to store that employee object into the database table without writing any insert SQL query. Without writing any insert SQL, just I want to use a Java method. That method is what their save method or a persist method. Just by using save or persist method, entire object I want to insert into the database table. Not required to write any SQL query, not required to write any insert SQL query. Or else already table is available. Already we have what there, one record is available. Now I want to update the data. Take again Java bean object. Insert the Java bean object, provide primary key value. Along with this primary key value, provide that data, normal data. What new data we want to update there, provide the data. Provide the data. Then simply access update method. Simple access what method? Java method, update method. Even I'm not writing any update SQL query, just Java method, update method. To that update method, pass that object. Which object there? No, respective employee object. Automatically, updations have to be performed internally. I want to get an object. I want to get a particular record. That's my requirement here. In a plain JDBC, what we have to do there? Result set rs is equal to st.execute query of select a star from emp1, where eno is equal to 111. Lot of instruction we have tried. But in my alternative, what I want to do there, just I want to call only get method. Get off the respective class I'm going to provide. Get off employee dot class. Automatically record will be retrieved from the database. That record data will be stored in the form of a bean object. That bean object is available to my application. I'm going to get the data from bean object. I'm not going to use any SQL query, but without using SQL queries, I'm able to get the data. I'm able to insert the data. I'm able to perform all the database operations. And finally, I'm going to work with only Java bean objects. Now, this alternative, this one is exactly possible in the case of Hibernate. In the case of what there? Hibernate, it is possible. Without knowing SQL queries, without using SQL queries, we can interact with the database, we can perform database operations. That is the main advantage with what there? Hibernate. Yes, sir, got my point or not? Now, what Spring is doing there? Spring doesn't have its own persistence mechanism, but Spring is able to provide some environment to integrate what their Hibernate applications. We can prepare Hibernate logic separately. Spring application is available. That Spring Hibernate application logic I want to integrate into my what there Spring application. For that purpose, we require some environment. That environment is provided by whom there? ORM. Spring ORM. Object Relational Mapping. This is Hibernate. Hibernate is one implementation of the ORM. For ORM, so many implementations are available. That famous one and one of the implementation is what their Hibernate. That Hibernate we are going to integrate with our Spring application. For integration purpose, we need some environment. That environment is provided by what their Spring ORM module. Of course, that ORM implementation may be Hibernate, not only Hibernate. IBATIS may be available and OpenJPA is available and JPA is available. Any technology we can use to prepare your database related application, then integrate that application with our Spring application. For that purpose, we are having what there? Spring ORM, Object Relational Mapping. Clear to all of you what I'm telling to you know? So this is another topic here we are going to understand. After completion of this, another one is like what there after the Spring ORM. Next one is like what there Spring Web module. Spring web module. What is this web module actually? What is the purpose of this web module? Before that, now answer for it. In outside might be we are able to prepare web applications. Am I right or not? We are able to prepare what applications? They know web applications. Now tell me by using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? No. By using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? Now tell me. As of now, here we are having the concepts like what there servlets and JS space. Am I right or not? As of now, we are having the concepts like what there servlets and JS space. Right, sir. Servlets and JS space. Here we are having the concepts now. All right. Listen careful. I think you are not aware about this. Now let me explain that. Sir, first of all of you are comfortable. All of you are following the statements what I am telling there. But I don't know the reason why some people are in the middle getting disturbance. They are getting disturbed and they're having unnecessarily some kind of discussions there. Then are my points are clear to all of you? Are you able to follow the concepts what I'm telling there? Straight coaching to all of you. What I'm doing now? Don't say teaching now, right? Anyway, it's a teaching only, right? What I'm doing there actually, what I'm explaining now? Spring, the total syllabus what I'm going to be covered for you in the next duration. I'm talking there. Just 1 point about each and every module I'm telling to you know. Say this type of introduction is important. Why? Because if anybody else in outside they're asking to you, if they're asking to you, tell me something about Spring now, at least you can open your mouth, you can say the Spring framework has these many modules where the purpose of each and every module like this, at least we can give some kind of introduction. And some my point. And moreover, my selfishness is what there at present in this today's class now. My selfishness is what there. I'm trying to say what I'm going to explain to you in the next upcoming days. Indirectly, I'm giving the information about like what the importance of the Spring framework. So then better to understand the points here. These points are very, very important. And one more point I want to clarify to you guys. In outside, maybe so many developers are available, so many students are available. So many students, they completed the total Java, complete Java, full stack Java, totally they completed. But the learning approaches are different from person to person. One category of persons, what they're able to do about their learning, no, they don't like these introductions, they don't like this theory, they don't like anything. Directly, they want to go for program. Of course, some trainers are also available like that. Yes, their approach is like that. Trainer's approach may be anything, leave it. But student approach must be very, very important. One simple example I'm telling there. If trainer is not taking 1 day class, nothing is going to be happen for everybody. But trainer is taking the class, but student is not attending the class, definitely student is going to lose that. Identify that relation, what I'm telling there. Similarly, the learning process, if we come there, one category of students, they're getting boring by seeing that theory and all the concepts. So directly they want to go for what their program. Directly they want to go for program. They're trying to prepare the first program by hearting the syntaxes now. But it is not at all worthwhil. It is not at all worthwhil. If you go for interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interview will not ask you directly a program. Interview will ask you why this concept is coming. What is the need of this particular topic? Already we have some existed system. Then what is the requirement to go for this new system? Already we have XML documents. What is the requirement to go for annotations? In this way, that interview is going to ask the question where we have to give answers now. If you are moving to the programming directly, you may not give answers for all these things. That is one category of people. And second category of people are available. What is the second category of people know? When they have the requirement, then they want to come to know about the each and every point here. In their company, when they want to go for Spring Boot, then they're trying to start a Spring Boot learning. There also they're not getting 100% knowledge. Without up to that time, they worked with the .NET project. All of a sudden, they have a requirement on Spring Boot. The company people have given information to him. Tomorrow onwards, we have to work with the Spring Boot. That persons are not taking any tensions in there. What they think there that today night they are going to start to learn what is Spring Boot. They are going to start it now. They are going to work on it. But without knowing answers, without knowing anything about Spring, Advanced Java and Core Java. But there also be complete knowledge is not available. If any client is conducting some interview there, if that interviewer is asking some questions on Java, he is unable to answer for that questions. Why? Because he had only Spring Boot knowledge, that too light knowledge. Understand my point? What I'm telling. But some other people are available. They're going to start any kind of technology right from pre-page onwards, first page onwards. Other page onwards, they're going to start. Their intention is what there, everything they want to know. If A is depending on B, B is depending on C. Their approach is what there, they're going to start from C. After completion of C, then they will come to B. After completion of this, then they will come to what there A. And these people are standard people. Once they completed their learning process, if they go for any company, they will give challenges to the requirements. Let my project manager to do any type of work. No issues for me. I can handle. This type of confidence level is going to be happen. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there. So here, my view is also be what there. My view is also be not in the first two cases. I want to make you to understand like what there, the third case. Understand my point, you know. So because of that reason only, we are going to discuss about all these points here now. Please try to recognize this. Don't be deviate from the concepts now. So the what exactly the points I'm telling there, overall view of the course I'm telling there. At least some information we are able to get in the first class now. That's why I'm talking about all these points. Okay, fine. Don't think much about it. When I'm going to complete these classes there, when I'm going to start Spring Boot and everything, I will take care about it. Understand it now. But anyway, then I have a clear-cut plan for your classes there. Maybe first weekend, maybe next tomorrow and day after may not go for this continuation of this. Monday onwards, I'm going to start again. The next upcoming weekends, we are planning to take long sessions. On a Spring framework, we are going to work on weekends, minimum 3 to 4 hours of time we are going to work. As early as possible, we are going to complete the Spring framework. Then after that, we'll go for what there, some other. Okay, forget about it now. But don't be deviate now. Try to understand something what I'm telling you now. Now let's understand this point clearly, all of you know. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare by using what there? Servlets and JSPs, guys. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity on this now? Yeah. Here I want to give one example to you. Now try to understand this example. I think at evening 6 o'clock I have given the same example, but again I'm telling the same example to you. Now try to understand it now. For example, in India maybe at the south and at north, two regions if we take no, but I'm not partitioning like that. But example I'm taking no. Try to understand it. If we go for any marriage occasions at south, then food items are very good, right? Then what food items we used to take no? Example I'm telling to you. What food items we used to take no? Definitely right from what's that? Lemon rice onwards. Maybe veg biryani. Next one is what there? And pappu, right? Dal, sambar, right? These are main items. Am I right or not? If you take exactly the same thing, if you take at north side, what's going to be happen there? Rotis, naans, salads, as per their locality, their food items now. They're also be good. Assume the situation I'm telling to you guys. Understand it now. For example, listen carefully. I have some catering service. Not only catering service, no. For example, I have a company, food preparation and as well as catering. That services we are providing for marriage occasions. Then we have a team of 10 members or 15 members. Then we used to attend for what their marriages occasions where we are serving the food. Then we have some kind of catering service now. Got it or not? So unfortunately, we have a client, very good client, and they had some marriage occasion in their home. They are giving that catering, the total catering support to us. Then what we have to do? That cooking masters are available with me. One day before or 2 days before, we have to go there. We have to set at that environment. There we have to prepare the food. It's a North Indian marriage actually. North Indian marriage. There we have to serve the food. That's the requirement. Observe carefully. What they are given order to us. What they are given order to us. Please all of you listen carefully. What they are given order to us. So many delegates are coming to this marriage occasion. The crowd will be very more. So here, 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. Chapatis only. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. It's a large quantity. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. There's a task we are having. It's a big task. Here, two cases I'm telling there. Case number one. Listen carefully. We don't have any machinery. Just only we have manpower. Maybe 20 members people I can get. What these 20 members are, they have to do right from one day before onwards. They have to go to the customer's home. There we have to take some room, cooking room. There we have to start preparing the chapatis or not. First of all, raw chapati we have to prepare or not. Then we have to prepare the chapatis or not. Then what we require the raw items, no. Maybe at one side the powder is required. Chapati powder is required. At some other side, what there no, some plates we required for preparing chapati. Some kind of sticks we required. Some kind of oil we required. Some type of water is required. All items here we have to gather or not. That all items are available with each and every cooking master or not. Then along with that master, these items are available. They're manually preparing the chapatis now. How many chapatis they have to prepare there? 50,000 chapatis they have to prepare. 3 days before they have to start preparing these chapatis now. Continuously, every day 24 hours. Every day 24 hours. 3 days of time they have to work. Then only they are able to get like what there? 50,000 raw chapatis. How many days we have to work there? 3 days of time we have to work. 20 members nearly 20 members and 20 slots they have created there. Then each slot contains like what there? One master, 24/7, 3 days of time they have to work, or maybe 5 days of time they have to work. Then only the raw chapatis we are able to get nearly 50,000. 5 days of time they have to work. 20 members team. This is a work, guys. This is one approach. Finally, the marriage date was there. Then occasion is going on. 50,000 or maybe 25,000 delegates are coming. Each delegate contains is required like what the two chapatis. Along with the chapati might be some salads or maybe some kind of curry preparation and everything. It's so going on. So finally we serve all 50,000 members. It's okay, well and good. Services are very good. Then fine, finished. That occasion is finished. We got the required amount of money from the respective. Even some appreciation also we are getting. That's okay, good, nice, clear. Up to that. Now tell me, what is my total productivity? How many days of time we worked for that particular occasion? 5 days of time we worked there. 5 days of time, 20 members. As the manager of this catering service, every day salary I have to give for all 20 members or not? Per day, for one master, nearly 5,000 rupees I have to give. How many days? No, 5 days. Each day 20 members. 20 members and 5,000 in the sense 1 lakh rupee. 5 days, 5 lakh rupees for only cooking masters. Then for other expenditure is going to be available there. Anyway, then its overall cost is 10 lakhs rupees for me. Then I got the contract is what there 15 lakhs from the occasion. 10 lakhs I invested and 5 lakhs is the profit. That's okay. Good, nice. Understand? Productivity I'm telling there. How much time, then how much effort, how much money. That is called as productivity. Leave it. This is case number one. Again, I'm telling there in case number one, you have to take the responsibility. As a master, we have to take the responsibility. First, you have to prepare that powder with oil or some water. We have to prepare a paste. Then divide that paste into small like what there, small nuggets. Then the nuggets we have to go for like what there, we have to get like what there, chapatis. Everything we have to do. As a master, I have to do everything. Am I right or not? Sir, all of you are following or not? Case number 2, I'm talking now. Nowadays, chapati prepared missions, chapati preparation missions are available. In outside might be some missions are available. Am I right or not? Some missions are available. In that missions, what we have to do there? Just we have to keep that mission, then attach some power sockets. Then inside this mission, just give maybe 10 kgs of chapati powder and give might be then 1 bucket of water, required amount of oil. Everything just we can pour. That's it. It's a matter of 5 minutes. Then switch on that mission. What that mission is doing there now? It is preparing that paste. It is dividing that paste into the number of equal parts, and it is preparing chapatis there. For 1 hour, it is preparing 1,000 chapatis. Like this, 10 missions I will take. Now tell me, within how many days we are able to prepare 50,000 chapatis there? Within 1 day we can prepare or not? Within single day, 1 day, 50,000 chapatis we are able to prepare or not? Even they are not raw chapatis now. Then final product we are getting directly after having some, what I'm telling there, the final product we are getting directly, they're ready to serve. That product is ready to serve. First of all, in the first case, we have to prepare raw chapatis. Then after that, we have to make it is what their final product. Then that final product we have to serve. There again, lot of work. But in the chapati mission, directly raw final product we are getting. That final product we are going to serve to the respective delegates.